I'm just saying. I know.
Call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Madam Clerk, will you please take a roll call?
Ms. Taft? Mr. Weddleton?
Here.
Mr. Rivera?
Present.
Ms. Quinn Davidson? Here. Ms. LaFrance? Here. Mr. Dunbar?
Here.
Mr. Croft?
Here.
Mr. Trainey?
Here.
Mr. Peterson?
Present.
Mr. Constant?
Here.
Mr. Dyson?
Here.
Chair Dunbar, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, well, it was going to be Assemblywoman's Quinn Davidson's mother, but unfortunately she is not joining us. So, Mr. Rada, I had a suggestion that you might be lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance because you are wearing pants today, and we wanted to celebrate that occasion.
Was that part of Dreadful. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Rada. Must really be snowing hard out there. All right. Minutes of previous meetings, there are none. Mr. Mayor, do you have a report?
Nothing to report. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we have Chair's report. We have a couple of things. The first is we're joined by some folks from Matanuska Electric. Would they like to come forward? They have a brief presentation here. Mr. Izzo, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Assembly members, Mr. Dyson, good to see you. As always, I'm Tony Izzo. I'm the CEO of Matanuska Electric. We serve about 65,000 meters, 15,000 of which are homes and businesses in Eagle River, Chugiak area. If okay, I would like to first start off by thanking the municipality leadership, the mayor, city manager, in terms of the earthquake and their response. MEA had a member at the EOC. We appreciate the communication and the support. Our backbone went down. We lost 49,000 out of those 65,000 meters during the earthquake. We had the majority of them back on by 11 p.m. and all of them back on by 3:30 a.m. the next morning, so in less than 24 hours. Eagle River did take the hardest hit in terms of our infrastructure. 4 substations were damaged, one seriously. It's still offline. We expect to have it repaired by Christmas. And of course, you probably are aware that the Klutna Hydro has took some serious damage and is still offline, has likely not to be online until after the first of the year when we can get a robot down through that tunnel. With that, the reason that we're here is for capital credits, and I know that's probably those are probably a couple of words you're used to, certainly in your discussions with Chugach Electric and the sale of Municipal Light and Power. We're pleased that after building our plant and taking a time out, that we reestablished, our board has now reestablished the retirement of capital credits, and we have a check for the municipality of Anchorage that we'd like to present. Capital credits are not only the reason we're here, but they're the benefit of being a cooperative member. And a member of a cooperative, you're not only paying your bill, but part of that is paying for infrastructure for current and future members of the cooperative. Our ability to restore service from the earthquake was based on investment that was made by prior members on behalf of current and future members. And so at this point, we're just pleased to provide a check, a return of those capital credits. We're a not-for-profit entity, but after a certain period of time, typically in the industry, it's 25, 30 years. We retire the capital credits and give back those dollars to the entity that provided them to begin with. In this case, it's the municipality of Anchorage. So if we could, I've got Julie Esty with me, Director of External Affairs at Matanuska.
Mr. Slifka, would you go receive the check, please? I think legally that's what we're supposed to do. To CFO.
Okay.
So how much is the check for?
The check is for $31,042.98.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Izzo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Everybody keep a close eye on Mr. Slifka for the remainder of the meeting. Okay, well, wonderful. Next, we have a group of carolers. I actually have not, this is the first I've heard of it. So please come down and introduce yourself at the microphone, and then we would love to hear a Christmas carol.
Good evening. We were hired by Barbara. She's the instigator. We are Sweet Chilies, and we have a carol for you just to start off the meeting with some holiday spirit.
It's hard to know where to be or to hear. We've chosen this spot. It's the most wonderful time of the year. With the kids jingle belling and everyone telling you be of good cheer, good cheer. It's the most wonderful time. It's the time of the year, time of the year. Hey, it's the happiest season of all. With the holiday greetings and gay happy meetings when friends come to call. It's the happiest season of all. Season of all. There'll be parties for hosting, marshmallows for toasting, and caroling out in the snow, the snow. Scary ghost stories and tales of the glories of Christmases long, long ago, long ago. It's the most wonderful time of the year. There'll be much mistletoeing and hearts will be glowing when loved ones are near. It's the most wonderful, most marvelous, most fabulous, joyously wonderful time. Wonderful, wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays.
Thank you. That was my most festive chair's report. I'll go on to committee reports. We'll start with you, Mr. Weddleton. Actually, we'll start with you, Ms. Tafts. Do you have a committee report? Nothing to report. Thank you, Ms. Tafts. Mr. Weddleton.
Nothing to report.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to use my time to report on a conference that Mr. Constant and I went to a week and a half ago.
Please.
Mr. Constant and I and two other community members had the privilege and honor of going to the Victory Institute Conference in Washington, D.C. It is a conference of LGBTQ elected officials and leaders. For those who don't know the alphabet soup, that stands for lesbian, gay, transgender, bisexual, and queer identified elected officials and leaders from around the country and internationally, including those from various parts of the European Union and Brazil and other areas. We got to meet peers, make new connections, and listen to policy solutions being used around conversion therapy, teen bullying, healthcare, and more. I'm hopeful to share some of those in a different setting. And lastly, much like the carolers stated, it was one of those gay happy meetings. And but those aren't just for December. We have those 12 months out of the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Nothing to report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Health Policy Committee will meet tomorrow, Wednesday, December 19, at 12:30 in room 155 at City Hall.
DHHS will be leading a presentation and discussion concerning animal welfare and animal control. What's the process for complaints, investigations, violations, and so on. There'll be a presentation of proposed code changes, and we'll look at a recent case involving dogs that were housed in a vehicle in East Anchorage known as the Durango case. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Croft.
No committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Trainee.
Just one thing. Tim Potter tells me Solstice Skate is celebrations this Friday at the Cuddy Family Park at 5 to 8 p.m. Sleigh rides starting, sleigh rides, skating, flat tire bike, tryouts, and prizes for costumes, lighting, etc. Hot chocolate. They do it every year this time of the year. So anybody that's got the time, show up here at the park. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ethics and Election Committee December meeting has been canceled, and we will be meeting on January 9th at noon in room 240. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, too, ask your indulgence on sharing briefly about my experience in D.C. this week.
Sure.
And first, to the other members, you'll find that we brought back a reusable bag for your groceries because you're going to need them in the future from the conference. Everybody got one. And also, I had the fortune to hear a speaker by the name of Sharice Davids, who was the first Native American woman elected to the U.S. House of Representatives in the election this year, which was really eye-opening and awesome to listen. And the most poignant moment for me was when I was in a conference on, a session on serving in low equality states. States in which the battle for equality continues to be a hard march forward. We're not California. There was a young individual who stood up and said, in my community, we once had an openly gay candidate for mayor, and he was murdered. And asked the question, how do I face that? And it was shocking and quiet, and really the thought was, and I think a lot of us in our own ways in front of this body experienced this, you just have to take that fear and judge how much you're willing to put out there, and then put that thought away that something terrible might happen and lead. And so this young person asked a very poignant question. I think that the biggest message I got out of the conference was something that we continue to struggle with here, and that is not an LGBT-specific issue, but an issue to all of our community, and that's justice reform and the question of how do we move forward in a community that ensures that every citizen has an equal opportunity. And so we're all in this together, I guess, was the big message. So thank you. And one last note, I'm really grateful for the mayor for coming up with funding that I did not succeed in cutting the snow plowing department, because if your phone has been ringing like my phone, you realize that this week was the week of snow plowing, or snow plowing complaints. Thank you to Mr. Van Lanningham and Alan Chkowski for the hard work that they're doing this week.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dyson?
Yeah. Thank you. You may have noticed I canceled the regularly scheduled public safety meeting, and it's my intention to have those always be ad hoc, when there's something necessary. So what I'm doing now is gathering information from all the people who held a corner of the blanket that rescued us for lessons learned and things to think about in the future. Right now, we saw that the capacity to repair damaged power lines, water lines, and all those and roads and so on was just short of miraculous, and so on. I'm particularly interested in our communication links. We had one AM radio station that was up and did a marvelous job of being a clearinghouse for information and so on. And I've just been thinking about how does that communication link work and be integrated in, and how do we or should we make sure that some of those are hardened to the point that they survive? That generally means a standby generator. Same with cell phones. The other thing that stands out is much of the damage in our community to the north was water damage. And sprinkler systems and broken pipes that kept pumping water for hours, and so on and so forth. And how do we figure out, both with information and perhaps actions, to limit that in the future and learn those lessons? The one thing that I think is a huge issue, and that is what would happen in our community here if we lost the transportation links north or south or both, because repairing those bridges and highways is not something that's going to happen in days, and so on. So those are long-term things. Anything you all know that would be good for all of us to know, or things we need to find out, please let me know, and I'd be delighted to put it on it. We're also looking at some of the code stuff, and there's going to be a meeting in our community tomorrow night, talk about that portion of it as well. So open to all your suggestions. We will have something I hope will be quite helpful and meaningful, probably the third or fourth week of January. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Constant, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You reminded me, Mr. Dyson, that there is a Utilities Enterprise Committee meeting this Thursday at 11, and at that meeting we will have representatives from all of the municipal utilities and enterprise to discuss the impacts of the earthquake. And so please come for an interesting talk, 11 a.m. City Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Okay, at this time, ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum to the agenda and the late on the table items. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I ask for unanimous consent. Is that your tie, Mr. Traney? Mr. Traney has a tie that plays a carol, and if you bump it, it can't be turned off. So if you hear it periodically during the night, that's what it is. Okay. All right, so that has been incorporated. Mr. Croft, would you please read? Unfortunately, this is the last meeting of the year, so we have quite a lot of items that we're kind of getting in there at the end of the year. So bear with us. Mr. Croft is about to read War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy.
Under addenda items, addendum 9A, 9A1, resolution number AR 2018-396, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring Amy Dimboski for her public service, and especially her service on the Anchorage Assembly from April 2013 through December 2018. I think I have to. Resolution 9B8, resolution number AR 2018-395, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $14,000 from ConocoPhillips Alaska Incorporated to the Miscellaneous Operational Grants Fund 261010 Parks and Rec Department for the support of the Parks and Rec Department's Family Skate Program and Associated Assembly Memorandum. 9B9, resolution number AR 2018-398, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating an amount of $76,274 to the area-wide general fund and various other general service area subfunds from premiums on the sale of 2018 general purpose refunding Series B bonds for the payment of bond issuance costs in an amount not to exceed $76,274 in associated assembly memorandum. 9 Delta 18, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 795, 2017-2018 Liquor License Reinstatement and Renewal Request, Restaurant Eating Place License Sorrento's, LL Number 1064. 9 Delta 19, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 796, 2019 to 2020 Liquor License Renewals for Beverage Dispensary License, The Pond Cafe, LL Number 5211, Beverage Dispensary Tourism, Hotel Alyeska, LL number 3445, Beverage Dispensary Tourism Duplicate, Bortai Deli, LL number 5466, Sakura Asian Bistro, LL number 5210, Sitzmark Bar and Grill, LL number 3447, Seven Glaciers Lounge, LL number 3446, Package Store License, The Sundry Shop at Alyeska, LL number 3449. 9 Delta 20, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 795, 2018, Sole Source Purchase from IBM Inc. for IBM software licenses for the Municipality of Anchorage, MOA Information Technology Department, $250,000. 9 Delta 21, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 799, 2018, Amendment Number 2 with Tantalus Systems, Inc., Tantalus for the Advanced Metering System for the Municipality of Anchorage Municipal Light and Power, $69,451.72. 9 Delta 22, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 801-2018, Amendment Number 3 to the Contract 2017-001572 with Symetra Life Insurance Company, Symetra, to provide group term life, accidental death and dismemberment, disability insurance, and leave administration for the Municipality of Anchorage Employee Relations Department. 9 Delta 23, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 802-2018, sole source purchase from Brio Services, LLC, with Stat Window hosting and development services for the Municipality of Anchorage MOA Solid Waste Services, $188,766. 9 Delta 24, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 805-2018, sole source purchase from Hibbard Inshore for providing remotely operated vehicle inspection for the Eklutna raw water pipeline for the Municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility, $138,923. 9E6, Information Memorandum Number AIM 139-2018, Municipal Tow Operator Business Compliance Quarterly Report, September 1, 2018 through November 30th, 2018. 9 Echo 7, Information Memorandum Number AM 140-2018, Board of Equalization's 2018 Report. 9 Foxtrot 7, Resolution Number AR 2018-394, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating, when tendered, $3,296,000 of a Section 5307-5340 grant program from the Federal Transit Administration, FTA, and appropriating $88,728 as a contribution from the 2018 operating budget, area-wide General Fund 101, for municipal central services agency support to the federal grant fund for preventative maintenance activities, all within the Public Transportation Department, and associated Assembly Memorandum. 9 Foxtrot 8, Resolution Number AR 2018-397, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating an amount of $223,191 to the area-wide general and various service areas capital improvement projects funds from premiums on the sale of 2018 General Obligation Bond Series A for the payment of bond issuance costs in the amount of $217,893 and for contributions in an amount of $5,298 from the same area-wide general and various SA CIP funds to their respective area-wide general and various SA operating funds for future debt service payments and associated Assembly Memorandum. 9 Foxtrot 9, Ordinance Number AO 2018-121, an emergency ordinance providing financial resources for labor and capital expenditures required to address and repair critical damage to municipal infrastructure caused by the Point McKenzie earthquake, PMQ, by appropriating an amount not to exceed $19 million from an interfund loan from the area-wide general fund.
I think you might have an older version. Here, let's use this. Go on to
9 Foxtrot.
Yeah, so 9 Foxtrot 9, I think, got shifted to 15B.
Great. So I was reading 9 Foxtrot 9, and it shifted to 15B. I'll now go to item 14G2, Ordinance Number AO 2018-112S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 1705-010 to add a reasonableness standard to the definition of chronic animal noise applicable to all animals except dogs, to which the current standard shall continue to apply, and a summary of economics effects for that ordinance. And then what I was reading on the emergency ordinance was now 15B, Ordinance Number EO 2018-1, an emergency ordinance providing financial resources for labor and capital expenditures required to address and repair critical damage to municipal infrastructure caused by the Point McKenzie earthquake, PMQ, by appropriating an amount not to exceed $19 million from an interfund loan from the area-wide general fund 101000 to the Disaster Recovery Fund 231801 and an amount not to exceed $11 million of utilities unrestricted net positions to the respective reimbursement projects funds, providing a temporary exception to the unreserved fund balance designation policy for the municipality of Anchorage, and providing a plan for the future reimbursement of such appropriations from the Finance Department, PH 1218-2018, and Assembly Memorandum Number AM 806-2018. And then the laid on the table items, 9 Alpha 2, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring Journey, I think it's pronounced Yambao, for 18 years of exemplary public service to the municipality of Anchorage and Alaska Housing Finance Corporation by Assembly Chair Dunbar. Resolution 9 Bravo 2A, resolution number AR 2018-392, Exhibit A. 9 Echo 8, Information Memorandum Number AIM 141-2018, Emergency Procurements awarded under AMC 720-090. And I think, finally, 9 Echo 9, Information Memorandum Number AIM 142-2018, AO 2018-117, Recommendation of Parks and Recreation Commission reducing notice period to 45 days for disposal of certain municipal park land.
Thank you, Vice Chair Croft. So at this time, we'll go down the dais and ask each member if they would like to pull any items. We'll start with you, Ms. Tafts.
Nothing, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
I had a question. Did you mention a 9F9?
So 9F9 was in the wrong place. When the addendum originally went out, it was in the wrong. It was put onto the consent agenda. We felt it was more appropriate to put it on the special orders instead, the emergency ordinance, so we'd have a chance to debate it and not just pass it on.
So what did it become?
15. So he read it. It was.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Oh, that's the 15B. Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
Okay, 9E7 and 9E9.
Is that 9 Echo 7?
Correct.
And 9 Echo 9? Okay. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items to pull, but I did want to clarify item 14P4, that summary of economic effects is for the alcohol tax. I just wanted to clarify that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Nothing to pull, Mr. Chair, as I understand that you'll be pulling 9B2.
Yes, Mr. Croft will be pulling it on my behalf.
Thank you.
Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull 9 Alpha 2 for reading, and that's all.
Okay. Mr. Croft.
I'll pull 9 Bravo 2.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Trainey.
Nothing, sir.
Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Croft. I'm sorry, Mr. Constant.
I have no items, but did anybody pull 9A1?
Are you going to?
You got it? Okay, thank you.
Fred was going to do that.
Mr. Dyson.
9A1.
Okay. Any other items? No. Okay, I have 9 Alpha 1 by Mr. Dyson, 9 Alpha 2 by Ms. LaFrance, 9 Bravo 2 by Mr. Croft, 9 Echo 7 by Mr. Weddleton, and 9 Echo 9 by Mr. Weddleton. Did I miss any? Okay, not seeing any. So let's vote on the balance of the consent agenda. I'm sorry. Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please vote on the consent agenda. That passes unanimously. All right, we are now to item 9 Alpha 1, resolution number AR 2018-391, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting, oh no, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong, the addendum.
AR 2018-396.
Yes, I got it. Resolution number AR 2018-396, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring Amy Demboski for her public service and especially her service on the Anchorage Assembly from April 2013 to December 2018. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ask for unanimous consent. All right. Who is reading and who is presenting?
Presenting.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Dyson.
Thank you. Whereas the military career of Amy Demboski's father took the family to several locations around the world before the family settled in Chugiak, where Amy currently resides with her husband, Ben daughter Kennedy and son Riley. And whereas Amy graduated from Chugach High School in 1994, earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in Justice and History from the University of Alaska Anchorage, and a Master's in Business Administration from Columbia Southern University. And whereas Amy has served as president of the Chugach Community Council, chair of the Municipal Budget Advisory Commission, and a member of the Chugach Eagle River Parks and Rec Board of Supervisors. And whereas Amy was first elected to represent District 2 Eagle River Chugach on the Anchorage Assembly April 2013, and was reelected April 2016. And whereas while on the Assembly, Amy has proudly been a budget watchdog, especially for the SAP project, and served as a member of the Community Economic Development Committee, the Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee, and the Municipal Audit Committee, and on this as the Assembly liaison to the Chugach Eagle River Chamber of Commerce and the Municipal Public Safety Advisory Commission. And whereas throughout her public service career, Amy has demonstrated a commitment to serving the people of her district, the municipality of Anchorage, with passion, hard work, and a commitment to the public process. Now for the Anchorage Assembly resolves to honor Amy Domboski for her contribution to public service, especially her service on the Anchorage Assembly from 2013 to 2018. Pass and approve this by the Anchorage Assembly as 18th day of December 2018.
There are a number of questions, but I'll let you speak first, Mr. Bosky.
Well, thank you. First, I have to tell you, it does feel different being on this side of the microphone. But at first, we all know what it's like being in public service. You can't do it without your friends and family, and I'm going to try not to get choked up, but I do want to recognize my parents in the audience. This was really bittersweet for me because I keep saying I didn't go anywhere, just my hat changed. I still feel like I'm a community partner. And what I want to leave you with is a couple of things. First, be inquisitive. As Assembly members always ask why. Everybody says this isn't political. We all know that threads of partisanship and political nature are weaved in everything we do on the Assembly or in any level of politics. But I always prided myself on the fact that I helped overturn a Republican mayor's veto of something. I also prided myself on the fact that my vote was never given. They had to earn it. They should justify to you every single appropriation, every single action, because you are the legislative branch. There should be a check and balance. I think government works best when there's a check and balance. So in addition to asking why and being inquisitive, be open to be wrong. Wait for more information to come in. There's oftentimes I would have an idea that, I don't think so, but I would always wait for that moment. What was I missing? What didn't I see? Am I wrong? Don't be afraid to say you're wrong. Listen, I remember the first time I voted for SAP. It can happen. But beyond that, do remember you represent individual parts of a greater community. I pride myself on the fact that I would always think, does Girdwood want to look like downtown Anchorage? Probably not. Downtown Anchorage has one representative. They need a wingman. I would always try to put myself in a different district's shoes to say, okay, maybe their constituents don't view things the same as mine, but what is their community's needs, wants, and what are they really trying to achieve? So those are the three things I hope to leave you with. Of course, in addition to my family, my husband, my children, I could not have done this job without my Assembly aide, Susan Fischetti, and I really want to point that out. We prided ourselves on the fact that we attended, and I say we because many times you have community meetings where you can't be in two places at once, and so Susan would often go in my stead. Took copious amounts of notes. We'd talk about what was happening at the Assembly. She would be able to be my wingman. So I couldn't have done it without those folks, and I am truly, truly grateful to be in the position that I was in, being the first Chugiak High School grad to ever sit on this body. So go Stangs. But I do want to say, whether you're a kid from Chugiak, a military brat, or anybody in between, this community is what you make it, whether you serve on a board or a commission or you help at your local Lions Club. Public service is something that as a child, obviously, my dad spent over 30 years in the military. It was ingrained in us, service before self. Truly what that means, it means you can, no matter who you are, you have the ability to give back. So I hope through all that, you guys see that there's different ways we can do that. We can still partner. And yes, Mr. Constant still has my cell phone number. We have been texting. So I would just say, if you have a municipal issue that you think the state can help you with, if you don't know where to look, I am in the governor's office. I'm happy to be that liaison, that help, that resource for the residents of Anchorage. I'm proud to be there, and I'm proud to be a community partner. And I will have to say, the task changes. The faces tend to be the same no matter where we go, but I am very much looking forward to going down to Juneau here in a couple weeks, and I will have the opportunity to work with one of my favorite assembly members, now Senator-elect Gray Jackson. So the scene may change a little bit, but we're all still in it together.
Thank you, Ms. Dimboski. We have a couple of questions here. We'll start with Mr. Croft.
This very nice resolution doesn't do Amy justice, really. It'd be hard to. She really was a force on the assembly for those 5 years. Made those 5 years seem like 10, Amy.
They do.
But just always, in the nicest possible way, scary bright, always prepared, and just generally on top of it. And not even generally, always on top of it. She was impressive from the moment I met her. We actually met before the assembly. I was on the school board, and they didn't have a person on the school board who was from Eagle River then, and I was the new person, so they gave me Eagle River. And she is a community council monster. Everyone knows she goes to those, and I went because I didn't know you were supposed to ignore them until later. But and so we were there and we were fighting about SROs. But I just got to see her early on in action at those, doing at the community level, and she always had that. She had not only represented her communities and the state. I also watched her a couple of times, and the city and the state, but citywide and her area, which wants to be individually represented, which wants its own identity. But I watched her a couple of times listen to her community and say, well, no, you're just wrong, actually. I had enough confidence and possession of her own to say, I've heard it, I defend you guys, but this one, no. And I thought that was tremendously courageous. I'm gonna miss you very much. I surprise people all the time. I think some people come up and assume, sometimes conservative, sometimes liberal, and they'll say, oh, you're serving with Amy, that must be tough. And no, it's really actually a joy. I'm as surprised as you are, sir or ma'am, but it's really a pleasure. There was a text exchange that I wanted to read from a month or two ago, and so it's Amy to Forrest and I as chair and vice chair, and she says, hey guys, this is Amy. I can't get off work until 5:30 today, so I'm going to be a little late, about 5:45. I'd like to be excused for the first hour. And that, again, that's her, right? Diligent on top of it, asking for excuse. Forrest answers, okay, no problem. I say, take the whole night off if you need to. And there's a long pause. And then she says, laugh out loud, no way, Eric, you'd miss me if I skipped the whole meeting. And I said, I actually would. And I'm going to miss you.
Thank you, Eric. Mr. Croft, everyone else is in the queue. We only have 5 hours, so just wanted to keep everybody.
To extend, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Mr. Peterson.
That's a ceiling.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see you again, Amy. It's been interesting working with you the last 4.5+ years. We spent a lot of time on the Title 21 Community and Economic Development Committee together. We helped create almost the entire law for our marijuana industry here in Anchorage. And whether we agreed or disagreed, the best part of the relationship that you and I had was that we weren't disagreeable about it. We realized that we weren't always going to agree about everything, but that was okay. And so you're definitely going to be missed on this body, and good luck in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Trainee.
Amy, I'm going to miss you tremendously. I remember one time you and I went to grooming. Do you remember what you told me? You were attending there when I was on the assembly.
Oh, I do remember that. I think Mr. Dyson too.
Yeah. Gives you a sense of your own mortality. But it was fun working with you because we never took you for granted. People that took you for granted did at their own peril, as they'd find out when a vote came up, because you did your homework. Far too many people don't do it. They think they can skate through this. We had one assembly member, another part of town. We knew he had never opened his package. He'd break a rubber band on it to start the meeting. You know who I'm talking about.
I do.
You never did. You did your homework well. You were always a challenge. It was fun working with you, Amy. I'm going to miss you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Hi, Amy. We had the least opportunity or the least amount of time together to serve, but I just echo what everyone said. You know, people would say, "Oh, you're working with Amy. That ought to be fun." And I said, "Yeah, it is fun." And she's incredibly smart, and she cares about her community, and she's hardworking, and I mean that. And particularly, I liked one thing about you I always noticed was when the public got up to speak and someone would be really worried about their permit or really feel out of sorts in this sort of complex system we've crafted. And you would watch them with kind eyes and you would help them navigate that. And that's really meaningful to me, and I just appreciate that. And I also think as a woman, particularly a younger woman, I'm wondering when I'm going to be able to keep saying that, but I really appreciated how you are just fierce and you stick to what you say and you're confident and you don't let the guys bully you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Amy, I truly did value the education that you brought to myself and to several of us newbies. I'm remembering during the first quarter budget revisions after I got elected, sitting through that work session and wondering, how the heck am I going to contribute to this? This is so big. And the first person that I went to was you, and I asked you for advice because I knew you had the right questions to ask, and that's so critically important. And then I know there were other times when, and many times I was the instigator of it, but I would say something while during these meetings, and you would say, well, I wasn't going to say anything, but, and I always enjoyed that. So thank you. I'm going to miss you, Amy.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, more of the same. Congratulations on your new job. And I did appreciate that you really did come prepared and did your work. When I would bobble things at the Community Economic Development Committee, you always gently would guide me on a better track, and that was always very helpful. And you really brought a very important viewpoint to this assembly. I mean, we have a lot of different viewpoints here, and that really makes us, I think, a good group, and we'll miss your viewpoint. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, I agree with what's been said. And Mr. Crofts borrowed one of my phrases, and that's being scary bright. And all the things we'd like to have in good public leaders, people can do some of it with resolve and commitment, but all of us also bring our natural gifts. And Amy is scary bright. She's probably even brighter than most of us think we are. Which is a high compliment. I was sitting maybe here at another committee meeting, and Amy's been chasing another graduate degree, and she was saying she got a B in some class, and for me that was always good news. She was really irritated. It was the first B she'd gotten in 10 years or something. And so on. But you've mentioned a couple things. Amy's ability to keep her eye on the ball and keep her emotions out of the game. I've struggled all my life with anger management and resentment and so on. And I've never seen Amy do that. I've never seen her bear a grudge. I've seen her sit at this table and help people who are trying to advance an issue she didn't agree with, and she would help them through the process to do it. And that's That's the kind of virtue that I've rarely ever seen. And I agree with you about courage, but let me tell you, she stands up to bullies and misrepresentation no matter where it comes from, including from those of us who are her natural allies. And that there's kind of a clarity and a triumph of character over circumstances that can't be done by human resolve. I think it's genetic. We got to give your parents the credit for the gene pool. They were fishing in the deep end of the gene pool. But also, it must have been something in the nature of the nurture you got that accentuated the characters that we all admire. And I'm going to miss you too. And but you're exactly right. I don't think you've taken yourself out of the game, and that you're in a position now to use your significant gifts and experience, and our community will benefit from it. And let me tell you, Dunleavy needs you. I hope he listens to you.
Me too.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Amy.
Hi.
Congratulations on your new position, and thank you so much for your service to our community. I'm glad I know someone on the governor's team to call if we have issues, and I admire your commitment, your unwavering commitment to the public process, and for always speaking up. So thank you so much. I'm happy to have served with you.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Constant.
Ms. Domboski, so when I first was elected, I was cautioned or counseled that you are wise when you don't turn away from people who disagree with you, and instead turn toward them and figure out where you are different and where you are the same. And so for the first 6 months, I kept a tally on the votes and how they broke, and never did we divide more than I would with Mr. Weddleton or Mr. Dunbar or Mr. Rivera. This body works in a way that is surprising to most, unless you really follow closely, that unanimity happens a lot. We agree a lot. And in fact, as a community, that's a testament to why Anchorage is such a great place, and Anchorage and Eagle River and Chugiak and all the way out, this community. And I've had a great opportunity to serve with you and to earn a friend. And you never sacrificed your values, and you never asked me to sacrifice my values. When we disagreed, and guess what? 5 minutes later, it was the next issue. Let's keep working. And for that, I'm grateful. And as you heard, I have been in touch with her because there are issues that the city needs help with that we need the state to help us with, and I have a great champion, I think, in the governor's office to help us with that. In fact, we have an appropriation for Firehouse 3 because someone drove into it on this agenda. And it took me a while to figure out, was it when a fire truck was pulling out or not? And at this point, it wasn't. Believe me, I'd be raising hell if it was. And so there are great opportunities for us to work together coming forward. And I do appreciate your sticking to your values and doing all this hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Well, that finally gets us through the queue. I feel appropriate, Ms. Domboski, if you would want to have the last word.
I would be remiss, and I wanted to save truly the best for last. I just really wanted to thank the people of Chugiak Eagle River for giving me this great honor of serving in their seat. So I wish you all well. Have a very Merry Christmas. And if you need anything, just call me. I haven't changed my phone number, which I shouldn't have said on the record, but I haven't. So if you need anything, truly, just pick up the phone and call. I may not have the exact answer for you, but I can guarantee I'll get you to somebody who will have it and who can help navigate your issues. So please just remember, we're not adversaries, we're community partners, and I think that's really the message I want to leave you with.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. All right. Next on our agenda is item 9A2, resolution number AR 2018-399, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring Journey Yambao for 18 years of exemplary public service in the municipality of Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ask for unanimous consent. All right, not seeing any opposition, that passes. Who is reading and who is presenting?
I am reading.
Great. Who is presenting? Oh, wonderful. Is Journey here? Come down, please. Oh, wonderful.
AR number 2018-399, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring Journey Yambao for 18 years of exemplary public service to the municipality of Anchorage and Alaska Housing Finance Corporation. Whereas Journey Yambao began his public service in December 2000 at Alaska Housing Finance Corporation, AHFC, as an accounting assistant responsible for AHFC's accounts payable prior to starting his employment at the municipality of Anchorage, and whereas Journey Yambao began working at the municipality in September 2002 in the Controller's Division of the Finance Department as a junior accountant and was promoted to reconciliation accountant before officially retiring as an investment reconciliation accountant from the Public Finance and Investments Division of the Finance Department in December 2018, and whereas Journey proved himself as a highly involved and valued member of the Finance Department, and he was often recognized as a top performer for his high-quality work in support of the Finance Department's operations and municipal comprehensive annual financial reports, and whereas Journey's high level of attention to detail, inquisitiveness, self-motivation, work quality, work ethic, organizational skills, and positive personality greatly served the municipality during his career as a municipal employee, and whereas Journey's positive personality, green thumb that brightened the workplace with a variety of plants, and his timeliness for meetings will be missed by his colleagues, and whereas Journey and his wife, Marlene, who worked for the state of Alaska for approximately 11 years until just recently, have decided to retire from public service and have already purchased a retirement home in the much warmer locale of Las Vegas, Nevada, to be closer to their daughter, Darlene. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that Journey Yambao is recognized and honored for his significant contributions during his 18-year career with the municipality and AHFC, and for his outstanding service and dedication to the citizens of Anchorage and the citizens of Alaska, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 18th day of December 2018.
Say something. At first, yesterday, when Ross was asking me information about my wife's name and my daughter's name, he says, "What's going on, Ross?" He said, "No, you just have to come tomorrow to the assembly, and we have something for you." So I was surprised that because last week. I was given a certificate of appreciation already at work by the Alaska Housing and Municipality, and I said, I believe it was good enough for me already for my hard works and dedication working at the Alaska Housing and Municipality. But given this resolution today is another extra gift from municipality and from my boss, Alex, and Ross, and then our public finance investment division. So I know I've been in Alaska for 35 years and non-stop working. For 35 years, I believe that's good enough for working with and staying here in Alaska. And of course, with my wife, Marlene, for 30 years, we've been married also. So we only had one daughter that was born and raised in Alaska, but she decided to pursue her college degree in other states. The Seattle, the fashion, where is that? Art Institute of Seattle. And she graduated with a degree in fashion marketing and management. And she decided to look for a job in Las Vegas rather than staying in Seattle because of the weather. And that's the reason why me and my wife decided that, so I think we need to join our daughter while we still can, because she's been asking us to move to Las Vegas since she moved to Las Vegas, says, Dad, we have a bigger house here than in Anchorage. So, but sometimes if I stayed upstairs and there's nobody downstairs, we have two floors. Sometimes I don't know what's going on. As I said, if you're around and me and my mom, then at least I'm very comfortable sleeping upstairs, and I know there's somebody who could watch me all the time. So, so me and my wife decided, okay, it's not because of the earthquake a few weeks ago that we decided we need to move to Vegas, because that's what my daughter was telling us. You guys need to move right away because of this big earthquake. And said that's not the real reason. The real reason is because, as I've said, I have other priorities in our lives, just my family. So we need to enjoy the rest of our life with our daughter. So although it's very hard to leave municipality for 18 years because of all the knowledge I gained and with all the friends that I've been with and also as an office mate for 18 years, I decided that it's about time to leave. But I'm not saying goodbye to Alaska, or to the municipality, but there's always a chance to visit, but I believe I'm not going to be a resident anymore of Alaska, and I'd rather be going to be a tourist now. Next year, maybe my wife and I will decide to visit Alaska again, because I have other relatives too, and my immediate families, my siblings, my in-laws, and niece and nephews. So I guess thank you for this resolution, for the certificate that I will treasure the rest of my life, and 35 years of living in Alaska is really hard to forget and consider it as part of my life already. So I thank especially Alex, Ross, Lisa, Jesse, and the rest of my office mates that they're not here right now. But thank you everyone, and I'm going to miss you. But as I've said, we need to enjoy a warmer climate after 35 years. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Yambao. That's great. Okay. We are now on item 9, Bravo 2. Let me see here. That's resolution number AR 2018-392, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly establishing a sex discrimination and sex-based harassment policy for the Assembly Department, introduced by myself and Assembly Member Quinn Davidson. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Here, I'm going to give you the gavel, Mr. Croft.
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. We had a work session on this on, I believe it was Wednesday. There is not a sex discrimination or sex-based harassment policy at the Assembly level. There is one for the municipality as a whole, but not for the Assembly. And the Assembly is a separate branch of government. So It's my hope, this is one of my last acts as chair before I step down tonight, it's my hope that we pass this. And then the future chair, I would ask that they sort of flesh this out. There are a number of other policies we need, race-based, maybe a broader discrimination policy that deals with other protected categories. This was more about sexual harassment, but we didn't want to leave out sex-based discrimination because those things have become very much interlinked in modern law. D. Ennis from the Municipal Attorney's Office did quite a lot of work on this, and there's a late on the table item B9 Bravo 2A that will be substituted in as the new policy. So this resolution has the policy as a exhibit, and so between Wednesday and today, several attorneys actually did a lot of work to sort of fine-tune this and get it more in line with the municipality's broader policy. I think that Ms. Quinn-Davidson caught an error. She's in the. I'll defer to her, Mr. Croft, if you want to call on her.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson, do you want to come back? Talk more?
Yeah, you can do it more because I'm going to.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for working on this policy. I think it's really important that the Assembly have a policy that mirrors what the Muni already has for other employees. I just wanted to thank Barbara as well. I think Barbara really started off the drafting, and then thank Dean and others for their help. And then, as the Chair noted, I did in Section 9 find what I think is maybe an error, sort of a holdover from our last draft. So I wanted to move to amend Section 9. It refers to an annual review date in the title, but then in the text states that the Assembly Department and the Municipal Attorney's Office will review this document and update as needed. So I think we should just review or remove annual and just have the section read review date / lead review agency.
I second that amendment since I'm not chair right now.
There you go. So it's on compliance agencies in 9?
It's the new, so it's the late on the table version,
Right.
9 Bravo 2 Alpha, which is going to be in your red folder.
Roger that.
And the very last page, there's a typo at the end, as Ms. Quinn-Davidson indicated. The word annual is there where it really shouldn't be there anymore because they revised it.
Everybody understand the amendment to delete annual?
Delete the word annual. Okay.
Any objection to that? Madam Clerk, it's been moved and seconded, and there's no objection. Can that just be shown as unanimous? So that amendment passes unanimously. Mr. Dunbar again?
Thank you, Mr. Croft. So again, Mr. Traney has indicated that I could just do this as the chair by just sort of signing it, and that's the policy. But I was hoping to get a little more buy-in and a little more permanence by attaching it to a resolution. So that's the thinking there. And that's pretty much it. I hope that we pass this tonight. Mr. Weddleton.
I guess I'd say I hope we don't, only because we just got this. We had a work session, we went through it, there were suggestions that Ms. Pearson was going to look at it, and then we just, because I haven't had any time to read this, none of us have.
Yeah.
So I could be perfectly good. Is this something we just put off till the next meeting? And
Well, I mean, it's something, I was hoping that Ms. Ennis would be here to speak to it. She, basically at the work session, we came up with a bunch of things that need to be changed. I'd hoped they'd be changed by Friday. The attorneys weren't able to turn it around that quickly, but the changes are were what was discussed at the work session. Doesn't look like she is here. I don't know if Mr. Gates wants to speak to it, but yeah, I mean, this has all just been a little bit of a struggle to get the policy done and before you. I'd hoped that the combination of the work session last week and the attorney's work on it would produce a policy that isn't substantively different than what we worked on Wednesday and isn't substantively different than what applies to the rest of the municipality. Yeah. That's what we did. That's what we laid on the table. Yeah, we just amended this, the revised version.
See if you decided as chairman.
Do you want me to just
Oh, that was that's what we were intending to do. That was the whole purpose. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So, I'm kind of mind with Mr. Weldon only because I'm looking at the two documents. One is 5 pages and one is 7 pages. And I haven't really had a chance to cross-reference the two. And a 2-page difference is actually more than just a word. And, that to me is a signal that we have more work to do.
Okay. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. Ditto. I came at this always a little suspicious, but all we're doing is making sure that we're got the same standards in our house as everywhere else, and that's absolutely a valid thing to do. Nor is there anything I see as controversial here, and I'm sensitive to those things. But Mr. Haberman keeps reminding us to take every opportunity we have to give the public a chance to know what it is we're doing. And our kind of expedited process here makes it more difficult for the public to be up to speed what we're doing. So if it comes to a vote here, I will agree to postpone. But I appreciate what I sense is your commitment, Mr. Chairman, to get lots of these things that need to be done and need to be done during your watch. And that's commendable. So I support a delay here.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Gates.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Chair. You asked if I could speak to the changes a little bit. I can peripherally, very briefly. This is more streamlined, and some of the significant changes from the draft you saw at the work session are there's no presiding officer referenced here. Instead, it's chair and vice chair. So there were word changes throughout. There were some an additional defined term, assembly personnel, to cover the assembly members and the aides and volunteer interns. There was a lot of change to section 7, independent investigation. I think it used to be section 9. It's much more structured here and clearer and easier to follow. It's also clear that only applies to assembly members. There were a few other changes throughout, but as you identified, actually that changed section 7, probably took out a half page or more of this document. So just pointing to those main changes I hope is helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. I'm going to go to Mr. Croft first because I think it will relieve the need to speak to Ms. Wynne-Pearson. Mr. Croft.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'll move to postpone action on this item 2018-392, until our meeting of 1/9/19.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on that motion? Okay. I will, Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
I'm happy to postpone, and I do think there are quite a few changes, so that's a great idea. I just wanted to ask a question, which is that I think our next assembly meeting is on January 15th, unless I've misscheduled.
January 9th.
Is it?
No, it is January 15th.
Oh, I was looking at the 2018. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion is to postpone until the 15th. Okay. Ms. Wynne-Pearson, I suspect this motion to delay is going to pass. Do you still need to speak before we do that?
I just wanted to add my one piece in terms of what to pay attention to with what has changed as you consider it. I have no objection to you extending it. But just in terms of, I did discuss this with Ms. Ennis today in anticipation of this coming before the body, and the core change that has occurred throughout this policy underlines a lot of the things that Mr. Gates spoke about, where it was making clear the separation of powers between the Assembly and the elements of the administration that would deal with this. The previous policy was drafted in such a way that it, in some instances, sort of commanded the municipal attorney's office or the Office of Equal Opportunity to take certain actions, and it's been reframed as requesting assistance and dealing with what the Assembly may ask for in terms of assistance for that type of investigation. So a lot of the changes go to that, just as something to keep an eye out for as you're reviewing it in anticipation of the January 15th meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. I will also not object, so I ask for unanimous consent to, for the motion to postpone until January 15th. Any opposition to that motion? Okay. So that is postponed until January 15th. Let's see. We are now on item 9 Echo 7. Let's see what that is. Oh, that's on the addendum. Where's my addendum?
Oh, that's the, which one was that? That was the one about the park. So what do I do? I moved
9 Echo 7, information memorandum number AIM 140-2018, Board of Equalization's 2018 report. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Welton, you pulled this item?
Yeah, and I don't, maybe this little things like this drive me crazy and probably shouldn't, but just looking at it, and this is a problem with getting questions to staff in such a rush. That was a joke. I didn't get them until Monday evening. But so looking at this, it says real property appeals filed, 357. Then there were 243 settled without Board of Equalization hearing. And there were 106 appeals scheduled for the Board of Equalization. So there were 8 missing there. What are those 8?
Is there anyone here qualified to speak on behalf of the Board of Equalization? That's actually one that we run, the Assembly runs, although the assessor is very much involved. Ms. Jones isn't here. I think she'd probably be the person who might be able to give you that answer, but she's not here tonight. And I don't believe there's anyone from the Board of Equalization here either. So is there anyone qualified to answer that question that's here? Would you like to delay accepting this until next meeting?
I don't think we have to delay. I'd be curious, though.
Yeah.
Mr. Falsey, add it to your list.
Yeah. But I actually think it will end up being Ms. Jones's question, but perhaps Mr. Slivka could find out as well. Okay. So let's vote then to accept that item. Yeah, we'll just do it. That was accepted unanimously. We are now on item 9 Echo 9, and that is a late on the table item, I believe.
I'd move to accept.
Information memorandum number AIM 142-2018, AO 2018-117, recommendation of Parks and Recreation Commission reducing notice period to 45 days for disposal of certain municipal park land. You move to accept. Do we have a second?
Did.
So this must travel with an ordinance that has been introduced, correct? Okay. Mr. Welton, you pulled that?
Oh, that's right. So the HLB was just introduced.
Yes.
For this time. Okay, and it must. I just pulled it. I guess I assumed that the timing on the number of days for notification matches what's in that HLB proposal. Mm-hmm. But here it says, notice requirements for disposal of dedicated parklands not less than 45 days. And there is no discussion of that length of notification in the HLB proposal that was introduced. And I guess if this is a discussion, we could postpone it till next meeting then, and just go ahead and accept this. But
well, Ms. Wynn-Pearson's in the queue.
Okay,
Perhaps
yeah,
she
great.
can give you an answer. Ms. Wynn-Pearson?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. This resolution does or this informational memorandum does travel with AO 2018-117, which is scheduled for public hearing tonight. And that would be the appropriate time to discuss this recommendation and the ordinance as drafted and what it requests by way of a code change.
Okay, it's not just being introduced. We have the ordinance before us.
No,
tonight.
it was introduced at the last meeting and it's up for public hearing tonight.
So I guess my question would be, when we get to that, make sure we have the full timeline here, because this says not less than 45 days, but I think in the HLB it said 14 days before the Parks and Rec meeting, and it was unclear what the gap between that. And is this 45 days from Assembly action, Parks and Rec? Preview of what's coming.
We can certainly discuss, if you want to discuss now, we can, or if you would like to discuss it during the discussion of 2018, that may be more appropriate.
Should we delay acceptance of this memorandum until the time that we are debating the ordinance itself? Or
I need to defer to the clerk on what you'd prefer. I think it doesn't make a substantive legal difference. It's just submitted for your acceptance and review by way of additional information in considering your decision on 2018-117.
Yeah, that's my interpretation as well. So I think we can just vote to accept this now and then have the substantive discussion when we get to the ordinance. Is that all right, Mr. Weddleton?
That's fine, thanks.
Okay. So let's vote to accept or not accept the memorandum. That passes unanimously. That concludes our consent agenda. One moment, please. Mr. Constant, do you have something you want to say before you went to Mr. Oleva?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's when we're done with him. Item 11A.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's 12A. What? I seem to be missing a page in my agenda here. Here we are. Okay. We are now on item 11A, ordinance number AO 2018-105, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly establishing the strict liability offenses of removal of identification marks and lawful possession of misdemeanors under Anchorage Municipal Code, and the public hearing was closed. What's your intention, Mr. Constant?
So we have a draft that's an S version or a new version that will be coming up in January. And so I think just to keep the books clean, let's just postpone this one indefinitely and call it good for the night, and you'll have a new introduction on the first meeting in January.
Great. And then a new public hearing in the second meeting in
Yes,
January.
just standard procedure.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So can we have a second for his motion to postpone indefinitely?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition to the motion to postpone indefinitely? All right, no opposition to that motion. That item is postponed indefinitely, and an S version will be back before us in January.
A new version.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. We are now at item 12A, Mr. Oleva, regarding mental illness, hospital, and jail dumping at homeless shelter, safeguards and costs regarding the issue. Mr. Oleva, you will have 3 minutes. Is this set up right? Please identify yourself for the record.
Sure. Ron Oliva, 44-year resident of Alaska, mostly in Anchorage. I'm here tonight to let you know, kind of like the movie Jaws, on mental illness and trying to budget for it. Jaws, when the sheriff first saw the shark, he turned to the captain and he said, "Hey, I think we need a bigger boat." Well, Anchorage's finest, maybe not so finest, got me put in jail for a night. And during that 36 hours, you can learn a lot, and especially about mental health. I have a book over there called The Reason Why I Jump. It's about autism. And what I witnessed in jail, that it was a dumping ground for victims. If there was ever cruel and unusual punishment, it was by placing these obviously mentally challenged people, whether it be autism, delusional, bipolar, schizophrenic. They were there in mass numbers. And then when I went to arraignment, it disappointed me that they bailed out. They bailed out and asked them, "Where are you going to go?" It was to the shelter. And from the shelter, if you have behavioral problems there, they get dumped out on the street, and I'm the next door neighbor. So I did contact Mike Abbott, a little brain drain here from the city, but he did recommend several things, and one was a stabilization building that I think is really important, along with some staff training to recognize mental challenges before they go to jail. Now, I know there's hospital dumping from API because they sent a 76-year-old woman down there. I know there's dumping from Humana because they sent a violent person down there. And I know Humana takes mentally challenged people because my electrician ended up on the 4th floor on a suicide watch. Then he was the person who was cuffed on 15th and died in custody of the police, a licensed electrician, but still a resident of the Brother Francis shelter. So what I'd like to say is we have to do something different, and it's much, much bigger than I've ever expected or saw, just like the shark. And we lost the war on homelessness, we lost the war on crime, and believe me, we lost the war on mental health. And recently I went to a planning and zoning meeting, and $3.8 million is coming up for sidewalks, pedestrians, for the homeless shelter in that area. I'd highly recommend you take that $3.8 million and reallocate it to the safety of the entire community by investing it in mental health. Do you have any questions?
There are no questions. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, I want to tell you that I appreciate your keeping involved in the battles and the way you have changed your approach to dealing with even folks like us. And it appears to me that you're taking your knowledge and your passion and applying it in a very responsible way. And I appreciate that. And Merry Christmas.
Well, thank you. And I have a book for you. I'll bring it up. But it takes intelligent civil discord and dialogue to solve these problems. And even though you may think I have something against the police department for the free day I had at the jail, no, that would be like me taking a poison and waiting for them to die. Not going to happen. So, okay, thank you. I do have something for the clerk. More questions?
There is one from Mr. Constant. What is it that you want to give the clerk, Mr. Oleva?
I have some literature.
Okay.
Okay.
Ron, I just want to express my regrets. We had our budget process last month, and I could not convince a majority of this body that this municipality needs a director or at least a specialist in mental health, behavioral health services. We're head in the sand. We're looking the other way. We'll do anything but the thing we need to do, it seems to me. And so I regret the situation you're in, and I continue to look for a resolution.
Well, I think everyone, all citizens of Anchorage are going to suffer if we don't put some resources in that direction. And sadly enough, the clients themselves. Any other questions?
There are no other questions, Mr. Oleva. Thank you for your testimony. Okay. We are now on item 13A, resolution number AR 2018-347, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly establishing housing development strategies in Eagle River by authorizing and requesting the mayor to enter into an infrastructure coordination agreement brought by Mr. Trainey, Ms. Domboski, and Mr. Dyson. I believe the public hearing is still open. Is that right? Mr. Trainey, do you want, instead of doing it now, do you want to do a continuation?
I want to continue this to the 15th of January, 2019.
Okay. Well, should we, I suppose if people have come here to testify in this, they can do so, but just keep in mind that means you will not be able to testify again because we're continuing the same public hearing. If you'd like to do your one shot at public testimony, you can do it tonight. Otherwise, we're going to continue this to January. Would anyone like to testify on this item? Okay. We have a motion to continue public hearing testimony. We need a second, and then that's it, right? Do we vote on that? Oh, okay, we do. So the motion is to continue public hearing until January 15th?
Right. We have concurrence of the administration on this. It's at their request.
Thank you. Okay. Any opposition to that motion? All right, not seeing any. That passes. That motion to continue public hearing passes unanimously. It should be 10-0, not 11-0. Okay. So the screen keeps showing Ms. Domboski voting. Rest assured she is not. We are not voting on her behalf, and the clerk is taking them out. That's just a bug on the screen. Okay, so before we go to the dinner break, I think Mr. Croft wants to make some motions.
Yeah, I'd move to change the order of the day to take up, when we come back, agenda item 15B. It's on our addendum, and it is ordinance number EO 2018-1, the emergency ordinance on repair.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to take up the emergency ordinance first before the 14 items. Any opposition to that motion? Okay, that passes. So we will take up the item 15B first. And you have another motion, Mr. Croft?
Yeah, and then I'd move to change the order of the day to after that, so immediately after 15B, take up items 14R through Y. Those are liquor licenses that we have to take action on, and we have staff here to address them. It's 14R to Y.
Second.
Moved and seconded, and then after we complete that, the staff can go home. So that's why we're doing that. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? Okay.
Arthur.
Not C. Is there any opposition to that motion to change the order of the day?
Mr. Chair, was that through Y or through Z?
Through Y. Apparently Z is of a different nature.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm doing it at this time, Mr. Chairman, just so that the audience, I know there's people here to testify on a variety of items, so that they can understand what we're going to do and in what order when we come back.
Okay. Any opposition to that? Oh, Mr. Weddleton.
Why not Z?
Madam
why
Clerk,
not
or
C? Yeah, why not C?
yes. Poor K. Why not? Why?
Too smart.
Not
I
Z.
have.
You got that right.
Yeah, yeah. Is there an explanation as to why we are not taking up Z in a similar fashion from staff, Debbie, or anyone else? Who is the staffer that we are doing this for?
Debbie?
Mr. Chair.
Why? Why not Z?
No, not why. Z.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, the clerk is now recommending we add Z.
Right, and it's for more than just the staff. These are items that get blocked up that don't have an intensive public process, and we can just knock them out. And so no one who is interested in those items has to stay until midnight.
Okay.
I'd move to change that to Y and Z, so through Z.
Okay. Very well. Any opposition to that motion? All right, not seeing any, we will take up those items after the dinner break. So it's now 6:30. We'll take our normal dinner break. We'll be back here in 20 minutes. If my colleagues could please take their seats. Try to get this show on the road. As my dad used to say. Let's see, we have a quorum because I see two of them in the audience. Three, actually. So we have a quorum. All right. Next up, we have ordinance number EO 2018-1, an emergency ordinance providing financial resources for labor and capital expenditures required to address and repair critical damage to municipal infrastructure caused by the Point McKenzie earthquake, PMQ, by appropriating an amount not to exceed $19 million from an interfund loan from the area-wide general fund to the disaster recovery fund, and an amount not to exceed $11 million of utilities unrestricted net positions to their respective reimbursement project funds, approving a temporary exception to the unreserved fund balance designation policy for the municipality of Anchorage, and providing a plan for future reimbursement of such appropriations by the Finance Department. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Yes, please. Ms. Browse, while Mr. Haberman makes his way down there, could we locate Ms. Wint Pearson, please? All right, Mr. Haberman, you will have 3 minutes. Your time is running, Mr. Haberman.
I just started right. Wait, hold it. You're inappropriate. Now I started. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. Follow the public process. The public process done appropriately. Decision made by the governing body is more like the public interest. I live in the mountains in the valley. My comments are on this ordinance, EO number 2018-1. Let's tell the public exactly what's going on with this ordinance. This was not introduced like you see for a public hearing, for introduction at a meeting, and then scheduled for a later date. This was done as an addendum to the agenda. Then, according to the clerk's office, a few minutes ago I spoke, that it was about sometime around 5 o'clock Friday was this information was out. So now we have an ordinance proposed, and now the public has to respond and figure out what's going on and fast-track and allow you to decide what you want to do. With all due respect, I've seen the past, and the past has been, I understand an emergency. Yes, we had an emergency with the earthquake aftermath, and this is a result of it. You're looking to transfer funds from one account to another, a reserve account. But let's be honest here. You had a meeting on Sunday, a couple of days after the earthquake, and you had a law that says that it's okay to not give any notification of that meeting, and just as long as you, the Assembly members, provide a signed waiver for it. And there was nothing on the website for that meeting, nothing at all, no notice, nothing. And I have to credit the KTVA for that film that I saw late Sunday morning. Thank you, KTVA, for that broadcast. I've seen what happened, and it's wrong. Yes, you have a law, but the law is illegal. Now, on this scenario, I would like to point out one thing. You passed a budget recently for the city. And in that budget, you said we have X amount of money, and you're figuring out property taxes. But let's look at it. What have you figured out of what property taxes decline are you going to receive because of the damage that's happened in Anchorage from commercial and residential? Because those who have lost, the valuation has gone down substantially, in some cases probably zero. And there's going to be a lot of appeals. So now that whatever budget you passed recently for the city that goes in effect in January, we have a situation is what are the real numbers of monies coming in? But we're talking right now of taking out of the reserve account. And you're giving out a fair chance for the public to even be engaged in figuring out what you're doing. And this is wrong again. With very little information, just explain your case of that you're okay with the law, but not with the facts. And that's what we got here. Very little facts except for the facts that says we're legal in what we do. And this is wrong. So that ends my statement. I encourage any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. There are no questions. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Mr. Moore, please state your name for the record.
You already called me by my name. But
there are many Mr. Moores.
Yes, sir. Sam Moore, I am not speaking on behalf of any elected body. I just want to echo the person who just spoke before me, and I want to take up as much of your time as possible with spending our public dollars. That's it. I just want to take up your time. I want to make you as upset as possible, sir. I see you looking at me, Mr. Trainee. That's all I want to do is take up your time. I see this body is wasting our dollars, our public process as much as possible, and I want to take up my 2 minutes or 3 minutes of your time. That's all I want to do. So I'm just going to see a lot of people here upset with me, but I get that. And that's all I want to do, Mr. Dunbar and Mr. Croft. So thank you. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. There is one question for you, Mr. Moore.
Oh, I would love to answer this.
From Mr. Trainee, unwisely. Mr. Trainee.
Yes, sir.
I'd encourage you to run for the Assembly again so we can take up your time when you're on the body.
Mr. Trainee, I would love to run for your position.
Please do it. Move in my district.
Okay.
I will say that one of the most unfortunate, one of the most horrible opportunities of my life was running for your job.
Good to see you again, by the way.
Yes, sir. I love you in a friendly whatever. You are my favorite Assembly member. I don't envy your position whatsoever. Running for Assembly was one of the worst things I've ever done in my life, honestly.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Moore. Thank you for your time. There are no further questions. I think there might be several people that feel that way. Okay, so, would anyone else like to testify on this emergency earthquake ordinance? All right. Not seeing anyone. Public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Okay, a second. Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Trainee. Mr. Weddleton?
It's a question for staff. I don't know that it was addressed there. So we'll try to get reimbursement from the state and the federal government. And when we had that meeting here, it sounded like that's a very likely scenario. And we have to act fast. If things are broken, go fix them, save your receipts. Is that right?
Ms. Wynn-Pearson?
Certainly, or I can defer to Mr. Falsey. I think our answers will be the same, which is yes, that's exactly what we're doing here. What we're asking for is the immediate ability to move money to pay bills that we're already incurring for immediate damage that occurred in those first few days after the earthquake, for additional damage that needs to be fixed, and needs to be fixed in a trackable way in 2018. So it needs to be addressed in this meeting before we get into 2019. But we close out the budget cycle with all kinds of pieces in the wrong spot. And we will seek reimbursement for all of these expenses. And again, there's a backstop built into this emergency ordinance for what happens if our reimbursement is not complete. Pursuant to code and charter, we are permitted to tax above the cap to pay the expense of an emergency ordinance that isn't guaranteed. That the fact that that's in here does not mean by any way that will happen, but it's a possible backup mechanism in the event that the full amount of reimbursement is not received from the state and federal government. But the intent is for this to simply be a movement of money into the appropriate account to allow us to pay immediate bills, to fix infrastructure which has to be addressed immediately, and then track all expenses through this single account in order to facilitate the reimbursement process on the state and federal level. And I'll defer to Mr. Falsey if he wants to add anything to that.
I think that's exactly right. This is in some ways an accounting mechanism, but we're happy to field these questions because this is an important item, and I think Lance Wilbur is prepared to speak to this as well as Alex.
Could I just follow up on that?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Welton.
So, and we have requirements to have a certain amount of money saved up precisely for this reason. That's why the money's there. We had an earthquake. We need to fix things, and we've done a good, responsible job saving that money so that we have this money to spend.
Through the chair, yes. And this ordinance basically does three things. It says we're asking for authorization to move the money. And then we're asking for this body to say, yes, it's okay for you to use the money we've saved for this purpose and close out the year without that savings in the complete form that we generally like to see it in. Because we preserve that. And again, Mr. Wilbur can speak to this. We do have a fund balance policy that requires a 10% and a 2% threshold that present in our fund balance at all time in the event we need those reserves. What we're saying here is we need those reserves right now. We've had a civil emergency and we need to dip into them. We'll close out the year below those thresholds with your consent. And then we will go to the federal and state government to ask for reimbursement in order to replenish that, or again, Mr. Wilbur can speak to the correct terminology for what we will do to return to our required budget reserves. But that's exactly what we're doing. That's point 2.
Can I just, for listening audience, when you hear the word fund balance, that means savings. If you're confused.
All right. So, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So, as I mentioned earlier, I had the privilege of traveling this last week, and just the most remarkable comment that I heard almost universally as I traveled from here to D.C. and back was Anchorage had an amazing response. Anchorage is going. It's amazing what you've done. And so under this emergency ordinance, we're funding what we had to do in order to keep the wheels turning. I think anybody who lives in this city was grateful when that shaking happened and then stopped, that within a short order, the police had restored order and you could get to a grocery store, get gas and water, that Costco allowed anyone to come and shop there because even if you weren't a member, you needed stuff. This community came together. This is the next step in that process. And so anybody who makes a claim that we're just big spending or wasting of the people's treasure, all I can say is to the staff of this municipality, good work, and we're here for you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there any other discussion on this item? Mr. Wilbur, do you have something else you want to add for us?
No, Mr. Chairman. I think Ms. Wynn-Pearson summed it up.
Okay.
Unless you have other questions, we'll be glad to answer them.
Yeah. I just speak for myself. I mean, I think we recognize the need for this, and we're very hopeful that we'll get money in return from FEMA and from the state for our earthquake. But I know it's challenging, and we need to closely track it. I know that's one of the primary reasons for this ordinance. Mr. Traney.
Mr. Chairman, the last time we did this was 2017, where we changed this ordinance to put this money aside. And this is what we have it for, because we're an earthquake zone. As my old professor, Leo Grade, said, you live in an earthquake zone, you better be ready for it. And this put us ready for it. We have the money to go out and buy the equipment and the supplies we need to put this town back on track. When you took a look at other areas that had a 7.0 earthquake, multiple deaths, the towns haven't recovered. Anchorage bounced back for this in record time. My hat goes off to this administration and to the Assembly that thought about this fund and the importance of having it. So we've got the cash readily available. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. Is there any other discussion on this item? All right, not seeing any. Please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously 10-0. We are now on item, Mr. Croft, remind me, what is the 14Q? 14R.
14R.
Okay.
Down to Z.
We are now on item 14R. Resolution number AR 2018-368, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding the transfer of location for beverage dispensary liquor license number 1566 for SLF International, Inc., doing business as Steve's Sports Bar and Grill, located at 3826 Spenard Road, Anchorage, AK 99503, and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Not Mr. McGrath. Dick, we're going through waive the reading.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, my name is Tom McGrath, and I always go to the Spenard Community Council meetings. The chair of the Spenard Community Council, we had attempted to put this on our agenda, but the owner said that he wasn't going to buy the license and wasn't going to move to Spenard.
Are you speaking on behalf of the Community Council right now?
I am not, and I was trying to get a hold of the chair, but I wasn't able to. But you didn't respond to my email. Okay, but yeah, my point was that he didn't come to the community council meeting, and it was our understanding that he wasn't going to move to Spenard, so why move the license? So, and I'll let Jay finish up on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Would anyone else like to speak? Anyone else from the public to testify on this option, on this item?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Jay Stange with Spenard Community Council. I'm the president there right now. I had contacted Mr. Fibrands and had a discussion with him regarding this item, and he had told me that he no longer had plans to purchase the building or to move the license, and was expressed surprise that it was on the agenda tonight. So the best that I can tell you is that we didn't have this before our council because Mr. Fibrands told us he was no longer interested in this move.
Thank you, Mr. Stain. Mr. Traney has a question or a comment.
So do you realize what we're doing? This is a protest on the license from multiple problems?
Understood.
This isn't approving, it's just a protest.
Understood.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we didn't have a chance to question Mr. Fibrands. He told us that he wasn't going to be involved in this operation.
There'll be a lot more times, I think, on this one.
Thank you, Jay. All right, go ahead.
Dear God. Sam Moore, speaking on my own, I don't see a problem with this. Plain and simple.
Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Debbie, could you speak to this? So the owner is no longer seeking this, or do you still recommend that we pass the protest? Can you turn your microphone on?
I accidentally turned it off. I haven't gotten, I did hear through the grapevine that was the way it was happening, but I received the application and had to proceed with the steps that I had, with the application that this is what was going to happen. So I didn't get any official notice saying that he wasn't going to buy this.
Uh-huh.
So I had to go with the application that I received from AMPCO and follow through. I did speak with the municipal clerk on this, and she said, that we had to follow the steps.
Okay. So your recommendation is that we do pass the protest tonight?
Yes, and then we will follow up with, when we get official word, as we get official word.
Okay. Mr. Traney?
Mr. Chairman, you look on page 2, lines, section 1, dropping down there. Assembly entered a protest for the following reasons. Special unuse permit is required by AMC 21.03.040C4 has been approved until that's been approved by the Assembly. Certification of the building safety official, certification from the Department of Health and Human Services. This is a protest. All these things have to be met before the license will be approved, sir. It's simply a protest.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Traney. We're actually still in public hearing. Mr. Constant, can we wait that for debate? Thank you. Is there anyone else wish to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Peterson, seconded by Mr. Traney. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So I'm wondering if we might add another condition, and I'm not exactly sure what that condition would be. But it seems like we have a divergent conversation going on here, and we have actions that we must take. And I'm wondering if we can add a condition that requires, I don't know, that requires the license come before us as well. I don't know if we can tie those together.
Chris, that's on page 2 already.
I'm reading it and I don't see it.
It says central land use permission has been approved until it's been approved by the Assembly. We've not approved it.
So we haven't seen this slap here. Okay, then that'll come to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, please vote on this item. That item passes 10-0. We are now on item 14S. Oh, darn it, where is the... We're now at item 14S, resolution number AR 2018-369, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding a new restaurant eating place liquor license number 5728, thank you, with restaurant designation permit for Wing Corp LLC doing business as Wings and Things and the Salad Bowl. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing none, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Any strong feelings about buffalo wings?
Other protests.
No? Okay, please vote on this item. I really like them. Mr. Croft, are you voting? Do you vote yes?
Yes.
Yes. That passes 10-0. We are now on item 14T, resolution number AR 2018-370, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding the transfer of ownership of beverage dispensary liquor license number 1244 with restaurant designation permit for Woodshed LLC doing business as Woodshed. Public testimony is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? I see some looks of surprise in the audience because Woodshed doesn't exist anymore, but their liquor license does. Public testimony is now open. Anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing none, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Any discussion about the shed?
Protest.
Okay. Please vote on this item. That item passes 10-0. We are now at item 14U, resolution number AR 2018-371, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding the new wholesale malt beverage and wine liquor license number 5722 for Bessarabia Wines LLC, doing business as Bessarabia Wine Company.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Ms. Kaufman, are you? You're standing in my testify runway. Go ahead, Mr. Moore.
Mr. Dunbar and the members of the Assembly, I'm not protesting or speaking in approval, but I have a really hard time reading. I'm legally blind, and I have a really hard time reading this really crappy projection. I don't even know where this is. I don't know. I would love to speak in favor or opposition. I don't know where this is, simply because I cannot read this projection.
It's at 10263 Nye Road, Unit 10.
Where is that?
That's it. It's
Sorry,
in
I'm asking you.
99515 Anchorage, Alaska.
Where is that, sir?
It's on Nye Road. Not in my district, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
We
need to improve the projection.
Actually, strange you mention it, we actually have a RFP to try to do just that. Okay, so anyone else wish to testify on this item? All right. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Okay. Let's vote on this item. That passes 10-0. We are now on item 14V, resolution number AR 2018-372, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding the new general wholesale liquor license number 5726 for GFA Corporation, doing business as Coho Imports Alaska, located at 601 West 58th Avenue, unit number U28, Anchorage, AK 99518, and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action. Public testimony is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Okay, please vote on this item. Mr. Croft. He is not present.
Give me a vote for him. I can push.
No. That passes 9-0. We are now on item 14W, resolution number AR 2018-373, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding the new distillery liquor license number 5719 for Cook Inlet Distillery, LLC, doing business as Cook Inlet Distillery, LLC. Mr. Trainee stated, asked to waive reading. So, public testimony is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
So, it occurs to me that there's a lot of folks here from this industry. I think you know what we're doing, but just in case members of the public, this is sort of a necessary step that leads to the approval of these liquor licenses. We're not protesting them in order to stop them, except in special cases. This is a step on the road to these being renewed or approved for transfer or anything like that. So you can see the volume of liquor license we do basically every meeting because it's a very large industry in our town. Mr. Trainee.
In many cases, Mr. Chairman, what has to happen is the industry has to come to the clerk and say we've met the requirements, and then the clerk is authorized to take action to send it forward to the ABC board. So there's just a step in the process.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Any other discussion on this item? Okay. All right, please vote on this item. Mr. Croft, you vote yes? That item passes 10-0. We are now on item 14X, resolution number AR 2018-389, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding a restaurant eating place liquor license number 5549 with restaurant designation permit for Bread and Brew LLC, doing business as Bread and Brew.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion on this item. Not seeing any discussion. Please vote on this item. Mr. Trainee, you voted no on that one.
You what?
You voted no on that one.
I did because they were caught selling wine and calling it distilled liquor for cocktails.
Okay.
They were advertising it as something it wasn't.
Okay.
ABC board gave them a notification they had to actually put what they were putting into the drinks.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
That's fine, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
It's in your handout.
We are now on item 14Y, resolution number AR 2018-390, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding the transfer of controlling interest of beverage dispensary liquor license number 3412 with restaurant designation permit for, where is my other page? Sullivan's of Alaska Incorporated, doing business as Sullivan's Steakhouse. Public testimony is now open. Okay, please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jessie Brown. I'm the attorney for the new hopeful owners, and they've sent me here to urge the Assembly to approve and to let you know that we are diligently working to complete all the requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no questions. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Okay, seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Trainee. Any discussion on this item? Not seeing any, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now on resolution number, item 14Z, resolution number AR 2018-393, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit for a package store use and license number 5724 for Eagle River Ale House, LLC, doing business as Eagle River Ale House. I want to wave in the, thank you. Okay, wonderful.
You're ignoring me.
All right. Anyone wish to testify? Public testimony is now open. Would anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Okay, please vote on this item. Now we are back. That item passes unanimously. All right, we are back to item...
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to move to change the order of the day slightly one more time, and that is to take up item F after item N, the plastic bag ban, after we deal with the noise issues and all the other stuff. Just stack the big public hearing ones together. So that would be move F to in front of O, so it's FOP.
Okay. Is there a second for that motion?
The reason why is those issues are going to be stacked up, and every other issue on the agenda essentially can be done pretty quickly.
Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion on that motion? Any opposition to that motion? All right, I ask for unanimous consent. We move to change the order of the day. We'll take up F after N. Okay, you'll have to remind me when we get there. Okay. We are now on item 14A, resolution number AR 2018-365, a resolution approving administrative agreement IAFF AA number 2018-01, amending section 10.4, the work week schedule for the dispatch section in the July 12, 2017 collective bargaining agreement between the municipality of Anchorage and the International Association of Firefighters, Local 1264, Employee Relations Department. Public testimony is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, please.
Mr. Chair, I just would like to hear from either the fire chief or a representative of the union to get a brief on this for the record.
Madam Chief, would you perhaps come and say briefly what this is and why we're doing it for the public?
Good afternoon, or good evening. Jody Hetrick, Anchorage Fire Chief. This is a system that we've had in place for quite a while, and unfortunately we failed to get it in the last collective bargaining agreement. This requires our dispatchers to have a full 12-hour day schedule. Right now they work a 12-hour day for 3 days, and then they work 4 12-hour days and an 8-hour day. So they end up working about 48 hours in 1 week and 36 in another to make their total 80 hours. What that causes, it means that 8-hour day, we're short shifted for 4 hours of that shift. So we're just extending that 8-hour day into a 12-hour day so that they will work 7 12-hour days during their 2-week pay period. We need people to work that time anyway. Without this, it causes us to call people in for overtime, and because it's unscheduled and it isn't part of their normal schedule. So if nobody answers the phone, then we're short dispatchers during that time period. So this is a convenience thing. It's also much more convenience for our employees so that they know when they have to be at work.
Thank you, Madam Chief. There are no questions. Thank you for your testimony. Any other discussion? All right. Seeing none, please vote on this item. Mr. Trainee? That item passes 10-0. We are now on item 14B, ordinance number AO 2018-111, an ordinance approving proposed changes to miscellaneous fees and charges by the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility for submission to the Regulatory Commission of Alaska. Public testimony is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing none? Sorry. Go ahead. Oh, ready?
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. Follow the public process. The public process done appropriately. The decision made by the governing body is more like the public interest. I live in the Madison Valley. Notes here, it says the first reading was December 4th. You're doing a hearing now. Unless I'm mistaken, is this the first time you had it, or was this before you before? If it wasn't before you before, you need another hearing. But I would like to also note that shouldn't you have basically an update before you start figuring out fees? And why do I say that? The earthquake, what damage has occurred? How does this affect the structure, and how do you go out for fees and rates and all that? So in all fairness, that's a question that hasn't been addressed. Like you're dealing with the aftermath, but you've got this item before you, and you're saying proposed rates and fees. The fact is things have changed. I guess we all know that. But what the public doesn't know and you have not dealt with is what changes have occurred to the financing situation of the municipality of Anchorage and how is it affected. Are these rates need to be higher? Need to be lower? We need to know the damage that has occurred, and we need to get the facts before we start going to the public and say we need these rates. Because are you going to go back and say, hey, we did not know this, and we need to change rates again? Thank you very much, and that's it. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. There are no questions. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing none, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Okay, please vote on this item. Mr. Peterson.
He went to the washroom.
Okay. We are now at item 14. No, that passes 9-0. We are now on item 14C, ordinance number AO 2018-118, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly directing a change in the name of the Department of Health and Human Services to the Anchorage Health Department, and amending other sections of the Anchorage Municipal Code and Code of Regulations accordingly, proposed by the Mayor's Office. Public testimony is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing none, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion on this item. I will say that I'm quite supportive of this item because I'm tired of confusing the DHHS and the DHSS. So this is good. Any other discussion on this item? We're about to rename a municipal department. Okay. All right. Please vote on this item. That passes 9-0. We are now on item 14D, ordinance number AO 2018-117, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, section 25.30.025, public notice procedures when municipal land disposal requires voter approval by reducing the notice requirements to be consistent with Heritage Land Bank notice requirements, proposed by the Mayor's Office. Public testimony is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Mr. Haberman, perhaps you'd like to sit up front so we could
We do the same thing with everyone on
just sit up front so you don't have to.
Seats.
All right, go ahead. Clock is running.
My name is Eugene Haberman. I represent myself. I follow the public process. The public process, not an appropriate decision made by the governing body, is more likely in the public interest. I live in the Madison Valley. Whenever I see the words reducing the notice requirements, that creates an alarm, red light. So what should never happen is you reduce the notice requirements, but you increase the opportunity for the public to be connected before a governing body makes a decision. With all due respect, you cannot do this. It's not right. The right thing to do is if you're going to do anything, you increase the opportunity for the public to be heard and increase the opportunity for the public to review materials before you make a governing body makes a decision. And that's all I have to say because I'm brief on both items. But you know my record. Public notification, a fair chance for the public to be heard. And I appreciate the chair stop being disrespectful to members of the public, particularly me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. All right. Would anyone else like to testify? Anyone at all? All right, seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Peterson, seconded by Mr. Trainee. Mr. Weddleton, you're in the queue.
Yeah, so can you tell me the timeline? We have this resolution from the Parks and Rec Commission that says notice requirements for disposal of dedicated parklands not less than 45 days. And it doesn't say 45 days from our action, from Parks and Rec. And how does this mesh with I think in the time frame here, there's probably quite a few notification requirements that aren't explicit here, but it says 14 days before the Parks and Rec Commission would meet, there would be notification, and then there's some other gaps in here, but let's start with that one.
Sure, and if I may, Mr. Chair, through the, if I might start with a little bit of history. So this provision in code originated with AO 2007-102, which created the entire section and created all of 2535-025 in order to require the same type of enhanced notification requirements and timeline. It has two pieces. It requires additional types of notice and additional period of notice before the question of whether or not to convey parkland, conveyances including long-term leases, any kind of permanent easement, and the outright sale of any portion of parkland. Before that question even came to the Assembly, and then again before that question goes to the voters. So it added an additional layer. And what's a little bit of a puzzle is that ordinance itself, the memorandum that accompanied it, said that the intent of the ordinance was to align the notice requirements with the heritage land bank requirements. And heritage land bank requirements are 14 days of this, again, added layer of types of notice prior to a meeting of the Heritage Land Bank Commission, which then precedes the introduction of an ordinance at the Assembly level, the public hearing process at the Assembly level, and then the required 63-day delay before the question comes to the ballot in April. For a reason that I don't see reflected in the legislative history, the change, the version of 2007-102 that was passed included for parkland 180 days of notice prior to the last date the Assembly could take action on an ordinance sending a question of this type to the voters. And so if you look at that functionally, for the April ballot in 2019, notice would have had to have gone out in August. And so the ordinance request to shorten that to do what we saw 2007-102 as asking for, which was provide the same level of notice that Heritage Land Bank properties get, this extraordinary level of notice to all the people who might be affected, posting 14 days before there's a hearing in front of the Parks and Rec Commission, and which again precedes introduction of an ordinance at the Assembly level, public hearing, and that 63 days of additional time before the actual question goes to the voters. So a total of about 4 months of notice instead of a total of effectively 7 or 8 months of notice. That question then went to the Parks and Rec Commission for their consideration, and what you have in the AIM is the Parks and Rec Commission's request, and their recommendation is slightly longer than what the administration has requested in the ordinance. They've asked for 45 days for the tweak to be 45 days of notice before the Parks and Rec Commission meeting. I think Mr. Rada and Ms. Ward were present at that meeting, could probably speak to more directly to what the Commission's concerns were if there isn't a representative of the Commission here tonight. Again, the administration's position is that the 14 days notice, which is again read in concert with notice at the Assembly level, public hearing at the Assembly level, and 63 days before it even goes to the ballot is sufficient. But the recommendation of the Parks and Rec Commission is for a slightly longer period of time, and that's what they've asked for in their resolution.
Mr. Welton, do you have a follow-up to that?
Well, there's a couple other points in here that don't have dates that might be addressed in other parts of code somewhere else. I could deal with those now, or maybe get Mr. Rada to focus on this one for now.
Mr. Rada, would you like to speak to this, or is there someone here from the Parks Commission? Okay.
Through the chair, Mr. Welton, your question?
The Parks and Rec Commission recommended that notice be not less than 45 days, apparently before the Parks and Rec Commission meeting. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How'd they choose 45?
The rationale behind it was oftentimes projects may affect different community councils. We're pretty well aligned with project delivery through community councils. We have a constant dialogue with the project. An idea could be from us to the council to us. And what they wanted to ensure was, in fact, that there was an adequate amount of time to notice it to the community council, have it vetted through the particular community council, and then have time to come to the commission.
Right. Okay, good. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Okay.
Mr. Rowley, you might want to sit in one of those front chairs just in case until we're through this item. Thank you. Do you have a follow-up, Mr. Welton, or with Ms. LaFrance?
Well, not on that, but you want me to go through with some of these other?
Why don't we let Ms. LaFrance and Mr. Rivera ask their questions? We'll come back
That'd
to you.
be fine.
Okay, Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question to Ms. Wint-Pearson. Are disposals on park properties the only disposals that go before voters for approval?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wint-Pearson. Is that all, Ms. LaFrance? Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So hypothesizing for a second here, assuming that we went with this 45 days versus the 14 days that the administration has proposed, what would that do to the timeline, and would it affect any current transactions?
Through the chair, it simply kicks it out further. Again, you end up with, so presuming the latest, you could have a Parks and Rec Commission meeting prior to, it would be sometime in mid-December. You're looking at notice required by the end of October. And so you're looking at a longer timeline that all decisions would have to be final about the absolute nuance of any kind of transaction involving parkland by, at that point, again, I think that's 7 months, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, 6 months before the election. So it becomes, and again, the goal here is to balance the requirement that public notice be more than adequate when we consider conveying any element of our parks against the realities of any kind of commercial transaction which might not operate on a timeline that allows for 6 to 9 months of notice before a transaction is able to be even determined whether it can go forward. And I would say, and also on your second question, yes, this would affect the ML&P deal. The reason that this has been talked about for some time, and it came up specifically this past month again, because there are 2 substations which are a part of the ML&P transaction, which have sat on municipal parkland for in excess of 30 years in each case, and which we would like to convey to Chugach on permanent easements. And so if the timeline is not changed, then that would kick that conveyance back until next year, or the possibility of that conveyance back until next year. With the change, it could go forward this year. I would say we certainly shouldn't allow one transaction to dictate policy for parkland across the board, but I think it illustrates the fact that what is a relatively minor conveyance, an easement to allow a substation which has been present in excess of 3 decades, under the current draft would require, we would have to notice in July or August in order to proceed with on the next year's ballot.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. For clarity, Ms. Wint-Pearson, you said this year, but you mean 2019, correct?
I apologize, yes, this upcoming ballot in 2019.
Right. Okay. Any other discussion on this item? Mr. Weddleton, we are back to you if you'd like to go.
Oh, do you want to stay on this 45 days or go on to, I have just 3 other points where there's not a date on these, and it looks like there should be.
It's your show, Mr. Weddleton.
Okay. So looking at page 2, line 20 and D, notice by signage. Sign shall be placed upon the land proposed for disposal. When would that be put up?
Through the chair, my read would be that would be put up as of 14 days prior to the scheduled Parks and Recreation Commission public hearing on the question.
Is that clear because of other parts of code, or are we just kind of assuming that? I mean, it seems reasonable, but generally it says sign will be put up 30 days before the Planning Commission hearing and things like that.
I think if you wanted to clarify it, we would not object to that clarification.
Okay, and then I guess likewise in E, notice by mail. It doesn't really, it says who, but it doesn't say when.
Well, through the chair, I think you're intended to read these in concert with point B, because point B states that public notice shall be by publication, mail, and posting. And then you go down to C, D, and E provide the specifics of what posting and mail notice should look like. And so I read those in concert with B to state that this public notice, which is required by 14 days prior to the meeting under subsection A, should be given via the means provided in subsection B, and the details on how those means are enacted is provided in C, D, and E.
Well, that would help, but there's no date in B either. So you're just saying in B we assume the date in A because it's all in the same sector.
Yeah, I'm saying I think that that's the way it was drafted to be read, that A provides the date, B provides the types of notice that must be given, and then C, D, and E give you the details on how you do those types of notice.
So given this, we would say that 14 days before the Parks and Rec Commission meeting, there would be a notice, there would be a sign posted and mailings and so on. Okay. Well, I'd like to make a motion then. Should I do that now?
Yep, go ahead, Mr. Weddle.
Okay, on page 1, line 41, 42, change it to at least 45 days prior to action.
Second.
And speaking on that, the Parks and Rec, well, it is good to include community councils in all our activities. When we don't, we hear about it, and for good reason. They tend to really know their parks, and I know Mr. Otta spoke to that. I've watched, whenever they're getting beat up on something, it's because the community councils are really watching it. They may thank you sometimes too. I'm not sure, but I know they sure watch you. And this, when we're dealing, I can see these easements seem very insignificant, but it is in our charter that we have to have a vote to sell dedicated parkland. It's not, the city treats its parkland very specially, and that's why this is important. In 45 days, most community councils meet. Well, they should be prepared to meet every single month, but that extra 15 days gives notice for them. If they meet early in the month, they could just miss notification and miss an issue for the park. So I think the community council participation in this stuff is too important to leave it at 14 days.
Any discuss? So we've got a motion to amend this item to change 14 to 45. Is there a second?
Mr. Rivera did.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, in the queue, Mr. Falsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just would like to clarify, though, that the 45-day change may not materially change the ability of community councils to engage with this question. Because remember, we're now in a three-step dance here. Because parks are extraordinary, the proposal is to first take it to the Parks Commission, then take it to the Assembly, then take it to every resident of the citizens of Anchorage. So 45 days to hit the Parks Commission isn't really key to the community council's involvement. If they miss the window for the Parks Commission for whatever reason because they felt that 14 days was enough, they still get the chance to come to you, and then they still get at least 63 days to mount the public campaign before anything can actually happen. So our proposal has been to bring it in line with the Heritage Land Bank requirements, which are the only thing that are as close to as extraordinary as the Parks Commission, and to attend to the fact that in some cases, too much notice can actually break the notice process. That if you give 6 months notice as is currently required by the code, people are not going to be able to actively engage with that question for that period of time. I think we run a little bit of risk that moving it out to 45 days is going to cause that same problem again.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Mr. Weddleton, you have a question? Or
maybe
discussion?
If you're talking about a simple easement for a substation that's been there for 30 years, I think you're right. But this would also deal with some much more significant things. And an example that was very early in my community involvement was the issue with the Hilltop downhill ski area lease and expansion of that lease. And there were huge crowds, very passionate on both sides at the Parks and Rec Commission. And that process did change some things. So as it moved forward, it was different. So that was actually a really good forum to kind of hash out some details of the way that went forward. And I'm sure there's other cases that Mr. Otta could talk to. It's a less formal arena. I think people are more comfortable at that level. And then by the time it gets to the Assembly, it's fine-tuned. We know where the issues are, and it might have become non-controversial because of the good work of the Parks and Rec Commission.
Mr. Falsey or anyone else in administration wishes to respond to that. I also want to ask a question. Are you saying that going from 14 days to 45 days, as this amendment does, materially impacts the MLMP deal?
Through the chair, 2 points. Just to your specific question, it does, because it means we can't convey 2 pieces of property that are part of the deal as part of the closing. We'll have to figure out if that impacts Chugach's concerns, if they have what their concerns are about that. We'd have to figure out whether we could convey short-term interest via irrevocable use permit, whether that would be comfortable within the confines of the deal. And again, it doesn't allow us to convey those easements as part of the closing on the deal, which is anticipated to happen in 2019. With respect to the question of sufficient notice and sufficient engagement for potentially very high-profile or impactful lease expansions or conveyances, I would also, I guess my only counterpoint would be, remember that this is a floor, not a ceiling, on the amount of process that can be required. The vast majority of the conveyances that have happened in the last, I went back through every public vote in the last 15 years, they're largely things that look more like an easement for a park substation than things that look like a large-scale conveyance that impacts a park. And in the instance that you describe, this body certainly is fully empowered to delay, to not send something to the voters if it hasn't yet been sufficiently tweaked. To the Parks and Rec Commission similarly does not have to issue a recommendation if they feel they haven't received sufficient input or that the community councils have not had sufficient time to consider something. So it, again, simply creates a floor for how much notice is required to allow these types of transactions to proceed, not a ceiling for how much process can occur and should occur in more complex situations.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to state a possible amendment to this amendment and get an opinion from our legal team whether this might work or not. So the amendment would be notwithstanding easements for substations for the terms of the MLNP sale to Chugach Electric, to make it very tailored and specific towards the issues that's in front of us. Would that work?
Through the chair, I think you're getting a collective groan from the legal team or legal minds on this side of the room about the degree of specificity. I think there are provisions of code that deal with certain exceptions to the conveyance definition, and so I think we could consider whether you wanted to carve out potentially utility easements as something that requires less notice. So with the exception of utility easements and stating that any utility easement within a dedicated park would require only 14 days notice, but any more substantial conveyance would require 45 days notice. That would work. I think we're reluctant to codify the degree of specificity that you suggest.
Thank you. I will go with whatever you suggest, but I agree with the statement you made earlier that this policy shouldn't be dictated simply by this single transaction. So I think the more broadly we can give time for public notice, the better. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera, are you offering an amendment to the amendment?
I believe based on what our legal has told us, I will not, and then I think legal has suggested another method.
So your plan is we're going to pass John's amendment, perhaps, and then you're going to offer a separate amendment that will have some kind of carve out in probably the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Sure, Mr. Chair, I will have to do that.
It's okay. It's $1 billion transaction, but okay. Mr. Trainee.
Rebecca, are you saying that if we change to 45 days, that will mess up the settlement of Splight & Powers property? Is that what you're saying?
I apologize. I was receiving a question from the other direction at the same time I received your question. Could you restate the question, Mr. Herney?
Are you saying if we go to 45 days, that could delay the process of the sale of property to MLNP's property, Chugach Electric? I'm just trying to narrowly define what you're saying. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct in that it would prohibit us from being able to convey our interest in 2 substations which are on dedicated parkland. So it would prevent that from occurring at closing, and we'd have to determine what we would do.
Rebecca, then can I ask you one other question on page 2, section 2? Could we change that section? It says this order shall be effective upon the settlement of Splight & Power. Could we put that into there so you wouldn't have a problem selling these 2 substations to Chugach Electric.
Through the chair, the challenge there is that we'd be left with the language of the code as it currently stands, which requires 180 days notice prior to the date of last assembly action on a ballot proposition, which that date passed this past August.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, that's just what I want to clarify. So with the bill, we can go ahead and do the MLMP transaction. It's the amendment that gets us into trouble.
Through the chair, for clarity, we can do the transaction. This is a portion of the transaction that becomes a wrinkle if we are unable to address the issue and actually send the question to the voters this year of whether or not we could convey permanent easement for these two substations. As drafted by the administration, we could move forward this year. The proposed amendment would mean we could not with these two parcels, or at least with sending the question to the voters. Again, in any instance, we still are required to have voter approval. With the proposed amendment to the amendment, if there's a carve-out for utility easements within parks, again, that would permit the question to go to the voters this year.
Thank you, Ms. Pearson. Although, for clarity, there is no amendment to the amendment. There is a possible amendment coming after we pass this amendment. Okay. But it's important distinction because if Mr. Weddleton's amendment passes and no subsequent amendment passes, we have delayed a portion of the MLMP deal, which I find unacceptable. So in order to pass, in fact, if we could pass Mr. Rivera's first, then I will vote for yours, Mr. Weddleton. If you see what I'm saying.
I think there might be a couple ways around this. I mean, one as suggested was go ahead with the 14, and then January 15th we vote to put it on the ballot, and then we have later in that meeting one to change this to 45, which kind of gets us where we want to be, and it feels crummy, but
we could do that too, but you have to withdraw your amendment.
I would, but then an alternative is to go with this amendment. And on January 15th, can't you do, this is all in code, and you just write something up and say, notwithstanding this, because of them, let's vote. You know, a whole list of reasons, $1 billion deal for MLMP, or for the Chugach Electric easements, we'll put it on the ballot. I mean, we do things like that all the time.
Through the chair, I believe that both Assembly Council and I have opined in the past that this body is not empowered to waive public notice requirements on a one-off basis unless a waiver process is provided for across the board in the code. So if there have been instances in which this body has waived public notice, but it is where there is a provision in the code that states that notice can be waived in certain instances. Otherwise, again, we see that right to notice as belonging to the public, not to the Assembly, and thus not waivable simply by an action of the Assembly on a one-off basis. Again, you have complete control over whether or not you change the code to alter notice requirements. But again, we've opined that doesn't allow for a one-time waiver.
All right, thank you. I'd withdraw my amendment.
Okay. Does the second, Mr. Rivera, do you withdraw the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. The amendment has been withdrawn. Mr. Trainee is out of the queue. There's no one else in the queue. Does anyone else wish to discuss? We're now back to the main motion, talking about the ordinance now, as it has not been amended, 14 days. All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Let's vote on this item. Mr. Dyson? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. That passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Welton. I expect to see an ordinance from you in January or February. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Constant.
I made an error earlier, a little dyslexic moment. My roommate gave me a magnifying glass. I should use it. I meant to move item 14E to after item 14N, not item 14F. I did say it was the plastic bag ban, but I got the item wrong. So this next item is the one I'm hoping will move.
Okay.
Post item N.
You're now making a motion to move item E to where you had placed item F, and item F to where you had placed item to back where it was.
Where it was,
correct?
yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any second for that motion? If you understand it.
Second, yes.
We'll take up item F after this passes, and then we'll take up item E later. Yep. I ask for unanimous consent. All right, good. So now we are on item 14F. Ordinance number AO 2018-103, an ordinance amending the zoning map and approving the rezoning of 15.99 acres from CER 7 and CE PLI to CER1A for the Brandel Homestead tract of Roseberry Park Estate subdivision per Plat 2005.
Waive reading.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Oh, okay. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening. I'm Skylar Quinn, Quinn, a civil engineer with the Rodney P. Kinney Associates. We're representing the petitioner, Michael Quinn Construction, for the rezoning of Brandel Homestead Tract 3 from CER7 PLI to CER1A. The project site is 16 acres. It's located east off Eagle River Loop Road. It's surrounded by Brendlewood subdivision to the east and south, Roseberry Park Estates to the north, and Brendel Tract A3 to the west. The primary reason behind the rezoning is a 2006 Eagle River Comp Plan update. In the comp plan, a housing density of 3 to 6 dwelling units per acre was determined for the project site. For a 16-acre site, that excluding right-of-way, that equals a housing density of 48 to 96 units. R1A zoning allows smaller lot size requirements to better fit the geometry of the parcel. The site has always been intended for development. The southern portion of the property has a 60-foot width intended for future right-of-way. There's also water and sewer stubs at the property and Talarick Drive intersection, which were intended for future development to have city utilities. The developer's chosen to work on the rezoning and preliminary plat simultaneously for transparency to the public as to what is planned for the site. Prior to the planning and zoning hearing, several neighbors reached out to us with questions and concerns about the project. The developer and I met with 5 families on our own time at a neighbor's house for about an hour, going over all details and any questions that they had regarding the project. The platting board voted unanimously to approve the preliminary plat for the R1A layout with conditions. The Planning and Zoning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval for the rezone. Although the comp plan supports a higher density, the developer has chosen to significantly scale back housing density for a more upscale approach to appease neighbors, the community, and the original property owners. R1A allows for a minimum lot size of 8,400 square feet. The approved preliminary plat has 30 lots, the smallest lot being over 13,000 square feet, with the average lot being over 19,000 square feet, and lots going up to an acre. We believe the rezoning of the Brendel tract is in the best interest of the municipality of Anchorage and Eagle River community by providing responsible development backed by the local comprehensive plan and supported by city utilities to accommodate future growth. I'll take any questions if you have them.
We have one from Mr. Trainee.
Sir, since we had the earthquake, have you looked at the land? Was there any sloughing or falling from any of the land with the earthquake?
The land is covered in snow right now. We haven't really looked at it too in depth.
Are you planning doing fill on the lots, or are you going to just build on the lots as they are? Are you planning to come in, put fill work or what?
There will be cut and fill required to build a road.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Dyson.
Yep, thank you. As I remember, the CE PLI SL in the southwest corner, that's where the tank farm is, isn't it?
No, the tank farm is kind of northwest. That piece of property is the Fine Arts Academy piece. It's at the sign on the property.
All right. And just for my colleagues, the Brendel family, pioneer families, and have done a huge amount for all kinds of fine arts things, and very responsible folks. And thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. There are no further questions. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Discussion on this item. Mr. Weddleton.
If someone here knows, I'm curious that the Planning and Zoning Commission, was there much testimony there?
The testifier could speak, or perhaps someone.
That would be fine.
Yeah. Would you come forward again, sir? State your name again for the record.
Skylar Quinn. There was one testimony at the planning and zoning hearing.
Okay. And I'd say generally, I mean, this is a fairly substantial change, and generally that gets someone stirred up. And I don't really know this area at all, so, but that's surprising to me, only one person.
I think because since we met with a lot of the neighbors to begin with, a lot of them had reached out to us, and Eagle River being such a small town, we just decided to get together with all of them and
put everything on the table and field all their questions. And after doing that, there didn't seem to be much concern.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now at item 14G, ordinance number AO 2018-112, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code section 17.05.010 to add a reasonable standard to the definition of chronic animal noise. I believe we have an S version on this too, right?
Are we on E?
No, we skipped E. We'll be back on it later. We are now on 14G. Remind me if there's an S version.
There is an S version.
Okay. Well, regardless, public testimony is now open. Does anyone wish to testify to the reasonable chicken standard? You laugh, but that's literally what we're doing.
My name is Dan Daly, and yes, I'd like to talk about the chicken standard.
Okay.
I did have chickens at one time. I had a coop of 6 chickens located in my backyard about 100 feet away from the closest neighbor, who decided to put out a recording device to record the chickens clucking, which they cluck for 5 minutes or more, and that was turned into animal control for chronic noise. Not nuisance noise, but chronic noise. I believe the code was written for barking dogs. As animal control said, maybe you can teach your animals not to bark. And I said, well, they're chickens. Can you teach them not to cluck? And I said, no, that's just a chicken behavior. But yeah, it's just working on getting the definition changed from chronic animal noise to something more reasonable. A barking dog for 5 minutes is a problem. A chicken clucking is not a chronic animal noise. Thank you.
Wait, sir, we have at least one question.
Okay.
Here in the coop.
I just want to say how sorry I am. I've visited with you about this. This neighbor has been a real problem for the entire neighborhood and for you in particular, and really crazy behavior. And it's forced a lot of action. You had to do things. The police have had to do things. I've tried to do things. We'll keep trying on it, but I just wanted to apologize for what you've been through.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. There are no further questions. Any other testimony on this item? Please state your name for the record.
My name is Krista Scott, and this is an intimidating place to be standing, but I'm going to try to get through this. I don't really have anything to do with chickens, really, but I think that in the letter from the ombudsman that one of the concerns was our current definition does not take into account the nature or volume of the vocalization, and I haven't seen the S version, but I'm not sure the version that I have seen takes that into consideration either. It talks about reasonableness, but it talks about reasonableness of a person or complainant, not reasonableness of the vocalization. I know there was a workshop. I did listen to it. I wasn't able to attend, and there were a couple of concerns brought up with other types of animals, like roosters and mushing facilities. It was identified that our codes conflict, and I think we could use this as an opportunity to really look at the definition and how it interacts with other codes within the municipality. The Title 17 board meets tomorrow, and Animal Control Advisory Board meets the next day. So if it was also mentioned in the workshop that it was not time sensitive, so I think it would be a good idea to let those two entities discuss the matter. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. There's a question from Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, not necessarily a question, but a clarification. So I thought we did see some S version that had separated out dogs barking or something like that. Is that?
There's an S version in the packet.
Well, I'm looking here. Did I?
Yeah, I didn't see it either.
I don't see it in-
Mr. Croft has it, and it's in the
Oh, it's in the addendum.
it's in the red folder. No, blue folder. It's in the blue folder. We have a lot of papers up here. Third from the last, the clerk says.
We're still under public testimony, but I'll try and explain it when we get to debate.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Scott. There are no further questions. Would anyone else like to testify on this item?
Where's Eugene when we want him?
Mr. Chair, the substitute version should also be available for the public in the back.
Yep. It is, right, Madam Clerk? It is available for the public. Go ahead, ma'am. State your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Anita Thiel, and I'm neighbors with the Dailies, and we worked hard against this nuisance neighbor. Their chickens were no problem at all. Chickens are chickens, you can't muzzle them. We have a dog, and animal control did come over, and they were great. Animal control is amazing, and they felt bad they had to come over, but this neighbor recorded our dog barking, and the dog was barking at moose. And even animal control said, so sorry, we had to come over. But even in the video, we can hear you saying, oh my gosh, what beautiful moose, stop barking, blah, blah, blah. So there has to be some limit to where maybe animal control can say, we're really not going to go over because the dog was barking at a moose. And it was not 5 minutes. But anyway, I just want to say animal control is amazing. They helped us every way they could. Their hands were tied. But things just have to be changed.
Thank you, ma'am. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve 2018-112.
S?
Nope.
No. Okay. Is there a second for the original?
Second.
Okay. The original has been moved and seconded, not the S version. Mr. Constant, you're in the queue.
Thank you. The last testifier really hit the message home. The ombudsman worked really hard on this ordinance, and the intent was to provide animal care and control staff enforcement with the ability to exercise sound judgment in the implementation of the code. And I understand that's difficult when you're trying to implement the code and someone says you have to use your judgment. But I think that what we have done with this change is added a little bit of sensibility back to a portion of our code that has proven kind of senseless. I mean, literally, these people had to remove their chickens, which were 100 feet away from their neighbor, because he had a super microphone and recorded them and said, look, it's 5 minutes. And then you hear neighbors who are even a lot away, who this same neighbor who has harassed their neighborhood, you can read about this in the media of record, who's going around and haunting people. And so we have an opportunity here to make a correction into the code that allows a little bit of flexibility among our staff as they implement what needs to be done, which is to ensure harmony among our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, I'd move amendment number 1 to the original version, not the S version, the 112.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. We're now discussing. Do you want to describe your amendment, Mr. Croft?
Yeah, and so what we have here is exactly the situation presented, that a noise that was not disturbing to reasonable people, wasn't really disturbing anyone at all, but it was over the 5-minute period. And the difficulty becomes, we spent a lot of time developing this 5-minute of barking standard, and it helped in the sense that it was objective. It wasn't subjective. You could just say, your dog's been barking for 5 minutes, and it was simpler for animal control. So the reason that you saw in the packet and the work session we talked about it, that our Animal Control Advisory Commission was nervous about it, is we spent a long time getting to this sort of clear 5-minute standard. And between this version and the S version and the amendment, I'll try and describe very briefly. The original version that we've got before us says, sort of takes that 5-minute absolute standard and says, but only if it's would disturb a person of ordinary sensibilities, only if it's unreasonable noise. The problem is that puts it right back in. Then you have to have dog barks for 5 minutes. Is that unreasonable? So then the S version that we're not considering, but said, okay, dogs are 5 minutes, and everybody else, chickens, roosters, rabbits, I don't know, right, or llamas are in this unreasonable standard category. And that had certain advantages, but certain problems. What I'm trying to do with amendment number 1 is retain this. It has to be unreasonable, but say the thing that we'd worked on over decades of doing this, which is 5 minutes of dog barking is basically unreasonable. You got to prove that, I don't know, this dog had their voice box removed because they bark so much, or it's a very quiet, unusual dog, or something really weird. But basically, you keep the 5-minute dog standard and for everything else, and you do it in a way that I think allows the kind of discretion that Mr. Constant referred to. And but it's also a little hard to put discretion into what is a criminalish statute. I mean, there was something to be said for the objectivity or the simplicity, if you will, of a 5-minute standard for dogs. So I think with the amendment, we retain all the good that we had with the dog standard, but allow for these other animals and a reasonableness standard there. So I'd urge adoption of amendment number 1 and the original version, and I think we have a fix for what we were trying to do.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Trainee? Oh, you're speaking to Mr. Croft's amendment?
Speaking of Mr. Croft's amendment and the original version without the S, I think the Animal Control Advisory Board turned that one down. And I thought at the meeting when we were talking about the S one, we were going to send that to the Animal Control Advisory Board for them to weigh in on it. That's the reason we have them, is to give us advice. And we do have a problem with chickens and roosters because those are controlled by Title 21. And in some part of Anchorage, you can have roosters, big lots. In the smaller areas of Anchorage, you can't. And it's hard for people to understand what's a rooster and what's a hen until it starts crowing early in the morning. Nonetheless, I'd rather see this go to our Animal Control Advisory Board. We've got the time, there's no big emergency, and get a response from them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I guess 2 points now. I'd agree with Mr. Trainee that this isn't a rush, and I'd like to send it to the Animal Control Advisory Board and maybe send them both versions. But a question to Mr. Croft then. So does your amendment to the original ordinance achieve what's in the S version? It looks, to me, pretty close. It's just briefer, which is a good thing. Or it looks the same as far as the ultimate result.
You want me to answer that?
Yeah, of course.
In the S version, dogs are a form of strict liability. That is, you could never say, a dog barks for 5 minutes no matter what type of dog, it's just done.
Oh.
The amendment, the original with the amendment, is a softer version of that. That is, says it creates a presumption, but you can still get out of it. Most dogs barking for 5 minutes would be, but you have the ability to say, as the example there, was it unreasonable if there's a moose in the yard? So yeah, 5 minutes, but still not unreasonable. So it has a more wiggle room, if you will, than the absolute 5 minutes of the S version.
It's like the good boy exception.
Thanks. You must have said that earlier and I missed it, so appreciate your repeating.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant.
So, Mr. Croft just expressed my thought that the lady who just spoke really put the point on why you would leave some discretion. There was a moose outside, and the dog did its good boy job of telling you, don't get killed when you walk out the door, and you couldn't get it under voice control in your house because there's a moose standing outside your window. Right, that, and I can imagine there are a number of other scenarios in which, rather than just having a quiet dog or having its voice box removed, you could come up with a rationale. So Mr. Croft hit it right on the head.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to just speak in support of the amendment. I think it strikes a good balance, or what we had hoped to do with the S version. I think this amendment does that. Can we vote on this and then put a motion then to, because I also support sending this back to the Animal Control Advisory Board.
We could amend it. We could vote on the amendment, amend it, and then delay consideration of the amended version. We could do that, yes.
Okay, so I would need to wait for a motion to do that until after.
First, we need to conclude debate and vote on the amendment. Okay? There's no one else in the queue. please vote on Mr. Croft's amendment to the original version. Mr. Dyson? Mr. Dyson is not present. Oh, we need to press the button. Okay. That passes 9-0. So the good boy rule is now in effect. On the original version, Mr. Trainee?
On the original version as amended, I'd like to have us send that to Animal Control Advisory Board, have it come back in front of us on the 15th of January, 2019. So we have a response from the Animal Control Advisory Board with this amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Trainee.
Thank you.
Would anyone like to make a motion? I'm sorry, I'm laughing because someone's got to go talk to the Animal Control Advisory Board.
Second.
Who moved? Ms. LaFrance, did you move it?
I thought Mr. Trainee did, but I was going to second.
That's what I was doing.
I'm sorry. Mr. Trainee moved to postpone it
until the 15th
till the 15th of January. Ms. LaFrance seconded it. We are now discussing this motion to postpone. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. My only communication to the staff that would be working with that commission would be that it's an important value to strike a balance between the strict enforcement and finding a reasonable approach. And so that's what I hope that the discussion also includes when you get there, not just a simple, can we veto this, because that'll just be more of a conversation here. Thank you. Reasonableness.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any other discussion on this item? All right, please vote on this motion to postpone. All right, that motion passes 9-0. All right, we are now on item 14H, resolution number AR 2018-367, resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating fundraising campaign funds and donor donations from the Anchorage Library Foundation in the amounts of $110,000 for the 2018-2019 social worker in the library program, all to the Anchorage Public Library Department miscellaneous operational grants fund. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Not seeing it? Oh, Mr. Constant.
So when we had our discussion on the budget last month, it was pointed out that we have social workers in the library, and I think this is a very narrow bandwidth in which we actually do spend money on these important and crucial services to help people be connected in the community. So strongly support it, and we need to do more of this.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any other discussion on this item? Not seeing any, please vote on this item. That item passes 9-0. We are now on item 14I, resolution number AR 2018-375, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $175,000 as a contribution for the 2018 Maintenance and Operations Department Street Maintenance Division Anchorage Roads and Drainage Service Area Fund to the Anchorage Road and Drainage Service Area Capital Improvement Fund in the Maintenance and Operations Department.
Great reading, Mr. Chairman.
For capital improvements at the Northwood Street Maintenance Facility. Public testimony is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing none, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded.
You can have
Discussion on this item. Not seeing any, please vote on this item. Yeah, that's okay. All right, let's just go. Yep. The item passes 9-0. We are now on item 14J, resolution number AR 2018-376, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $11 million of Port of Alaska fund balance to the Port of Alaska Fund 2018 Port of Alaska Capital Improvement Budget for the Port of Alaska Modernization Program, Phase 1. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion on this item.
I think it's but. That's most important.
All right, seeing none, please vote on this item. We are now on item, that passes 10-0. We are now on item 14K, resolution number AR 2018-378, a resolution municipality of Anchorage appropriating $20 million as a grant when tendered from the State of Alaska Department of Commerce, Community and Economic Development to the Port of Alaska Fund Capital Improvement Budget in support of the Port of Alaska Modernization Program. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Seeing none, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item?
Mr. Chair, only that we've just appropriated 10, and now if we do pass this 20 more, $30 million for the port. And I hope that that's a good start on what needs to be done after a pretty scary week last week. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. All right, please vote on this item. That passes 10-0. We are now on item 14L, resolution number AR 2018-377, a resolution municipality of Anchorage appropriating $949,288, contribution approved in the 2018 general operating budget from the Eagle River Chugiak Parks and Recreation Service Area Fund, Parks and Recreation Department, to the Eagle River Chugiak Parks and Recreation Service Area Capital Improvement Project Fund, Parks and Recreation Department, for capital maintenance and improvements. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing none, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Okay, please vote on this item. Okay, at this time, we just appropriated $31 million. I think it's an appropriate time to take a 5-minute bathroom break. Okay? My colleagues can please take their seats. Except Mr. Croft isn't here, and it's his ordinance is next.
No. Who knows?
Oh, yeah, he's in the back. Okay. We are now on item 14M, ordinance number, actually, yeah, okay. Ordinance number AO 2018-114, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to require rotation of a single-member assembly election district at least every 10 years by amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 2.25 to add a new section. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Yep. Keep in mind, we intend to continue this to a much later date.
Right. Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, my name is Tom McGrath. In the 1980s, a single-member district was changed from Eagle River to downtown. We were assured at that time that we would see a change every 10 years, and there was even code changes from time to time towards that effect. Code changes that have since been changed again. I believe Mr. Darrell Hess could probably give you the exact chronology, but 30 years have now passed with no further changes. Downtown still has the single-member district that they got back in the 80s. I know I can trust you, the President of Assembly, but it seems that I probably couldn't trust the past assemblies because they didn't do what they said they were going to do. And I'm not sure I can trust the future assemblies because I don't know who they are yet. So I would think that this is not the way to do this. This needs a charter change because your will cannot be enforced on future assemblies. They can, like you, just pass a new ordinance. Similar discussions and ordinances have been heard before the past bodies several times. As past assemblies have not been able to fix this on many occasions, it is time to let the electorate decide through a charter change what should happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. There are no questions.
Here comes Eugene.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? I think he wants to speak to the... Yeah.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. I live in the Madison Valley. I follow the public process. The public process done appropriately. The decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. I've expressed to you over many years, Assembly members before you, the most important decision the governing body has to make is the certification of election. Later comes to deal with the budget, annual budget. But there is an in-between one there that I neglected to realize until that meeting last week that you had on this proposed ordinance, and that is redistricting. I was at that meeting, and the two ordinances, you got one and the next one. There was no opportunity, you called it a work session, and there was no opportunity for the public to speak. There was no, we can do that on work sessions. And I have a deep concern on this process. As was stated prior to the start of the public hearing, the chair noted that you're going to continue public hearing. There was extensive conversations, by the way, at that meeting on this subject. And the remarks it's sad is that when you hold those meetings outside of these chambers, the public doesn't see a video audio, and it's blind to what was really discussed. And it was quite an extensive discussion on a major issue that the public needs to connect with you before you make a decision. Redistricting, redistricting, redistricting. We see that word out there. We see nationally around the country the news of how redistricting occurs. But the Anchorage Assembly last week decided to hold a work session on the issue and say, no, work sessions, we don't have to have public comment. That's how it was handled for Anchorage, the largest city in the municipality in the state of Alaska. So I'll close with this thing, is I'm glad you're doing public hearing, but I would also encourage you on this and all the other issues when you have these meetings. You need to hold these meetings with a video audio in this room, so when the public has not a chance to be at those meetings, particularly when you do it during the day, they can hear that language and what you're saying on important issues, redistricting. Thank you very much, and that ends my comments with 46 seconds to spare.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. Madam Clerk, please note for the record, Mr. Haberman spoke at this public hearing. All right, who else would like to testify on this item? All right, seeing no one. Oh, I'm not going to close it. Does anyone wish to continue this public hearing? Mr. Constant.
Yep, so I'm going to move to continue this public hearing to the March 19 meeting.
Moved and seconded. Is that the one you want to go to, March 19?
Yeah, no, that's fine, and I'll be the second. I'm already on the motion to approve. Dick did. Fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So we have a motion to continue public hearing until the March 19th meeting, moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Trainee. Any discussion? Mr. Constant.
First, to the point of where we have our meetings and how we have our meetings, I would note for the record that at our previous public hearing on animal noise, there was an individual who testified she listened to the work session. The work session was at the same day in the same room, and so the public has access and, in fact, does use our public record system. To the point of this ordinance, the idea is to allow ample public process to send this out to the community councils for them to be able to contemplate and speak back to us. I think March is enough time for that conversation, and if we need to at that time, we can postpone it again and keep this conversation going, because it very well may be a charter change that we end up looking at, depending on what the fruits of that process may be. So I support and ask.
Somebody in it forever.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, so on the motion to postpone, I know we're not talking about the underlying ordinance, but it's appropriate to postpone for the reasons that Mr. Constant said. We had this, we'll have the next one, 14N, which has everybody single member. This says, as Mr. McGrath talked about, that we keep the original at least idea, if not promise. And I've heard that it was discussed in the minutes. I can't find it, but it certainly there was discussion that it would be rotated. And there certainly is a sense in the downtown district that there's an unfairness to having this be a single member for multiple decades. And so, but I think, as usual, Mr. McGrath makes good points, that it should be in the charter to require this. We will have other proposals to meet this concern. As I said, everybody in a single member. Chair Dunbar talked at the work session about possibly another fix. So I do think this needs to be addressed. I am fine with it being postponed to March. It'll likely the discussion will go on past my service here on the Assembly. But I urge my colleagues to take this seriously. It is something that downtown either is an injustice to downtown or certainly feels that way to them. Hard to tell which it is, but perception can be a very important part of politics. So whether it just feels like it is or it is, you shouldn't do this the whole time. And if it's appropriate to keep a single member and a lot of double member districts, then you ought to, in fairness, rotate it around. And on the public process, Mr. Haberman goes to a lot of our meetings and is a good watchdog in trying to keep us apprised of and thinking about open meetings principles. He says the same things over and over, and so it's sometimes I have to force myself to listen. But every once in a while, if I do that, and I'm sometimes successful and sometimes not, I hear things that are appropriate. He has helped us get the amendments out there in better shape, has cautioned us against moving around the agenda too much, which we did a little bit tonight and probably shouldn't have. But I do think he's wrong on the work sessions. The state law says there must be a reasonable opportunity for public input. We're having it tonight. We're going to have more of it. It does not mean that every single meeting has to have a public input section. It means at some point in the process, maybe multiple points in the process, you need to have a reasonable opportunity for it. And that's my signal that I should shut up. So that's it.
Was that you, Ona? Thank you, Ona. Okay. Man, what an innovation. Let's use that more often. All right. Let's take a vote on this motion to continue public hearing. All right, that passes unanimously, 10-0. So that will be continued until the meeting of March 19th. We are now on item 14N, ordinance number AO 2018-115, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly to require the next reapportionment of assembly districts to establish 11 single-member districts by amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 2.25 to add a new section, proposed by Mr. Constant. And again, our intent is to continue this until March 19th. So you can go now or you can go then. Would you like to go now or then, Mr. Haberman? Okay. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I live in the Madison Valley. Follow the public process. The public process done appropriately. Decision made by the governing body is more like the public interest. Just take my comments on the previous item and just mark them for this issue here. And they are correct and accurate, even though assembly members disagree. Now, one thing I would have said, because it came to me during that meeting that you called work session, and sometimes you have members speak, public speak, and sometimes you don't. This came to me. I go back to the days of George Sullivan. I was here and I was watching the assembly meetings before this building was here. We were down over in Tudor. Meetings usually last till midnight. And in those days, the public was really engaged. And on this issue, I bring this issue to you. What is the population of the city today? And what was the population then? How many assembly members did you have here then? And how many assembly members today? How many assembly members that you represent today in population and how you represent 30,000, 40,000, whatever. The scenario is that my question here would be wouldn't it be in a more appropriate time? I know it's going to be some logistics, is to expand the number of assembly members and have less people that you represent individually and connect with the people more personally. You have a population, municipality of Anchorage has grown substantially since the days of George Sullivan. I asked a question earlier, not here, but during the time of that session you had, which the public was not allowed to speak. But my question on the side to a party from the administration is the same number of assembly members back in the George Sullivan days, back in the 1970s? Is that the same number of members assembly back then? And I was told, and maybe I'm wrong, and it's true. So what I was hearing was, during that meeting, the public was not able to see a video audio of last week. A hearing about population issues and substantial differences from one district to the other, and it would be great that Croft and Trinity would listen to public people giving testimony instead of being engaged in conversations in front of people testifying. So that's not showing much respect, and thank you for the laughter in the back. They were listening, you weren't. So, again, give more time, give connection, and I would seriously address the issue and the public needs to address it, and not just an issue put off for a month or two or whatever, a long time, is the idea is, should we have a substantial number of people less per assembly member and add more assembly members before us? Thank you very much, and that ends my comments.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Oh, yes. Mr. Landfield.
Hello, my name is Jeff Landfield, representing myself. I just have a question. What's the policy on people weighing in on issues who don't live in the city?
It's permitted.
It is permitted?
Yeah, we looked into it.
You should look into that again. Thanks.
Thank you.
Jeff, I look forward to hearing from their community council when we hear input from this. Is that Kinnick Fairview?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Landfield. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Landfield. Any other testimony on this item? Okay, we're going to have a motion to continue this.
Move to continue to March 19.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion to continue? All right, please vote on that motion to continue. Okay. That passes 10-0. Okay, we are now back at item 14E, ordinance number AO 2018-1110, an ordinance to the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 15.95, disposable plastic shopping bags, to delay the date the prohibition on distribution goes into effect, to add and clarify exceptions, to clarify terminology and include conforming amendments, and amending the corresponding language in AMC Section 14.60.030 accordingly. Assembly Chair Dunbar, Assembly Members LaFrance and Constant. There's also an S version. Would anyone like to testify on this item? Yes. Mr. Haberman, please let the substantive. Yeah.
Cool. Hi, my name's Sophie Tidler. I'd like to, first of all, thank everyone for your commitment and time to this effort. The way I see this discussion is trash now or trash later. And I'm motivated to eliminate the waste stream as soon as possible. I'm slightly frustrated by the implementation delay and the municipality's efforts for communities' notification, considering that the time to implement this is actually March 1st of 2019. So out of the two ordinances that we're discussing now, I do support the one presented by Dunbar, LaFrance, and Constant. With this added time, though, I ask that you use it to coordinate with the administration on putting forth an outreach campaign for both the retailers and consumers. Also, I do fear that this is the start of a cycle of delay, and I ask that you don't let it go any further than September 2019. So, yeah, I want to thank you all again for your engagement with this effort. Ask that you do not delay implementation, and please, please, please act swiftly on outreach. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tidler. Oh, I'm sorry. Are there questions for her or those people in the queue? Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Margie Deshevsky, and I'm here on behalf of the Alaska Center and Alaska Youth for Environmental Action, AYA. We have teen leaders who would be here, except they have finals. So I'm here on their behalf to deliver our over 500 signatures of a bag ban petition in support of banning plastic bags around Alaska. So 100 of those signatures are from here in Anchorage, and these are high school students who are mobilizing in support of the great work you all are all doing. So I just want to echo what Sophie so eloquently said, and say that we appreciate your efforts to address small business owners' concerns and support you giving them the summer to use their current inventory of plastic bags, but would oppose the S version that would delay full implementation until March 20.
Thank you. Do you want to bring that to the clerk?
Yeah, I would be happy to. I also emailed it to all of you before coming over.
We've got it. That's fine. If you want to bring a hard copy, you can. Otherwise, no big deal. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Hi, for the record, my name is Anna Brawley, and I'm testifying just on behalf of myself. I had meant to send you guys written comments, but since I'm here, I will present this verbally instead. If the purpose of this ordinance is to protect the environment, which is the reason why tourists come here, particularly in the summer, then I think a 6-month delay of this ordinance kind of defeats the purpose. So I would echo what the others have said. I do understand the business concerns and the investment that's already been made, but if we have over 1.4 million visitors to Anchorage every summer, that represents, let's say 1.4 million plastic bags. And of course, if the purpose of this is to protect against plastic bags going into the environment, this is counterproductive. So I urge you not to delay the implementation of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris has something.
My name is Sigrun Robertson, and I represent myself, but also the small business of Muskox Producers Co-op, which is the Kiviut shop downtown. I'm very glad to see that you, in the new ordinance, are making a distinction between the thinner and the thicker plastic bags, since many small businesses have the thicker plastic bags. I know for the co-op we have about 3 or 4 years' worth, and that's a major cost for the business. And if we have to throw them away, where do they end up? In the landfill? Is that a good thing? I'm not so sure. And I am a little bit confused and opposed to the fact that you have to charge for bags for your customers when they're not plastic. When you sell an item for $100 or $200, to charging $10 for the bag for them to put it in seems really bad. So I'm hoping that you'll find some way to deal with that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Should $10, it's 10 cents. Yeah.
10 cents, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Good, sir.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I live in the Madison Valley. I follow the public process. The public process done appropriately. Decision made by the governing body is more like the public interest. I believe I'm probably the only one in this room that has been witness to the proceedings on this issue in the city of Palmer, city of Wasilla, municipality of Anchorage, and the Matsu Borough Assembly. Out there in the Borough Assembly reviewed the issue. They don't have police powers, and they delayed to see what Palmer and Wasilla would do. Palmer and Wasilla decided to address the issue, and their decision was, the president correctly said that they banned this ban on plastic bags, and that wasn't. There was a ban on the thickness of plastic bags and shopping bags. Unfortunately, the community was confused. Then it was addressed with the municipality of Anchorage. And when you addressed it, after close of public hearing, you had a substantial number of amendments, and then all of a sudden an amendment came in from Assemblyman Constant, and that was the amendment to do a complete ban. And you followed the direction of doing a complete ban on shopping bags, and with a specific date. Now I'm looking at what I see here as if you do nothing right now, from this date, you got approximately 90 days, unless I'm wrong. Talking about next, or maybe I'm wrong on that, but basically you're changing the dates, okay, if you make changes here. And my question to you is, why do you need the change? Okay, you'd made the decision. Why? You also witnessed, you heard witnesses from the administration staff that says of the dealing with the solid waste issue and the effect that it has in cost and all that. And not just the environment, but the machinery and dealing with solid waste. So you should look at the issue as what is the cost of delay? Is there more of a cost of delay by going in this approach or less? And my guess would be, and the world generally knows plastic is an issue, the more you delay, the more you harm. And so after all these decades, delay is not the way to go. Deal with the issue appropriately and get on with it and go further and connect the people appropriately on this issue. And when you do, the public will be more comfortable with the decision and more supportive. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. Would anyone else like to testify on this issue? Please.
Hi there, Mr. Dunbar and members of the Assembly. My name is Donovan Camp. I just wanted to support the sooner implementation of the bag ban. I'm kind of thinking of some of the cleanup efforts that we're going to be doing this spring, and it usually involves picking up a lot of plastic bags, and I think furthering out the dates is just going to give us another round of picking up plastic bags in the springtime and all the ones we miss, which are probably a majority of them. Just wanted to voice that support, and thank you for putting the bag ban in place.
Thank you, sir. Any other testimony on this item? All right, hearing and seeing none. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve AO 2018-110.
Second.
Moved and seconded. That's the original version, not the S version.
Yes.
Discussion of that. Mr. Constant, you're in the queue.
Thank you. I agree with the two individuals or three individuals who suggested we should implement this without delay. But I also have heard pretty consistently from the merchants and the small business people in my district that they need a little more time to utilize the stock that they have. And because of that, I think finding a middle ground in September, allowing one more summer season to allow kind of the big boom of commerce that happens and allow these individuals to utilize the stock is a fair and reasonable approach to the implementation of this. And so with that, I urge your support for this ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I was in the queue to quickly move the Superior S version, but failing that, here we are. And I think we have heard from. Did you move the basic? Or did you move your amendment too? I'm sorry.
I haven't yet.
Haven't yet. Okay, I will wait till you do that.
Do you want to?
Yeah, I think there's a number of amendments. I have a couple really small ones. And are you going to do your?
I was going to wait, if I might, Mr. Chair, until I felt the timbre of the room, because I really want it to be September, but I'll meet you in the middle is the point of the amendment.
I'd like to move constant amendment number 1.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Just for purposes of discussion.
Would you like to speak to it, Mr. Constant?
Well, the net effect is literally to meet Mr. Weddleton in the middle, but also to maintain the implementation of the full ban in 2019, which to me is an integrity issue that I want this thing to go. I want it to be happening, not in your integrity, but integrity of my effort to do this and the effort of all these young people who came and made the requests. And so I would grudgingly vote yes on the amendment, with the intent, again, to see it move forward in 2019.
Okay, I am in the queue here. I'm going to give the over to my colleague so I can speak. Thank you. I was going to speak on the underlying ordinance, but I can speak on the amendment. I'm opposed to the amendment because I think you have the votes to just do the clean move to September and don't do anything with this thickness. And I know we had a good discussion at the CED committee, Mr. Weddleton, and at the time I was sort of nodding my head, but in the weeks since, I've thought about the confusion that might come from this and the fact that for a period of time we'd have to have our enforcement officers sort of going in and determining the thickness of these bags in a way that I find sort of could be time consuming. I also think that the people of Anchorage think that we ban plastic bags, and they don't really focus on the thickness of those bags. And I'm increasingly of the opinion that the more, and this is going to come out in our next discussion or in 2 discussions when we start talking about the alcohol tax, I'm increasingly of the opinion that simplicity is important and that we don't try to make things overly complicated. I would like to push this to September because of the concerns raised by our business community, but I do not want to push it further than that, and I don't want to bifurcate between the thin and the thick bags, considering we already had a very large, very public fight on exactly that issue in August. So I'm going to oppose the amendment because I think the unamended original version, Mr. Constant, will pass.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you. I'm not going to support the amendment either. Quite frankly, I'm reluctantly supporting the original version of this because I think the ordinance we had before is a good ordinance. But I'm willing to understand we need to give the merchants another season. I'm willing to do that, but I'm not willing to gut the ordinance by having some supposed S version, which is nothing more than flushing it down the toilet. That's all it is. Let's not call it superior because it's not. The only one I'll support tonight is the original version, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will not be supporting this amendment for the same reasons that you articulated, but I have a question for my colleagues who are putting forward the original amendment, which is, can you please be more specific about the claims you've heard from businesses? I've received one email and seen one person testify tonight, and I want to understand in detail how many people have bags, how many bags are there. If we're going to be changing this and disrupting the public view of what the law is going to be, I want it to be justified, and I just haven't heard that from anyone yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to echo what you said as well as Ms. Quinn-Davidson. If we don't have to add complexity to the system, let's not. Let's keep it simple. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be voting no against this.
Thank you. Against the amendment, to be clear.
To be clear, yes.
Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I think this is a darn shame. The vast majority of the benefits of the ordinance for banning plastic shopping bags is to ban the very thin ones. Those are the ones that cause the primary problems here and around the world. But primarily, it's the 10-cent fee, and the 10-cent fee will change behaviors. I mean, the worst case is that we go from plastic to paper. Paper is the worst. So we want that dime, and that will change behaviors, and I fully expect it will. People will bring their own bags. I have 10 at home right now, 3 in my car, and we just got another one today. There's no shortage of those. But that dime will remind us all to bring them in when we go shopping. So if we only banned the very thin bags and we did the dime, we would achieve what pretty much everybody here really wants. You get rid of the bulk of those plastic bags. And that's why most places that do plastic shopping bag bans just do that. They don't ban everything. We were caught surprised when we did this thing that all plastic shopping bags were banned. That is very unusual. We did not hear from a lot of retailers for that because they thought, okay, it'll be the big grocery stores. They were switching anyway. They can handle it. But the little guys and the people we heard 3 years here. Another person said he had a year and a half. And we're just hearing from a few. Most people don't know about coming to assembly meetings. But, many retailers buy over a year's supply. It's way cheaper if you have bags with your logo printed on them. It's way cheaper to get those by container from China. I did it once, and I had like a 3-year supply, and I saved a ton of money. So there are people out there. Do we have exact statistics on it? Well, we ran a list with some of these boomerang bag things. We have a list that's over 3,000 retailers, and I'm guessing about 2,000 of them don't really have a clue this is going on at all. Regarding the confusion on this, one thing is code enforcement is complaint driven, so I don't think they ever go around checking. But for retailers, we know the thickness of our bags. When we order them, that's just kind of the way we operate. The ones we're banning are the very super thin T-shirt bags, and you know them because you go grocery shopping. But when you go to most smaller stores, you get the slightly thicker ones. And those are the people who will be most harmed by cutting this short and leaving them hanging at the end of the summer with those extra bags. And what's the point? If we ban the super thin ones, add the dime fee, change in behavior, the extra bags are a small issue, and it just helps out those businesses. So I'd be very disappointed to see that we will show essentially no concern to small businesses with this. It's not their fault. They didn't do anything wrong. They just bought bags like everyone did. And I would say, as a small retailer, this is a total win for us to ban these bags because we don't have to give those bags out anymore. So once we get through this, it's a good thing. People bring their own bags. So I'm not opposed to this, but this transition does not have to be as painful for retailers as we are making it. I fully recommend this is not complicated. This is the right. I think it's already, just to make it December 31, I'm not sure why, as opposed to somewhat later for the thicker bags. But so I would support this amendment painfully.
Thank you.
I hope you will too.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant.
Thanks. So I have actually another grocery bag for you all in my car. I just decided one was enough for meeting Safeway is handing out free bags to everyone they can at this time. They said if you take them into Fred Meyer, an alarm goes off. So the rationale for moving it to September was to allow the merchants one more tourist season and one more business season where we have our kind of big summer. And it is big. We have, 1.2 million people pass through our town. And the idea of December was because of the holiday season, right? To me, that was the rationale behind it. When you question what is the reason, those are the two reasons. I heard Ms. Quinn Davidson from dozens of merchants and from the Downtown Partnership, who heard from dozens of their members, and the concerns wrapped around the fact that they did pre-purchase, and the loudest were the polar bear gift kind of companies, the ones who have the big tourist trade, and there are several along those lines, but there were a number of other merchants like the Kvyat shop, and so I did hear from many, and I think maybe in some ways it is kind of a downtown-centric thing because of the tourist business. So I think September is the end of the tourist season. The last cruise ship departs on the 15th of September, and that was the rationale why I picked that day. So,
thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Peterson, speaking to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't plan on voting in favor of the amendment. I like the E version. sets the expiration date on September 15th, so there's less confusion. I think it works better for consumers and for the business people as well. And so I'll be voting no on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. All right, I don't see any other discussion on the amendment. Please vote on constant amendment number 1 as moved by Mr. Weddleton. That amendment fails 4-6. So now we have the unamended version before us. Although, Mr. Weddleton, do you have another amendment to offer?
I've got 2, and one, Dean sent something out, but and that is a Weddleton Amendment 2.
I don't think.
But let me start with one you haven't seen. We'll call that 1. Is that?
Wait, you have an amendment we haven't seen?
Well, no, I think one was handed out. Weddleton Amendment number 2.
Yes, Weddleton Amendment 2 is.
And I don't know what my amendment number 1 was.
Yeah, I don't remember you having amendment number 1 either.
Okay, well, let me call this following one amendment number 1, and it is fairly simple, and it is on page 3, line 4, delete comic books. Give me a second and I'll explain.
Okay, hold on.
Did you get a second?
I can second for purposes of discussion, but I don't know that I agree with it.
I don't understand from.
It's the last page.
From that page.
Line
Okay.
4.
Okay, comic books. Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
Okay, and this is an addition in this version to the exceptions, and I don't think it's a bad thing. Comic books, some people have taken this to imply is that I have trying to exempt my business from this bag ban, which is simply not the case. I didn't add this. This came from other people. And what we're really referring to is not me giving out shopping bags at my store. People who collect comics put them in plastic bags. And that's what I think this is intended to refer to. But there's other parts of this that allows you to use plastic bags to protect merchandise, and that's covered for collector bags. So we don't need it here, and it doesn't look like I'm doing something self-serving.
Okay. Understood, Mr. Weddleton. Is there any further discussion on Mr. Weddleton's amendment? Mr. Constant.
Yeah, could we change it from comic books to protective sleeves?
Well, I think in other parts of the code that I don't think are broken out in this, because we're just amending certain sections, it talks about you can use plastic. I mean, in the exceptions, there are. Yeah, see, they don't list all the exceptions here, but that included bags for protecting things, like if you have meat at the grocery counter. So we already dealt with that kind of scenario.
Because this is one issue where I did have a number of people reach out to me and say, thank you for putting comic books in there.
It's already there, and Felix has one he could show you.
Yep.
A comic protected in a bag.
Wait, what comic was that? Was that Spider-Man? It was Spider-Man.
Is that number 1?
So effectively, what Mr. Weddleton is asking for is to protect his reputation with the assumption that it's already protected. I think it's fair.
That we protect both his reputation and the comic books themselves.
And
That's
Felix's
the purpose
comic.
of the amendment.
To win.
Okay. Any other Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to suggest that my colleagues all vote no on that amendment because it sounds like it's practical to actually have those sleeves so that Mr. Weddleton wasn't put in the position to be looking like he was doing it to benefit himself, but that we still had the practicality of it. But if that will make you feel even worse, then I will withdraw that request from my colleagues.
Well, no, that issue is already dealt with in another list of the exceptions. It's unnecessary. People can still protect their comic books. Your comic collection is safe, folks.
I withdraw my comment then. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. I'm not seeing any other discussion. Let's vote on Mr. Weddleton's amendment. Yeah. Mr. Dyson? Okay. That passes 9-0. Okay. So you have another amendment, Mr. Weddleton?
I do. And this is, again, pretty much just housekeeping. This is Weddleton Amendment 2, which I believe is handed out. And this is page 2, line 31. and is it gets us the same place, but a little better. And this is to change regarding the fees, adds a section 6 that says the fees in this section do not apply to any transaction where the purchase is, and this is new wording, paid directly by the United States or its instrumentalities insofar as they are immune from local regulation, and it deletes the 100% paid for by a federally funded program. And that was Mr. Gates felt that the new wording is more accurate. And for the audience, that's things like a pharmacist reached out to me and they said that if they sell medicine with
Medicare?
Medicaid or Medicare, they're not allowed to charge at all. So if they charge the dime fee for the bag, they would be in a quandary. So this is just for those very few instances at a pharmacy place, or there may be other cases too where something's paid for with federal funds where we can't impose this kind of fee anyway. So it just deals with that. It's not a trauma for the environment.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any other discussion on Mr. Weddleton's amendment? Not seeing any. Please vote on. Okay.
Do people have copies?
We have copies, yeah. Please vote on this amendment. That passes. Oh, no. That's not on the screen right now. That passes 10-0. So we're now back to the original ordinance number 2018-110. Any discussion on this underlying ordinance? Any further discussion? I have one more thing to say. I'll give it just very briefly. I just want to, Mr. Croft, may I speak?
Yeah, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. I want to highlight what Ms. Tidler said, and she has been, as a young person, instrumental to getting us to pass the bag ban in the first place. She's been a relentless advocate for this, and she's worked with her youth colleagues, among many others, to see this through. But she also just made a really good point, I thought. I don't think we have time anymore by March to really get this ready to where it needs to be, the kind of outreach we need to do, the kind of preparation we need to do, because it is a big change to people's ordinary lives. So it wasn't something I even thought about, and she brought it forward during public testimony. I think that's an excellent reason to pass this ordinance and move it to September in addition to the other reasons that were discussed tonight. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. And on that topic, briefly, that we said that we would have an outreach plan when we passed this in October. And so here we are again. And I don't know what assurance we have that we will achieve an outreach plan from now until September, but I'm hopeful that we survive the petition process and also that the administration helps us to reach out to the community.
Yeah, I will say that I think the timing is more auspicious with the September start date. I mean, we just went through the MLMP sale and the budget process, and we're in an extremely busy time of year. Usually we have a little more time in the summer to do these kind of things. Mr. Weddleton.
Regarding the notification, I agree that does need to be done. And actually with Ms. Tidler and others, with the Boomerang Bags, Solid Waste Services, Alpar, and others, I've been working, well, they've been working. I've just been watching, really. But and we do have a list of all retailers. We pulled that off of the business licenses, and we have a postcard ready to go. We talked about information on websites that could be hosted in a number of places to get these out, and we actually put the brakes on it with this in action. So I think we're fairly well poised in the next 3 weeks or so to do it. We could wait for the government to do it, but they'll do it faster.
Even better. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to state for the record that I agree with my colleague from Midtown, Mr. Trainey's comments earlier. On principle, I would prefer that we leave this like the original, but I will reluctantly support this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Not seeing any other debate, please vote on this ordinance. That passes unanimously. Okay. We are now on item we're here for what everybody came to talk about, fireworks.
Mr. Chairman,
Ordinance 14-0, ordinance number AO 2018-116, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code section 14.70.180, fireworks, to provide for personal use of certain common fireworks to private property without a municipal permit for a limited number of hours in annual celebration of the new year.
We're supposed to take up 14P first, then do 14L, Mr. Chairman. So, motion to change the order of the day, Mr. Chairman.
We just did it.
I think we have relatively little public comment on this, Mr. We might be able to get
Let's
through
get
with
on
it.
to P first, sir. It's more important than this one is. I need a second.
Okay, you need a second. Is there a second to his motion to change the order of the day?
Is there a second? I'd like to get on to 14P.
Who seconded it? Mr.
Fred
Dyson. Okay, debate. Should we change the order of the day to delay discussion of the fireworks ordinance and take up 14P now? We could just do it.
No. Even try first.
Okay. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to echo Mr. Haberman and the advice he has given us from time to time to not change the order of the day too often. I think we've done it several times already, and I don't see any reason why we should do it again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Any other discussion on the motion to change the order of the day? Seeing none, please vote on the motion to change the order of the day. Mr. Croft? Oh, wait, no.
Okay.
No, that's not. That's an error. Let's try that again.
Two to two, huh?
To take up the alcohol tax. Okay. The motion fails 6-4. Okay, so we are continuing. We have public hearings open now on the fireworks ordinance. Would anyone like to testify to this ordinance? Mr. Oleva.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. I just want to be clear. The presenter cannot ask questions of the assembly.
Yes.
Okay. You answered a question, though, Mr. Dunbar.
Oh, good. Well played. Well played, Mr. Oleva. Never enter a battle of wits with a Sicilian, right?
Anyway, my name is Ron Oliva, and I'm here on the fireworks issue because the next issue coming up is a taxation issue. And every source of revenue to the municipality should be reviewed and looked at. Now, I'm going to admit my mother, and God bless her soul, she's deceased, made smugglers out of her children. And she did it at Christmas time. We lived on the Wisconsin-Michigan border. And what that meant is margarine was banned in the state of Wisconsin, the dairy state. So she would bring us across the border to the National Tea, buy the margarine, and when we crossed the border, we had to hide it in our jackets. But to bake cookies. So, hey, my mother never went to jail. I made up for her. Anyway, the idea was that margarine in Wisconsin was banned, but Minnesota, Michigan, Illinois, all took advantage of this and made margarine factories. Now, when you get into fireworks, you made marijuana legal. I think there's going to be more enjoyment this year watching the fireworks than any in the past. Now, Houston is an island, and they have a monopoly on fireworks. And we're looking at a missed opportunity of granting by bid basis a permit similar to the hot dog stand. They paid the city a permit almost $22,000 for a specific corner, $20,000 for another corner. So if you put two permits out to sell regulated common fireworks just for 1 week or whatever length of time, you could control that fireworks by lumens or decibel levels any way you want. But you could charge a surcharge, just like a noise permit. I pay $400 for my noise permit for the train horn and siren. If you bought fireworks, maybe you could weigh it or pay the surcharge by a fee. But why send our good money out to the valley? Let's keep it in Anchorage. Let's charge for it. And whatever revenues we generate with employment and this surcharge, let's use for the safety element of who's bothered by it. Dogs? Hey, my dog after that earthquake, counseling and therapy and drugs wouldn't help him. So, and if you're worried about noise, hey, listen, come over to Mountain View, Fairview. It's all year long, so don't ever worry about how noisy it is. So if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to address this, but it'll tie in to what you're going to do in the next ordinance. So let's look at that and review it, because I think you're looking at some money. That's fine.
Thank you.
Any questions?
There are no questions. Thank you for your time. All right. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Okay. Seeing here no one. Okay. All right. I'll undo that. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry. My attention is straight for a moment. My name is Wayne Hall, and I live along Chester Creek, which has been ground zero for fireworks, both illegal and illegal, in recent years. New Year's Eve is December 31. We all know that, just like it always is. It's completely predictable. This ordinance could have been introduced months ago for fair consideration on its merit or lack thereof. By the same token, though it may be his last chance for this year, and with all due respect to Mr. Traney, and I mean that, he's known for some time that his term expires next year. And at a busy time of year with only 2 weeks allowed for public input by residents and community councils, and we've heard a number of times tonight how important community councils are, and for fair consideration by the Assembly, why introduce a controversial issue like personal use fireworks for almost immediate and permanent implementation, and that's in 13 days from now. So such a short time frame may be permitted by municipal code, but it seems to me like it's an effort to slip this one in. And what other code changes with such impact benefit from such an accelerated schedule? We've also talked tonight a lot about the amount of time sending the animal noise back to the commission for further consideration before assembly action. Now, aside from the timing and accelerated schedule, I'm opposed to personal use fireworks. Put that right out there. I don't accept that making Anchorage noisier, more dangerous, more toxic, and a serious threat to many residents, their children, and their pets is a good thing. I also do not accept the premise that just because a lot of people break a law, that the prohibited activity should be legalized, and that would be very dangerous in a lot of ways. So I urge the Assembly to reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. All right, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Marilyn Hauser, Houser. I've been in touch with many of you and expressed my dismay at this proposed change in municipal code. As you're aware, the approved 2-year trial period beginning in 2010 that permitted personal use fireworks and subsequent attempts to make the change permanent proved controversial for Anchorage. I live and own a home in an older neighborhood on a 7,000 square foot lot. Most of the lots in my neighborhood are 7,000 square feet. Some are 5,000 square feet. A few lots are larger. For me, it means any fireworks exploded by neighbors will be very close to my home. Section B1 of the proposed change requires the person using the fireworks to be on his or her private property. Section B3H states the discharge will not be permitted within 20 feet of the dwelling on the neighboring property. And B6 says the area restrictions include where the firework comes to rest after ignition or operation. How is that even possible on a 7,000 or less square foot lot? These mortars and artillery shells go up 500 to 100 feet. How will it be enforced? How will APD be able to respond to my call about the neighbor who was exploding fireworks less than 20 feet from my home when law enforcement focus is on drunk driving and other public safety hazards on New Year's Eve? How does APD feel about this proposed change and a new law on the books for them to enforce? Section B3B stipulates personal use fireworks are prohibited on municipal parkland. That section and the aforementioned Section B1 requiring the fireworks user be on his or her private property means no one in high-density housing will be able to explode personal use fireworks. Well, that's not going to happen. And because I am fortunate enough to live near Chester Creek Greenbelt, I know for a fact our city parks are used now for illegal fireworks, and that certainly will increase if municipal code is changed. My father was a World War II veteran and saw combat in Europe. Our family never went to professional fireworks displays, no matter how much we pleaded. As a young child, I never understood and just thought he was mean. We were not allowed to have even the most benign of fireworks, anything that popped or hissed. It wasn't until I was an adult and he would recount his war experiences that I realized how the explosions had affected his psyche. PTSD is a thing, and it is real. Please take into consideration our many combat veterans living in Anchorage. Individuals living with dementia and Alzheimer's can be confused, startled, and frightened by fireworks. Personal use fireworks are unpredictable. At least with a professional display, it's a predictable time, location, and duration. And yes, I am a pet owner. I hate seeing them cower and hide for hours in response to the hisses and concussive sounds they do not understand. By the way, fireworks are also extremely frightening for horses, moose, and other animals that live in our city. A couple more points.
Ma'am, could you please sum up?
Fireworks contain perchlorate, which is a toxic and carcinogenic substance. And I'm very frustrated by the fact that this was introduced at the December 4th Assembly meeting 4 days after the big earthquake, when many people were putting their lives back together and the Assembly and the Mayor's office were in emergency mode. I don't understand how this is a priority.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
There are no questions. Would anyone else like to testify on this item?
Hi, Jeff Landfield. I think fireworks are awesome. I think we should be able to light off some fireworks a couple times a year. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Landfield. Okay. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? No.
I agree with the gentleman who just spoke. However, I think they should be professionally done and not done here, there, and in a dangerous manner. On all what she said, the lady who spoke before that, I'm Sigrun Robertson, I agree with her. But the professionally done fireworks are for us all to enjoy. If we want to go bang, bang ourselves, we're very selfish for those that have a hard time with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify? Okay. Seeing no one,
Here he comes. You couldn't help yourself, could you, Forrest?
You've already got some converts here, Mr. Averman.
Yeah,
one night.
You encourage it.
Go ahead, Mr. Averman.
My name is Eugene Carl-Heyman. I represent myself. I follow the public process. The public process is done appropriately. The decision made by the governing body is more like the public interest. I'll be very, very brief because I appreciate the remarks a couple of people ago and said the remarks when you introduced this item for public hearing just about 3 or 4 days after the earthquake, people were putting their lives back together. And when I said at that introduction meeting, I said to you it's appropriate that you need to continue public hearing and respect the situation we're in holiday season and giving a fair chance to the public to be engaged. But by bring these items, some of them, the items tonight you have put off, respectively. But the fact is, you've been doing business as usual, and even though you don't declare emergency, you're acting like there is an emergency, but then you're acting like it's business as usual. And so please continue public hearing and give the public a chance to speak on this issue and all the other issues. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. Would anyone else like to speak on this issue? Anyone at all? Seeing none, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion on this item. Mr. Trainee.
A few years ago, in 2010, we actually had this approved for 2 years. The theory was the world's going to end if you approve this. 2 years, the world didn't end. We had no more fireworks going off. We do now. Every New Year's Eve, we're only talking New Year's Eve for 3 hours. It's not the end of the world. So I've been getting a lot of emails from people saying, well, you caused the earthquake by having fireworks come. No, we didn't. And by having fireworks after the earthquake, you're not going to cause more earthquakes. Earthquakes are reality. Living in an earthquake zone, we live here. It's a fact of life. And we've got people selling fireworks in Houston. Do you really think there's going to be any less fireworks if we don't make it illegal here? As it's been for the last few years, the police don't respond. They're not issued one ticket. The fire department's not issued one ticket. So why play the game that they're not legal? They are legal here. Not technically legal, but they're legal. Anchorage lights up. Go to the hillside sometime and watch the explosion down here. It's everywhere. It's a time we let the people do what they did in 2010 for 2 years, very successfully. No fingers blown off, except one Air Force guy that got drunk and held a mortar in his hand. Beyond that, we had no problems. And whether you approve this or not, I guarantee you on New Year's Eve, if they've got them, they're going to light them. And no matter, you can call APD, you can call AFD, they don't issue tickets. So why play the game that we're going to enforce it when we don't? When we had 2 years of this, we had a lot of churches that had fireworks going off in their lot. They had their parishioners that wanted to shoot the fireworks off. It was enjoyed by people. And so that's the reason I brought it forward, quite frankly, because America used to be a land of the free, home of the brave. Now we're the home of the shy and timid. We hide. There's no need to. So that's the reason I brought it forward, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with all due respect to my fellow colleague, Mr. Trainee, we have a lot of people that run stop signs in Anchorage, too. And so that doesn't mean we should make that legal. It could cause a lot of accidents. We've had incidents in my neighborhood with people shooting off fireworks on the 4th of July and New Year's Eve well into the night, well past 1 a.m. If you give people permission to go from 10 to 1, they'll start at 8:30 and quit at 2:30. And it just gets to be overkill after a while. We also have legal fireworks that I believe that are planned for New Year's Eve at Town Square Park. And it's usually a pretty good display down there. And if you can't make it all the way downtown, you can actually park in numerous locations around town and see the fireworks. And so I would recommend that people who are really into fireworks could go down and see the fireworks that will be put off in downtown. So I'll be a no vote on this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a no vote on this one. In the short time this ordinance has been out there for public comment, the response has been overwhelmingly negative. And this is not the right time to do this. It's too soon after the earthquake. And if we were to craft something that the public might support, it would take more time. It's been suggested it might be possible to exclude some of the noisier fireworks and only include ones that illuminate the sky. But again, I think that would take a lot of time to work through. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. I don't see any other discussion on this item. Please vote. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Trainee, you got back in the queue. Yes.
We need to have enforced fun. You need to have go to an area to enjoy fireworks. Quite frankly, growing up as a child, we had fun at home, shooting our own fireworks off. We kept it in our own lot. And for those that have a 7,000 square foot lot, sorry about that. Some of us have a slightly bigger lot, and we can use the fireworks. That happens. But to say you can have organized fun only by professionals is ridiculous. We need to have fireworks legal in Anchorage because the people are going to use them anyway, guys. And I tried to deal with your red light runners, but you guys would not approve photo cameras for red light runners. Or we could have stopped some people running red lights. But that's all, Mr. Chairman. I doubt if I'll win on this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Ms. Tafts, apparently your button isn't working, but you're in the queue.
Yeah. So my instinct was not for this, but over the last couple weeks, I've talked to a lot of people. I know Lily has talked to a lot of people. We've kind of talked to each other, and the general consensus that we've got is that this is probably going to be okay. It happens anyway, and it might actually be easier to enforce. So that's just like what I've gotten from the people that I talked to. And I think the other concern that people have was that people were going to know that this was happening. And so I think, personally, and from the people that I've talked to, that this could actually be a pretty good opportunity to let people know, when and where fireworks are allowed and when they're not, and also to make sure people know how to use them safely, and, just kind of public outreach would be good. And I think that if we did it right, this could actually be a good opportunity to do that and to educate more people on how to do this in a safe manner and a controlled manner and not just kind of illegally all over the place because it's going to be illegal anyway.
Thank you, Ms. Tafts. Would anyone else like to discuss or debate this item? Anyone else in the queue? Not seeing anyone, please vote on this item. Ms. Tafts, how do you vote? Okay, that item fails 3-7. Now, we are on item 14P, ordinance number AO 2018-104, an ordinance to the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage a ballot proposition amending the Anchorage Municipal Charter to authorize a retail tax on alcoholic beverages and dedicating the net receipts revenue to health and public safety purposes, including financing support for such purposes, authorizing the Assembly to implement and levy the tax by ordinance and related matters. Mayor Berkowitz, Vice Chair Croft, Trainee, and Rivera. So for this discussion, I know a lot of people are here. I appreciate that you queued up like that. That's a great way to save some time. I'll also say that in this chamber, we are respectful to each other. We've had some very hot-button issues in here in the past. We don't boo at each other. We don't yell at each other. We don't clap for each other or anything like that, okay? We let the people from both sides have their say. And we will get people removed if people get too rowdy, okay? So, with that, everybody will have 3 minutes. Please state your name clearly for the record. Go ahead, Mr. McGrath.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Tom McGrath, members of the Assembly. I support this ordinance, but not the S version. I remember years ago, Craig Campbell, when he was on the Assembly, he'd usually start off most discussions with the cost causer should be the cost payer. Mr. Trainee's mouthing that. I'm sure he's heard it. ICER did a study a number of years ago that the cost of alcohol and drugs in Alaska is about $1.2 billion per year. Current alcohol and marijuana taxes are just a very small fraction of that. I do not support the S version. I especially do not support B1, where one half of the cost of a detox facility would be supported with this tax. We do not need it as a government-run detox facility. Look at API to see how a government fails at running a mental health facility. If you go no further than that, that should tell you that we don't want to do that as a government. The question on the ballot should be, should we have a tax? People here should realize that all the other language can be changed on any given Tuesday night by the Anchorage Assembly. I've also always felt that the threshold for a question on the ballot should be 50%. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. There are no questions. Next.
Hi, my name is Kenny Peterson, Petersen, Midtown Community Council. I'd have to tell you that I was thinking this might be a tax on appliances. I own an appliance store here in town, and we had a sales tax that was going to come a couple of years ago, and it was going to be pretty heavy on appliances and furniture the way that it was put out. But then I was rereading, and I thought maybe it was a tax on comic books. But that wouldn't go very well either, because then we'd buy our comic books maybe in Wasilla. And then I thought about, well, what are we trying to accomplish? And having been in meetings with many of you over the last few years, I realize what we're trying to do is find a way to fund and help homelessness in our community. And I applaud you for what you're trying to do. And this is the best effort that I've heard of so far. I don't believe that this is about beverage sales tax or alcohol sales tax or appliances or comic books or any other thing for it. This is just something that seems the most related to it. It makes sense. So if not this, then what? And that's the question I have, is that we spent the last year as a community creating a plan called Anchored Home. Anchored Home is a viable plan on how to address homelessness and reduce homelessness. That plan, we then had a public forum meeting in this very building, and the question always came up, how are we going to fund this? You've provided one answer of how to fund this. It's a good one. I hope that it works. To fund homelessness, we could get 300 people off the streets each year at about $2,000 a month, which is about $6 million a year. We could do that. So we just need to come up with about $6 million a year, plus we need some infrastructure. Let's go with $10 million. So we need to come up with about, let's say, $16 million this first year and about $6 million each year to address homelessness. Whoever testifies here that says this is not a good idea needs to do as boldly and bravely as you did, which is to come up with an alternative. So I challenge everyone who comes up here and says, please don't tax alcohol. I recommend taxing appliances as well. If you're going to do it, I'll pay some of that as long as folks don't go buy in the valley. So if you need to tax something else as well, consider me as part of the $16 million a year, and then consider $6 million after that. So whoever comes up here, please give an alternative. If not, come and meet with me. My name's Kenny Peterson. I'll sit in a meeting, and I'll try and help out to come up with a budget for it. I also recommend that in the forming of this budget, if we're going to do it, is that Anchored Home has a lot of items that require funding. Some of the elements are in this program for it. Put dollars next to it. And if we don't fund it this way, the next best way is to voluntarily do it. That way, private industries and private people can maybe fund some of these elements if this doesn't pass. And so we just need to have numbers next to it and allow people to voluntarily do this if we can't do it via tax. But am I in favor of it? I wish it wouldn't have to be it. This is the best plan. Someone else give a better one. I'll vote for that instead.
Thank you. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, good evening. Glenn M. Gustafson, first Anchorage in 1981, residing in West Anchorage. Mr. Chair and Assembly members, thank you. I urge you to vote no on item 14P, the proposed alcohol tax. Alcohol isn't the problem. It's the street corner panhandlers and homeless campers that are the problem. They're the ones that are making poor life choices, including that some simply just don't want to do hard work. My suggestion is to provide less civil public support to this segment of our community rather than more. A less easy life will, on the margin, encourage them to seek out better opportunities elsewhere. Corollary is that it will lessen Anchorage becoming a magnet for these people who previously resided in rural Alaska where even lesser services are offered. In the larger scheme of things, we need to encourage the unemployed or underemployed to be mobile and seek better opportunities in one of the other 49 states that have greater economic opportunity than here. Over the same 35 years or more that I've been familiar with Anchorage, I've also been very familiar with two other different communities, one in Washington where I was born and raised, another in Arizona. Those communities have been stingy in public support of the homeless, and they are each now nicer than they were before 35 years ago, whereas Anchorage is not. Instead, I'd encourage you to maximize utilization of public health resources that are already dedicated to a segment that's largely affected by this in our community, to discourage panhandling by establishing donation stations like parking meters, possibly co-located with bus stops where there's an area for people to pull out safely away from traffic and to make their private donations, which can be dedicated to providing private-supported temporary shelter or food. I'd also encourage you to step up criminal enforcement of the littering and other offenses that are occurring at our street corners. This is all about not that $100 that I'm going to spend every year on the extra alcohol tax, but it's about how our community has become and about how I and other people see our community and feel about it. I mean, it's turning into a slum. It's outrageous, and coddling these people is going exactly the wrong direction. Any questions? I'd be happy to answer.
There are no questions. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify?
Hey, good evening. I'm Charles Gorman. Testify in behalf of this alcohol retail tax. I think it's a great idea. Like Mr. Peterson says, it just makes sense. I've got how will this fund be used? How will the money itself be used? Well, to address the costs and negative outcomes from alcohol misuse, both in the broader community and for persons who are homeless. The fund is targeted in these following areas: substance misuse treatment and prevention. We don't have enough substance misuse treatment centers here in Anchorage. I just finished a 4-year term on the advisory board for alcoholism and drug abuse, and I went all over the state. There's not enough treatment centers in this state, let alone here in Alaska. And this is a good idea, $11 to $15 million a year. Also, homeless safety net services, this money would help with overflow shelter, housing, support services, community behavioral health response systems that can get people to treatment resources more quickly, prevention. Many of the people in the homeless services systems have underlying conditions or addictions that can be treated by behavioral health services. However, there are not enough resources for treatment or for the follow-up care. The community wants to see more shelter and housing programs for people found camping in the parks, like somebody just mentioned, or the woods and the trail areas to reduce these illegal camps. This resource can help make this a reality. Current resources are not adequate to address the problem we are experiencing in the parks, trails, and public spaces. With the demand for services increasing, the state budget constraints have resulted in decreased resources and overcrowding pressure on the psychiatric and mental health and substance use treatment services in Anchorage, with large gaps in the state budget. We're at risk of losing more ground on critical treatment and prevention services. Please, take it to the people. It's just common sense. The people, let them decide. Thank you.
You're Mr. Charles Foreman? Is that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Gorman, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Gorman. I'm here in support of this bill. It gives us answers to problems. My family has personally been affected by this. I've got a daughter-in-law that her mother has been an alcoholic and constantly having problems. We have problems in society with DUIs. Throw them in jail, they get back out, they go back to drinking. We need solutions. We need to help people fix their behavior and their problems. And we need answers, and this helps give answers to that. Psychological, behavior, addictions, all of it. So I'm in support of this, and I know the damage that alcohol does to people's lives, and many of us have seen that and felt it. So I hope you take this seriously in support of having answers for the needs in our community.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Hank Wentz, W-E-N-T-Z. I represent those, I took offense to that one remark about people from the rural areas causing trouble, you know. That's I represent a group called Natives for Sobriety. I represent the voiceless, the broken, the addicted, and the homeless. Alaska Natives account for 18% of the population and 68% of the prison population. My Native sisters are being raped, and there's nothing being done. Crimes against Natives, the natives from the village that come into town because of alcoholism, the people that are predators that prey on the vulnerable. My Native brothers begging in the streets, you know. We get so profiled all the time, and it's sad to see that. But that's, you know, Some of us are still suffering from cultural PTSD. You know, they mentioned PTSD from a war, but when you grow up in a home with addiction and alcoholism and abuse, a child that suffers from incest or a woman that's been raped will suffer more from PTSD than a man that's been to war. Homeless people do want to belong and have a part of the so-called American dream. We have broken youth from all the cultures down at the Covenant House, and many of the problems come from the addiction in the house. A lot of people are excluded, you know, because the people that have money are entitled, so they make the laws, and the people that have nothing get stepped on and they get forgotten and they get left behind. They're excluded. Emily Blunt said, playing Mary Poppins, in order to fly, you need something to take off from. When you're not even seen in a room full of people when you're a homeless person, it is a very lonely feeling. But poor people will give you more because they get joy in receiving or giving, you know. This is me. I've been homeless before. I've been addicted. I've been incarcerated. I can only give what I have in my experience. And aren't I better this way than being a burden to society? I know there are two sides to every discussion. On one hand, you have the business owners afraid of losing business with consumers of alcohol, afraid of having a more expensive product, the alcohol. And that's who it ultimately comes down to, is the consumer. This is not a property tax. And taxpayers of Anchorage are the ones, this is not a property tax, and will the taxpayers of Anchorage, you see, they won't have to pay for the mental health, the housing, the services by the people who will be using the biggest drug of all, the alcohol. I'm almost done. Think about all the added costs of those services. Having this tax in place will actually save money. Alaska has a huge alcohol problem, and it leads the nation in a lot of alcohol statistics. I could go on, but I guess you guys get my point. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
Sir?
Mr. Constant.
You didn't say whether you support or don't support this, so just say it.
I support the tax.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Susie Pearson, Pearson. To the chair and assembly members, thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I'm here representing Abused Women's Aid in Crisis, or AWAKE. I'm the executive director, and I'm here to tell you about the impact of mental illness and substance use on the population that AWAKE serves, victims of domestic violence. Of the individuals that are served during FY18, 45% of those experience some form of mental illness at AWAKE. 25% experience chronic alcoholism. Currently, there are limited resources in Anchorage to support these individuals. AWAKE has consistently used Anchorage's emergency services to respond to those who are experiencing an active mental health crisis or those who are severely intoxicated and unsafe for the shelter environment. While AWAKE strives to be providing supportive services to those who need our help, AWAKE is not intended to be a shelter for those with mental health issues and substance abuse. AWAKE staff are trained to help those experiencing those with domestic violence. It's anticipated that we are going to work with people who experienced mental health and substance use issues. However, the severity of these issues often impact the safety and security of the 50-plus people in shelter, to include other vulnerable adults and children. AWAKE does not ask these people to leave the shelter. Instead, we try to work with them to the best of their abilities. While staff are not trained in, but they are very compassionate, and they work with challenges that these populations face every day. In our efforts to help provide support, AWAKE has created a case manager position for substance abuse in order to provide as a liaison for other recovery agencies, as well as to provide that additional support that those who are experiencing substance abuse might need. We also partner with Anchorage Community Mental Health Services. They have a counselor on site. However, her wait list is extensive. Any funding that the municipality of Anchorage can leverage to address these issues for this highly vulnerable population would be greatly appreciated and a great service to this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Council. My name is Sean Sullivan. I am the outreach specialist for Rural Cap Supportive Housing Division. Just to tell you a little bit about myself and what I do, as an outreach specialist, my job is to go out and find the homeless and help get them qualified and get all their documentation and things together in order to get them approved for housing. One of the things I've noticed while doing my job is that I was one of the people that would say, you know, why don't these guys get a job? Why don't they get out here? But there's a lot of people that have disabilities and mental illnesses. So I think that passing this vote will be very imperative as far as helping me when I'm out here with these guys and helping them get subsidy as far as their housing and things like that. And one thing I know for sure and 100% guaranteed is that when you help house someone, it makes a significant difference. It does harm reduction. It lowers their chances of doing drugs. I mean, and to add a little bit of tax or 50 cents or $10 here or wherever the case may be in the year, I mean, I feel good about that as opposed to knowing that someone can die out on the streets, freezing and cold, you know. And I think we have everybody in this room has a moral obligation to defend those that can't defend themselves that have disabilities. So I'm not going to take up too much of your time, but let's go ahead and push this thing forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rocco Lee, and I come to tell y'all, I've been out here on the streets almost 20-something years. I've seen men and women go through this stuff, and they die. Literally lay there in front of you and die. And it's no lie. I'm telling you the truth. We need to get something started where these people have a right. There's so many of them. There is so many people that are homeless that it is unbelievable in Alaska, where they shouldn't even be homeless. They shouldn't. They ought to have a house to live in, something to eat, breathe. I mean, gosh. And y'all act like it's a hard deal to do. It ain't hard. It's very, very easy. All you got to do is use your head.
Sir, could you please speak into the microphone so we can record
All
you?
you got to do is use your heads. Plain and simple. I mean, I'm telling you, I've been through that 25 years. I got Rural Cap, I got housing. But if I didn't get from Rural Cap, I'd still be out there on the streets. And that is the truth. No lying about it. I'm not telling you no facts and figures. That's it. I mean, plain and simple. And that's about all I got to say. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I just say, please help them. Please. If you help them, we might have a better community.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Corinne O'Neill. I'm the Supportive Housing Division Director for Rural Cap.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you say your name again a little louder?
Corinne O'Neill.
Corinne O'Neill.
Yeah. And I am in support of the ordinance to fund initiatives that are approved through the plan for Anchored Home. Rural Cap provides over 614 housing units on 16 sites, with 6 of those being permanent supportive housing for people who are formerly homeless with chronic severe mental illness and addiction. Those housing units provide affordable housing with behavioral health support with intensive case management. And although we have 90% housing retention for people that are formerly homeless at Carlick Manor this year, 86% at 325 East 3rd site, and 79.5 at our Sitka Place site this year, with 37% of those people increasing their income, and the average rent paid is subsidized, but it's $250 a month. Although we have these support services, we are not unimpacted by the lack of acute care systems in our community, whether that be the crisis with API right now or the other need for crisis response, which we need as support to keep people housed in our community with severe psychiatric disabilities. I would just like to cite the Pay for Success study, which I think the Assembly is familiar with, on the cost of doing nothing versus the cost down the line if we keep deferring treatment, psychiatric conditions, and care for some of our most vulnerable people in the community. And so we're going to pay for it, whether we pay for it now or we pay for it later. And I think this tax is the best chance we have to put into some of those services, those treatment needs, housing needs, to pay for them now so that we don't pay for them in a more expensive way in the future and through our acute care systems. I just want to thank the Assembly for the great work on the EOC. With the EOC last week, Carlick Manor had to be evacuated during the earthquake. And I just want to say all of those people ended up either in the church or in the Red Cross shelter, showing that they have come back to our community. They didn't go back on the streets. They didn't go back into Brother Francis. And they all came to an emergency shelter like integrated citizens of our community and then returned home. And so I just support the ordinance, and thank you so much for bringing it forward in what I hope is support of the Anchored Home Plan.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Lizzie Newell, Newell, and I'm in support of the ordinance. I've come here to speak for my housemate, whose son is homeless, has been for 8 years, and has mental illnesses. So I've come to read her letter. This is from Rebecca Goodrich. She says, I support the 5% option, and here are the reasons. 1, bars, music venues, and clubs will not suffer. Nowadays, nobody blinks an eye about going into such venues and ordering a non-alcoholic drink. In fact, some such venues are now profiting from the rising non-alcoholic craft drink movement, such as seen in the business of Curious Cordels and others. We are in desperate need of facilities for the addicted and homeless. We can and should do better for our fellow humans, and we need to get on this problem, and fast. 3, former addicts and former homeless often become excellent counselors and case managers for those populations, knowing the problems and pressures from the inside. We can only gain healthier and more engaged citizens by investing in our fellow humans. Our city and state will then profit from these investments. 4, lastly, as the mother of a homeless, addicted young man with a major mental health diagnosis, I saw the system fail us repeatedly, and for many years. What a waste. Let's do this the right way. Thank you for taking the time to consider my comments. I would like these comments to become part of the permanent record. For myself, I would like to say that I've been a witness to what's been happening with this young man for the last 8 years. He's in and out of jail. Someone assaulted him, took a 2x4 to his kneecap, and hasn't healed correctly. I saw him on Sunday. His knee was all swollen up. His hands were cracked from the cold. We gave him a hat, gloves, water. There wasn't much else we could do. We need to come together as a community to do this as a regular way, not relying on charity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is Don Grassi. I'm the president of K&L Distributors, a statewide alcohol distribution company. I've worked at K&L for over 27 years, and I've managed the company for over 25. I'm also the president of the Beer, Wine, and Wholesalers Association in Alaska. When the mayor introduced the proposed tax, he characterized it, the industry, as an incredibly profitable business in this town. 2016 and 2017 have been the worst 2 years of our company's history in the 27 years that I've been involved in this business. Industry sales have been down statewide consistently over the last 3 years. Beer's flat this year, was way down in 17 and 16. Wine has been down in 2018, 17, and 16. And spirits was down in 2017 and slightly up in 2018 and 16. The owners of my company have had to infuse over $5 million of capital into our company in order to pay our suppliers and to pay our employees. We employ 190 people in the state, which is down 12 employees from 2015. These are all full-time jobs with medical retirement benefits and employees that support families in our community. The proposed tax is anti-employment, and in our community that should be a concern, with the unemployment rates as the highest in the nation. I show that over 25 of my customers have shut down their doors in the last 2 years, with big customers like Sam's Clubs and iconic Alaskan watering holes like the Sea Galley and Rice Bowl closing down. Bankruptcies and customers that cannot pay their bills are higher than I've ever seen in the history of our organization. This proposal is anti-business and will hurt many of our customers and our businesses. Based on some studies, the mayor asked me what would be the impact of this tax, and I looked up some studies, and based on the Institute of Alcohol, I estimate this tax will impact sales between 2.5 to 5%, depending on the category, negatively, on top of a market that's already down. On top of that, cannabis has come into our market overnight and is negatively impacting the alcohol beverage industry as well. Our entire community was rocked by the 7.0 earthquake, but I can't think of an industry that was rocked harder than many of my customers. The pictures that I'm sure you've all seen on the internet of alcohol bottles broken was hundreds of thousands of dollars. Lastly, I think the changing of the charter for a one-time vote is deceptive and not the will of the people that voted overwhelmingly to create a 60% hurdle to create a tax increase. This is an anti-business and anti-employment proposal and not what our city needs right now. The mayor and the administration asked you to let this issue go to the ballot, as it has failed to do so in the past, but that's not quite true. We've had ballot initiatives in 1993 and 1994, and we've won. The industry has won each time.
Sir, your time has expired. We need to let other people speak too, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have some questions, though.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's questions in the queue. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
I'm over here, sorry. Thanks for your testimony, sir. I really appreciate it. You've been in the room as I have, and you've heard all the prior testimony, and I'm sure you're aware of the issues that the city is tackling right now or trying to tackle. What do you propose we do if it's not an alcohol tax to raise these funds?
Most of the people that I talk to in the industry do not support a selective tax against alcohol, but I think most people in the industry would support a broad-based tax to solve this problem.
So a sales tax, broad.
Sales tax is one form of a broad-based tax, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then just to follow up, why don't you feel it's appropriate for the voters to make this decision?
If that's what I said, I just feel like, and I didn't get to finish that point, but if this goes to the voters, I'm sure the industry will mount a pretty sophisticated campaign. We've won those elections every time that we've had them, and I think it would be a waste of time and effort for both sides.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Trainee.
So you brought up a tax on marijuana. Marijuana is cutting into your business, you said. It's taxed at 5%. How much is alcohol taxed at the local level? Do you know?
It's not taxed at the local level. It's taxed at the state level, and we're taxed the second highest in the United States.
So is marijuana, sir. I'm asking you, shouldn't alcohol be taxed just like marijuana at the local level?
I believe the marijuana tax came on, the local marijuana tax came on as the industry was created. This is a changing of the rules for the industry that's been established in this community for a long time. So the people that started marijuana businesses knew going in what their cost of doing business is, where this is a change for all of our industry, and a change at, I think, a bad time for the industry.
So you don't agree they should be both taxed? If they're both instruments, they do the same thing, they shouldn't be taxed at the same rate at the local level?
I do not agree with that. That's
Thank you,
correct.
Mr. Croft.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
Yes, sir. Appreciate your testimony. I was looking it up as you're doing the numbers I have from the state have liquor consumption up from 14, 15 levels, wine consumption up, beer kind of steadier down, but that's when you add in this beer small brewery, it's up. So, I mean, and collections are up from the 14, 15. Hasn't alcohol, both consumption and sales, gone up over the last 2 or 3 years?
They have not. The distributors share all their numbers, and so I can see from year to year, and the numbers that I gave you is the numbers by category, beer, liquor, and wine, that were up or down.
Well, statewide, I show them all.
And those were statewide numbers that I gave you as well.
All right. Thank you. I'd love to get those again because they don't match what the state is reporting.
So we have a lot of people that want to testify tonight. But Mr. Constant, you're in the queue. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, you testified that you are seeing more bankruptcies, but AEDC's testimony in their annual report for the last year was that we're actually at near record lows, and in fact, we're 51 out of 50 states in the District of Columbia. Where are you getting your reports of high bankruptcy?
One of our largest accounts in the Anchorage area is in bankruptcy court right now. And I also mentioned that a lot of our customers are having a hard time paying their bills and paying their bills on time.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, sir. There are no further questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Oh, I need to repeat this. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, thank you all. My name is David Rittenberg, and I have the privilege to serve as the program director for the Brother Francis Shelter. I'm here to speak in support of this tax. I go to work every day, and I get to work with some amazing people that do the work of helping the most vulnerable in this community. Many of them are here tonight. You've heard from many of them. But we are dealing with some significant gaps in the safety net, and I'll keep my comments brief because there are a lot of people here to speak, but we need help. And infusing some resources into the safety net that we have can go a long way towards meeting the need that we have in this community. So I really see this as a question of what kind of community do we want to live in the next 5 years and 10 years. And without the resources to provide mental health services, to provide substance abuse services, and provide additional shelter, the way the community is going is frankly kind of scary. So I really truly believe that adding some resources to the services that are already in place, and then also adding some additional services that can help fill some of those gaps, specifically with mental health treatment, specifically with substance abuse treatment, and then also aftercare once people are in housing and they're supported in housing. We see it every day that providing a small investment in somebody can pay large dividends down the road when that person is supported and stable in their housing and they're no longer using emergency services and other services like that the community ends up paying for. So I fully support this, and I'd love to see it on the ballot in April. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. No questions. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, hi, my name is Scott Anaya, A-N-A-Y-A, the owner of Crush and managing partner of the bottle shops here in town. I want to say that personally and on behalf of my businesses, we appreciate the work of many of the nonprofits in this room and across the city working to address homeless and all the surrounding issues. Personally, I've donated thousands of dollars and many hours to many of these organizations, and my businesses have donated even more over the last 11 years. I guess I kind of stand here in front of you tonight a little bit defeated, honestly. What's normally a fun, in a weird sort of way, fun, busy season for us. The holiday season, our busiest time of the year, sort of got rocked that couple weeks ago by the earthquake. This isn't a great time for my businesses and my family, and we probably fared not that bad compared to some of my competitors and colleagues in this industry. The physical cleanup and non-stock and restocking, and I'm still finding glass everywhere, now gives way to a mountain of paperwork and accounting to figure out exactly how much money we lost 2 weeks ago, both in product hours being closed. But even in normal times, in this deep recession, us small family-owned businesses aren't incredibly profitable. We're making a modest living. We're working long hours on very small margins. Many of you on the assembly see myself and my partner on the floor of our businesses 6 days and or nights a week. And that's because we can't afford to hire employees. We're half of what we were in 2012. And we're back in our businesses because of the recession and slower sales during this recession. I can honestly say this tax is fairly depleting on our energy and morale as a business and members of this community. And it's, just not very well timed at the moment either. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. No, didn't see any. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thanks, Mr. Anaya. I love going to Crush, as you know, and I appreciate all you do for the community. But I have the same question that I asked to the other gentleman is, we're kind of all in this together. This is our community. We're trying to brainstorm what to do. Do you have ideas? And I know it's not just on you. It's not just on me. We're trying to do it together. But what do you think we should do, and why shouldn't we let the voters decide?
Well, I mean, it is on us, actually. Many of us, unfortunately, we're being singled out with this proposal, even though it's a city and statewide issue and issues that we're dealing with. I don't have all the answers, but certainly one small industry being asked to shoulder a problem that personally my businesses don't create, or exacerbate the problem. We sell $25 bottles of Pinot Noir, not airplane bottles of hard liquor. So I'm willing, our businesses are willing to work with the broader Anchorage community, but I think it's unfair to single out, especially when a small family businesses aren't incredibly profitable right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I would want to have something for everybody to keep in mind. This goes to the voters in April 2019. The earliest it would go into effect would be January of 2020. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. My name is Brian Bjorkquist, B-J-O-R-K-Q-U-I-S-T. I'm a member of the local organizing ministry at Central Lutheran, which is a member of AFACT, Anchorage Faith and Action Congregations Together. AFACT is a coalition of 16 faith communities around the city that work on quality of life issues. We believe the proposed ballot proposition on the alcohol tax should be submitted to Anchorage voters, as it's one good means to help address homelessness issues. Central Lutheran Church is in Fairview. We conducted over 100 face-to-face visits with neighbors, members of our congregations, and pastors of a dozen congregations around the downtown and Fairview areas. Homelessness came up repeatedly as a common concern of all. In addition, at the end of November, we held a We hosted a public meeting, which was attended by Mayor Berkowitz, Assemblyperson Rivera, and several other Assembly people, where we dealt with homelessness and behavioral health. That's one of the things that we heard from experts in the field, that there's a direct correlation between homelessness and behavioral health. And we believe addressing behavioral health issues is a necessary component to really deal with the homelessness issue in Anchorage. Many persons experiencing homelessness struggle with mental health crises and substance abuse issues that go untreated. Over the last couple of decades, the state has taken the primary responsibility for providing behavioral health, but lately the state's system of behavioral health care is in crisis. It's really a mess. Anchorage suffers as a result. We have significant numbers of our neighbors who experience homelessness, whose behavioral health care needs are not met. Some of these people are the most vulnerable people in our community and are at risk for their health and safety on a daily basis. People in many neighborhoods also are impacted from homelessness, from homeless camps to criminal activity. And I'm sure that each of you hears so much more than we do from your constituents as to what's going on with homelessness. The state's failure to address this leaves us hanging, but it also provides an opportunity for the municipality to take a leadership role when it comes to behavioral health. The proposed ballot initiative would create one funding source to better enable the municipality to assume that leadership role and address homelessness in other ways. In conclusion, we think that the ballot proposition for the proposed alcohol tax should be submitted to Anchorage voters. In a democracy, ordinary people should have their voice heard at the ballot box, and that's what we believe should happen with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee has a question.
Sir, a question for you. If we manage to get the 8 votes we need here, do we have your commitment that your organization will get people out to vote? Because you heard the industry has defeated this many times before. They defeated here on the floor of the Assembly when 8 people didn't have enough guts to send this to the ballot. I want your commitment here that if we do send this to the ballot, you'll be there telling the parishioners they need to get out and vote. I don't care how they vote, but I want them to vote, sir.
The commitment I can make to you is that I can only speak for the local organizing ministry at Central Lutheran, not AFACT as a whole, and we will be engaged in an educational program respecting the ballot initiative. We also can commit to you that we will be speaking with other congregations within AFACT, but I can't speak for them here today.
That. It's just that it's hard for some members to make this decision because they get a lot of pressure from the industry. Don't do that. We'll never help you ever run for election again. Quite frankly, all we're dealing with is this assembly, get 8 votes to send to the voters of Anchorage. And that's what I want to see happen, sir. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Thank you, sir. There are no further questions.
Thank you.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Assembly. My name is Sarah Oates. I am on my 3rd week as President and CEO of Alaska Char. There are many Anchorage licensees who wish to testify today about how this proposed tax would negatively impact their businesses, but who either had to leave here early or are unable to be here because they are at their establishments working hard to make as much money as possible during this very busy holiday season. As you heard from others who've testified, this is their big money-making season. There are also a number of people here who might not speak today out of respect for your time or because they do not enjoy public speaking. Our industry generates more money for government than it does in profits earned by alcohol retailers, wholesalers, and suppliers combined. For those who don't know my history, I worked for the ABC board for 7.5 years, the majority of those years as the head of the licensing and education section. Each year, I saw dozens of restaurant eating place licenses in Anchorage expire because the establishments couldn't afford the $800 expense for the license or because they went out of business in this tough economy. We have seen a number of establishments file bankruptcy or close their doors entirely in recent years. There are many locally owned establishments that are already struggling to survive in this economy. The municipality should work with us to hold the state to its promise that half of the $40 million in taxes paid by the alcohol industry each year will be spent toward additional detox and treatment facilities. Recent publications have cited lack of mental health services and affordable permanent housing as major contributors to homelessness and other problems around the state. The municipality should be working with the Alaska Mental Health Trust Authority, an entity with a large budget, to secure mental health services and permanent housing for the homeless. For years, the municipality has passed ordinances and thrown resources at ineffective solutions for the issues it is hoping to solve with this proposed tax. Now, rather than propose a sales or opioid tax, the administration has chosen to pursue an easier route and punish our industry while businesses are trying to financially recover from earthquake losses. Our members genuinely want to work with the community and with all levels of government to come up with effective, long-term solutions to these complex issues. I urge you to vote no on this proposal, or at minimum to uphold the existing 3/5 vote requirement in the municipal charter, and to collaborate with us and other stakeholders to find reasonable, impactful solutions to these issues. I also co-authored an op-ed that is in the ADN. If you haven't read it, I would be happy to forward that to each of you.
Thank you. There's a question from Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Ms. Oates, so I struggle with this argument that this tax is being levied on your business owners. Right. What I understand, and when I travel wherever I go where there is a sales tax, there's a little line at the bottom that says this is what you purchase and then this is the tax. And that tax I am paying, not the restaurant. And so what's different about this than every other community that I travel to where the tax is calculated at the bottom as an additional fee to the purchase? Because when I hear this argument that we're being forced to pay this, I can't figure that out.
Mr. Constant, through the chair, a lot of our members are going to just eat the tax themselves. They're afraid of how it will affect their employees. Servers will get paid less because they'll make less in tips. People will order less drinks. They're going to be afraid that people will order less drinks because of the tax that they see. So our business owners will eat this tax, many of the small business owners.
So effectively you're arguing they'll make a business decision to not collect the tax but instead pay it themselves.
I think many of them will, yes.
That's an interesting decision.
Thank you. There are no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Oates.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Assembly. My name is Grant Utrinka. I'm a co-owner of Resolution Brewing in Mountain View. I recognize as a homeowner in this community the rising problem with homelessness, and the testimony we've heard so far is compelling. And I commend the mayor. I think what he's proposing is laudable, but and I've emailed my concerns to Assemblymember Constant on my concerns with price elasticity and some of the exemptions granted in Fairbanks and Juneau that don't necessarily apply that could go forward. But I also CC'd the mayor's office with that email, and I have faith that Mr. Constant can carry my concerns forward with the Assembly member. I'm more concerned about the mayor's office response in that they highlighted things like, and especially in light of the recent Judge Holland decision in reference to the Juneau cruise head tax. And I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not a mental health professional, but we've heard the testimony. I think Awake said 45% of their constituents are mentally ill and 20% are victims of alcoholism, et cetera. So if we're going to put this on the industry, then I think, based on Judge Holland's decision, as I read the opinion, not being an attorney, that we have to put that money towards alcoholism and not towards mental health illness. So I would challenge you that if you're not sure how that works, you vote against this. It's the same comparison as Judge Holland wrote. The gangplank to the cruise ship is connected to the cruise ship and can be charged that tax, but the sidewalk across the street cannot be. And if the alcohol industry are being taxed specifically, I don't think you can put the burden of mental illness on the alcohol industry. So I would encourage you, if you don't know the answers to those and want to face similar action as Juneau did, that you vote no for this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good. Oh, Mr. Oliva.
Good evening. Ron Oliva, 44-year resident, adjacent property owner, Brother Francis Shelter, across the street from Beans. I'm going to accept Mr. Peterson's challenge that he said support the tax. I'm against the tax. Not that I have any favorite bars, but when I ran for the assembly, they asked me, what's your favorite bar? I said Baby Ruth. So, nothing to do with anything other than say, you're considering this a sin tax, and the sin that's being committed is by the providers. Long-term enabling and lack of good management of the nonprofits and the churches has led to this crisis. Not those hard-working bar owners trying to make a living employing people. It's the churches and the nonprofits. The outrageous executive salaries, and you're going to have to place this rural cap homeless coordinator $197,700. You're going to have to come up with that money. Beans Cafe, the executive director, $150,000, $40,000 in benefits, and a car. That trickle-down resources are not meeting the homeless, the addicted, the mentally ill, and there's no watchdog to do it. Now is the time, for instance, Bishop's Attic. It burnt down, got replaced, but it was fought by our firemen. They should pay what I call a kind of a fee or some sort of rate against their insurance policy. That means if they have the money to pay their insurance for theft, fire, and flood, they can be assessed a surcharge on that insurance fee to pay for our firemen, our policemen, and our basic medical responses to those institutions. Now, I'm not going to call it moral grandstanding that you're going after this sin tax, but I want you to examine with true transparency the executive salaries. United Way, Boys and Girls Club, check them all, especially Beans. And then even the Hope Center, check those. The money is being scammed from the donors. So any money that you think you're going to get from this alcohol tax, you're committing a sin by enabling the nonprofits in the churches who enable those people to become addicts, alcoholics, and endorse their mental illness by not resolving it a lot earlier with the resources they have. And if you do anything, put that on the ballot, that you're going to charge a surcharge against the nonprofits and the churches. Put that to vote to the public and see which they vote for, the alcohol tax or cough up. Because if the Catholic Church can come up with $166 million to settle sexual abuse, they can come up with some money to take care of the Brother Francis Shelter.
Thank you, Mr. Oliva. Your time has expired.
I'm full of fireworks.
Thank you, Mr. Oliva.
Any questions?
No, there are no questions.
Okay.
Thank you for your time. Mr. Hall.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, Mayor Berkowitz. My name is Ernie Hall. I'm here to speak in support of this ordinance. We spent more time on this topic than any other over more years than can be counted and have yet to make any major advancements due to lack of funding. It's time to find funding, and maybe this is it. It's time to let the people decide with their vote. They've stated their concerns, called for action and solutions. It's time to give them a chance to step up and help solve the homeless problem in our community. The majority of us go home to a safe, dry, warm environment, and I believe a large majority of us spend time thinking of those less fortunate than ourselves and genuinely want to help those in need. But there is only one way to actually achieve that, and it's through taxes. There are many different types of taxes, but at the end of the day, they are all taxes that generate the funding that provides the government service that we all need and on occasion enjoy. This particular tax will only impact those of us that can afford to enjoy an alcoholic drink. It's not a regressive tax, and personally, it makes sense to me. I enjoy a glass of wine and can afford to do so. Paying a tax on that purchase would allow me to sleep a little better at night, knowing that needy families with children and others would be sleeping in a safe, warm environment. I know that the hospitality industry will oppose this with all their might, as shown in the Compass piece in this morning's paper. This is a tax that I pay in addition to what they charge me for their product. They should receive a percentage of the tax they collect to cover their costs for collecting said tax, hopefully preventing no net loss to their businesses. Let me be clear. I vote for the tax, I pay the tax, and get the benefit of feeling good about helping someone less fortunate than myself, knowing that that someone could be an entire family with an infant that are having hard times due to an illness. Some are homeless either due to bad luck or misfortune and just need a hand up, not a handout. They are not just adults, but all ages, including families. Others have much bigger problems: alcohol, drugs, mental illness. Treatment for these illnesses have to include housing after treatment to solve this problem and break the cycle. Everyone should have access to warm, dry, safe housing. Part of this tax could be used to fund revenue bonds to provide the housing that we so desperately need. Mr. Trini and I tried to accomplish this a number of years ago, where we're unable to get support from the body to put it on the ballot. It's time to give us a chance as a community to step up and help solve this all-consuming issue. Please trust the people and let us decide with our vote. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. We have a question from Mr. Traney.
Ernie, it's good to see you back here again. Yes, we did try a few years ago, but I've got faith this Assembly will get the 8 votes to send this to the voters. Thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. Mr. Constant.
Hey, thank you. Mr. Hall, you brought up a point that I haven't heard yet in the debate, and that's the idea of allowing the retail operators to charge costs to the tax they're collecting to ensure they're held harmless from the expense of administering this. What are your thoughts on that, if you could explore that a little more?
Mr. Trini and I had that discussion with the ordinance that we proposed the last time this came out, and we included that in there because there's no point in placing a burden on those operators to have to bear the cost of collecting the tax. So it would be only fair to pay them a percentage of the tax collected to cover that cost.
So the language to do that would be in the previous draft?
Yes, it was.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hall. There are no further questions. That could be in the ordinance, Mr. Constant, as well. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. David McCarthy, MCC ARTHY. I operate 7 different businesses in multiple boroughs in Alaska, and specifically one is 49 State Brewing Company. We manufacture beer, and I oppose this tax. It's essentially a sin tax on alcohol is what this is. The simple answer is, is this tax going to affect sales of beverages? And the answer is yes. There's a lot of data that supports that the increased tax applied on cigarettes and tobacco created a huge reduction in purchases of tobacco products overall, which eventually will be linked to the sales and purchases of alcohol beverages if this tax is then applied. We may not see the effects in the short run, but in my professional experience, it will negatively affect sales, employee benefits, and eventually jobs in Anchorage. We've seen this directly with the tax on tobacco operating businesses in Denali Borough, where we do not have sales tax. People would leave other boroughs to come down and buy tobacco products from our area, affecting sales in the immediate boroughs and other businesses in those areas because our taxes were lower in those areas. Consumers are very savvy, and you're creating an environment that is not effectively an economic growth area in the Anchorage municipality. It's truly a penalty tax on a specific minority group of business owners in Anchorage that sell alcohol products. It's simple to blame alcohol for homeless problems. And what about fast food and sugary sodas, drinks for illnesses and obesity, plastic water bottles on polluting our fresh water? Do we create an additional tax on all of those on a municipal level, or is it something that we look at on a state level? While I do not negate we have a homeless and increased petty crime issue in Anchorage, believe me, I'm off of 3rd Avenue. We're probably on the front line of the majority of this on a daily basis. Even tonight before I came here, we had 7 state troopers in our facility chasing someone down. It doesn't help. I understand there's a challenge there. The problem is a larger community and mental health issue, and we need to seek support on a state level. Our approach as a small business is investing in our community by offering jobs, knowledge on community issues, and continual investment in Anchorage municipality, adding security cameras that the police office has used for crimes, spending money on exterior lighting, and providing transitional entry-level jobs for many guests that are staying in our Anchorage halfway houses. There's other options available other than blaming and taxing alcohol for homeless issues. One of the top ones, least harmful way to raise tax revenue, economic growth. This proposal is actually a counterintuitive on creating economic growth by limiting potential profits and entrepreneurial growth, specifically in the Anchorage marketplace. You're making it a disadvantage to manufacture and sell alcohol beverages, specifically in Anchorage Borough. Breweries nationwide bring a sense of place and community, and I'll finish up here. 38 other states have lowered alcohol taxes since 1982 and found effective ways to create successful programs. The proposed tax is simply a penalty on doing business in Anchorage municipality. Is the goal to really fix homeless or just reduce alcohol consumption by increasing its cost? As the Assembly proposed earlier, it's just too soon after the earthquake to move the proposal forward. We suffered significant losses in our business here in Anchorage, and we're going to fight for the next year or potentially 2 to make up for all the profits that we lost that we cannot recoup.
Sir, your time has expired.
I disagree with the proposed syntax.
There's a
Is there any
question.
questions?
There's a question from Mr. Trainey.
Question, sir. Do you have a storefront operation here, or are you just a brewer?
We operate a brew pub operation. We also have a liquor store license, and now we actually are investing in Anchorage. And the funny thing is, if I would have known about this before, closing on property down in Ship Creek, which we're trying to be a catalyst for economic growth, I am now going to be penalized by actually manufacturing beer and selling it in the Anchorage municipality.
How often do you have to call for service from APD at your package store? Very often?
The package store license is a new license, but we have very few calls to the APD. We try to handle the majority of the issues ourselves until we actually create some sort of environment where we feel that we're going to be harmed. Then we actually call the APD down there. But we also pay an additional tax for being part of the Anchorage development area downtown.
Partnership area?
That's correct. We pay that because I'm a business owner. I own the property.
I will tell you, you talked about tobacco.
Correct.
Our service, what we've seen on that is the impact of tobacco did not go down a bit. In fact, it's actually been stable with the increase of the tobacco tax, as will the fuel tax. We've heard people say, you're going to drive us out of Anchorage. That's not happened. It won't happen in this case. Mm-hmm. My only question is, why should we let you guys get off with paying no local taxes when marijuana has to pay a 5% tax? What's the difference? You're both drugs. Whether it's alcohol or marijuana, it's both drugs. So why shouldn't we charge you the same amount we charge marijuana?
I do not. This is not coffee here, right? I don't consume coffee. I don't consume caffeine, which is also considered a drug to many people. Should we add an additional tax on consumption of caffeinated beverages?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
No other questions.
Any other questions?
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Hi, thanks for coming tonight. I love going to 49th State Brewery. I know that Mr. Trainey has not had that opportunity, but I thank you for what you guys are doing, and I know that you do a lot of generous things in the community. I've heard that from many sources, so thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I think, so you mentioned things that the state could do. What can we do, though? If it's not an alcohol tax, how can we raise revenue as a city to pay for these services we need? And again, we're taxing tobacco, we're taxing marijuana, why not alcohol?
I disagree with the proposed tax. I'm not saying that everybody shouldn't pay a small share, but blaming alcohol, as the majority of people came up here to do, and saying, hey, that's the cure to this problem, is simply the wrong approach. If you look at what other states have done, if you review what just happened in Oregon, and they are proposing a multi-level attack on their homeless issues, which are greatly superior to what we have here. They are thinking outside the box, and this is a very narrow-minded view on that. On a community-based level, for an example, for what we do, we had 6 vehicles stolen, multiple break-ins in our brew pub, hundreds of people coming in on a daily basis. So what did we do as a small business? We actually purchased the Sixplex directly across from Bean's Cafe. We purchased that property specifically because of its geographical location and the amount of issues that were happening from there down to our business. We stepped in there and said, hey, shovel our snow, we'll buy you a meal. Stop breaking into these things. There's hundreds of things on a community level, and I think that awareness needs to be brought out there, and we need to stop just blaming, quote unquote, all these other things for that. The production, specifically speaking of beverages like beer, second highest tax in the nation on producing beer. We have increased shipping costs, increased costs of all costs of goods sold. We are constantly fighting to make a 7 to 9% on 7 to 9 cents per dollar. That's all I'm making. You add this tax on, and there was a question earlier that specifically stated that, oh, we're just going to pass this along. That is a very narrow-minded view because you cannot pass this along. There's other competitors that are outside of this municipality. They're going to realize that this tax is put on there that costs you more to purchase. Very simply, if I live outside of this area and I'm driving back out of Anchorage to work, I'm just going to purchase my products somewhere else where it's cheaper. And consumers are going to do this, but you're correct. What could they do, you ask? Well, talk to the state. How much land does the railroad have? How much land does it lease? What are the percentages on these leases? What about selling some of these assets? What about financing it themselves and taking these revenue streams for the next 20, 30 years to apply to that on a larger scale rather than just saying, hey, you small business owners, we're going to tax you. You should do okay. We'll hope you do okay. What happens if I can't make it? What happens if I have to lay off people? I can't offer benefits anymore. You're saying I'm going to take from one to give to the other, but the reality is that is not solving the global problem. I understand that we have to pay our fair share, but believe me, as a property owner in Anchorage, I am paying my fair share. I invest in the community one business at a time.
Right,
the reality is economic growth is the cure, not the taxation.
Thank you. We need to continue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. We have a lot more people in the queue. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman and Assembly members, my name is Bill Odom. I'm a principal in the Odom Corporation, and I'm here to voice my objection to the waiving of the city charter requirement of a 60% majority vote on tax issues. Evidently, this was done once before to raise funds for the Dinah Center. This was supposed to be a one-time deal, as I recall, but of course it worked once, but before it can be done again. Here we are, making another special exception to the charter to place a ballot simply for a simple majority vote for a municipal 5% sales tax sales. So, you know, doing it as a simple majority, that's the way it should be done, but you wanted to waive the charter. So, anyway, the city charter regarding taxes was placed there to preclude the arbitrary proliferation of taxes, but somehow this body is proposing action to sidestep the charter yet again. It leaves the question to how common of a practice of waiving the charter will become in the future. I also oppose the 5% municipal tax proposal because the state of Alaska is presently about the third highest tax state in the country. Back when the last state alcohol tax increase was enacted, it then made Alaska the highest tax state. We were told those funds would go towards treatment programs and help eradicate the homeless problems, etc. The reality was different. Those problems are still with us, if not worse. At best, the $40 million raised annually, only half that goes towards the promised programs. The rest goes into the general fund. The taxpayers will be double dipped, as it were, if the municipality is allowed to implement their own local 5% tax. There is another $20 million in state collects in alcohol tax. The community should demand its share to put towards the programs it wants. Finally, the money alone will not solve the crime, addiction, and the homelessness problems in Anchorage. There needs to be a plan, but I'm unaware of there is one for this 5% increase. It's just throwing money at something that doesn't necessarily fix it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Donna Graham. I'm a registered nurse, and I'm faith community nurse for Central Lutheran Church. Our church's research shows that people are often on the streets because of untreated illness. Sending sick people into the streets is wrong in every way. This city used to have a behavioral health arm, but now it doesn't. We abdicated that to the state decades ago. You see how that's working out. In a recent public meeting where many of you were, 200 people heard a lot of good testimony about how recovery of health is still possible with enough will and with adequate funding. In the current situation, I don't think state funding seems likely to come to our rescue here. These problems and issues, that is mental illness and addictive illness, are two of the most important and urgent that are facing our community. The place to exercise our many voices is at the ballot box, even in the face of slick, well-financed ad campaigns. I want to encourage you, please allow an alcohol tax proposal to go to all the voters in this spring's election. I'm convinced that funding for behavioral health for our neighbors experiencing homelessness is critical and certainly overdue. Please put an alcohol tax on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. There's a question from Mr. Dyson. Mr. Dyson?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I want to thank you for what you're doing. And just previously, there were some disparaging remarks made about activities by the faith community. I just want you to know I don't reflect those. And your organization and Lutheran's social services have done great service in our community. During the last earthquake, or this earthquake thing, the coordinators, both state, federal, and local, said how nimble and quickly and effective some of the nonprofits and faith community responded to the people's needs. And I just want you to know that I, and probably lots of us, notice and appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you. We plead guilty to care and concern. It's okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Go ahead, Mr. Jay.
For the record, Mr. Chair, Assembly members, my name is Jay Stange, and I'm speaking tonight only for myself and my family on this issue. And at the risk of being 86'd from some very fine establishments, I am supporting this tax. To those who say that this ordinance would be adding taxes beyond the tax cap, perhaps irresponsibly, I say, and I'm not alone in saying that in this room, Mr. Mayor, that Anchorage more and more bears the brunt of a statewide abhorrence to paying for public services. For example, 14,000 people a day, including perhaps Mr. Haberman on certain Tuesdays, drive into the municipality from the valley, and Anchorage is left to sort out the road wear and air quality impacts and parking spaces. Somewhere near 70% of prisoners released in the state are released in Anchorage, and we are working to provide services for those re-entrants, though they hail from all across the state. Mental health budgets at the state level keep getting reduced, and so mostly first responders provide services for those clients released untreated from API. On the need for these services, I'd like to reference a death that I witnessed today. I was returning home from a meeting, and I looked over to a sidewalk on Gamble around 12th Avenue, and I saw first responders administering to a person who was laying on the ground, and I just, in the back of my head, assumed that it was somebody who was a substance misuser, and I learned on the media when I got home that it was somebody who had been killed from being stabbed. And so what I'm wondering is, if we're going to become so desensitized in this community to seeing somebody unconscious on the street that we're going to assume that there's nothing we can do? Is there nothing we can do? I feel like when we had this horticulture debate earlier, I heard an assembly member at the work session say that Anchorage doesn't deserve flowers if we can't take care of our most vulnerable people. And so I'm here to sort of live up to a promise tonight also to respond to that assembly member and those comments in that work session. You know, our horticulture staff explained that they're often ambassadors to people who are living outside and sort of are the first line of support for people who are vulnerable in our population. And I think it's tempting in this community to point a finger at the mayor or to point a finger at first responders or the Assembly Homeless Committee or the newly renamed Anchorage Health Department. and demand solutions to these problems. And I think that that's not fair. I think that we all in this community experience these problems, and we all in this community have a responsibility to solve them. So to that end, I pledge to support and campaign for this tax if you can move it onto the ballot tonight, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jay. There's some questions for you before we do that. Mr. Croft.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move we extend the public testimony for 1 hour.
And the meeting. You
And
can
the meeting.
Extend the meeting and public testimony by 1 hour. Can we do that in one motion, Madam Clerk? You need two. Okay. So moved. Who seconded it? I did. Okay. I'm going to ask for unanimous consent. Is anyone opposed to extending the meeting by 1 hour? You don't get a vote, Mr. Oleva. Sorry. I'm not seeing any opposition. The meeting has been extended by 1 hour. Mr. Constant, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you, Jay. Actually, just to comment that I shared your witness today, and I too saw a dead man on the street. And I see this kind of tragedy all too often in the downtown of our city. And so I just want to share that.
Mr. Weddleton.
Just to clear things up a little bit, it's a real shame that we had what is now labeled as a debate over horticulture. There should not have been a debate about horticulture. It was a debate about should we seriously, when we were debating our budget, fund what we committed to in the anchored home plan. Mm-hmm. And we did not debate that. It was totally distracted, but that was the time to have this debate. Mm-hmm. It's very unfortunate they got it sidetracked onto flowers, and I'm certainly part of that, but we failed to have the debate then that we should have had.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Stange, there are, first of all, how do you pronounce your last name?
It's just like Strange, except there's no R.
Stange. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
That's
Chair.
my only question for you, sir. You're free to go. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christoph Jeffers. I was born and raised here in Anchorage. Mr. Chair Assembly. Here we are again. As previously mentioned, sin taxes are a soft, easy target for politicians. This still does not make them right. Alaska has one of the highest alcohol tax rates in the nation. Adding an additional tax on one group of people in Anchorage municipality is a shortcut without addressing the deeper issues. I'm a third-generation Alaskan. I drink beer, wine, and liquor. I paid my way through college, serving, bartending in Oregon over 10 years. I moved back and worked in various bars and restaurants in town for over 8 years. For the past 9 years, I've worked for one of the local distributors. On another note, when I was 3.5, my father, a former Alaska State Trooper, was killed by a drunk driver outside Fairbanks. In the over 40 years since then, I have never blamed alcohol for my father's death. I blame the person who made the decision to drink and drive. I resent you trying to take extra money out of my pocket to give to folks who constantly make bad choices. You cannot make people choose what you want. Anchorage has been through this before. The moral majority is neither. The Assembly says alcohol users should pay extra for this alcohol tax to help inebriants. By this broken logic, since I have no kids, I shouldn't have to pay extra for schools with my property taxes or bonds. Well, if I believed that and it was policy, I'd be surrounded by even more uneducated folks. If you want funding for your programs, put it up for a bond vote like the school board does, or put it up to the voters of the required 60% threshold that charter demands. Stop trying to sneak this by the folks at a lower threshold. The issues are deeper than just alcohol consumption. An alcohol sin tax on one group of folks feels good, makes folks feel good about themselves and says, look at the good we're doing. But once again, like the state alcohol tax, the money is being asked for one group only rather than the whole. The issues of homelessness is not just a one-topic problem. It affects everyone in the municipality and should be paid for by all. Without a broad-based plan, which this does not address, or with bonds or a broad-based tax, the deep issues and problems we will continue to go.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Thank you for your testimony. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Lisa Aquino, and I'm the Executive Director of Catholic Social Services. Catholic Social Services is the largest provider of homeless-related services here in Anchorage. homeless services themselves are largely unfunded by the local and state government. And I would encourage voting yes on this and letting the voters vote on this, because homelessness does impact all of us, and we need an opportunity as a community to put something towards that. And I would like to specifically say that it should be used in support of Anchored Home, the plan to address homelessness in Anchorage, and that it should be dedicated to that. And I know that you'll work hard to make sure that the language is in there, so it is. But I also want to say that when I read this, what I see front and center, loud and clear, homelessness is second. This is about prevention and treatment. So the Venn diagram of people impacted by homelessness and the people struggling with the disease of addiction does overlap. And you see folks that are struggling with addiction that are experiencing homelessness out on the street. Me too. But there's lots of people who are homeless who are not struggling with addiction, and there's many people struggling with addiction who are not homeless. And there's not enough service for any of them. There's not enough prevention service, and there's not enough treatment service. Right now in our community, I think that when we look at our homeless population, we're seeing a more vulnerable population than we've seen in a decade. And I think that's because over time, the state funding for our behavioral health system has decreased to a point where we don't have a strong behavioral health system at all. So we don't have treatment and we don't have prevention related to behavioral health. And just because someone mentioned earlier, how I define behavioral health is mental health disease and addiction disease, those two things under that umbrella. I think that's how the state of Alaska talks about it. So I just want to say that. And then finally, I am just Lisa, not Catholic Social Services, but I know a lot of people in my life who are struggling with addiction. I know people in recovery. I know them from my work, and I know them from my family. And I know people who have died because of alcohol. And we have some of the highest related alcohol deaths here in our state. We have the opportunity to take a stand on that. And that is and it is alcohol. That's the thing, when you look at addiction in the state, that is the biggest piece. Thanks.
Oh, that's not good.
Okay, I'll go.
Lisa, what'd you do to this thing?
I don't know. You're welcome. I'm not sure. Sorry.
Okay. Ghost in the machine. Well, thank you for your testimony. There are no questions. Okay, we're going to try to get this rebooted here. Should be at 30 seconds. Yeah.
Should I wait or sneak in extra time before you fix it?
We are good to go. Go ahead.
Hi there, my name is Tiffany Hall. I'm the Executive Director of Recover Alaska. We work to reduce excessive alcohol use and harms across the state. We are not an abstinence-only organization. We work to promote moderation or abstinence where that is the best solution for people. I will try to keep this brief, but there is so much evidence and data about the positive benefits of increasing or creating an alcohol tax in terms of public health that it will be pretty difficult. First, I will just say that alcohol is one of the largest public health problems we have here in Alaska. Over a third of households are impacted by alcohol, and that's households, right? So not only the homeless population. We are dying at a rate twice as high as the rest of the nation, and fiscally, alcohol costs the state $1.84 billion every year. Here in Alaska, the state alcohol tax has been increased twice before, and I have data that shows that increases in alcohol excise tax rates were associated with immediate and sustained reductions in alcohol-related disease mortality in Alaska. Reductions in mortality occurred after two tax increases almost 20 years apart. And I hear a lot of the business owners worrying about how they will do, and I have the great privilege to work with a lot of license holders in my work with Recover Alaska, and I know that they want to be good operators. And the thing about alcohol taxes is that people who drink moderately or in a sort of healthier way, this does not impact those levels of drinking. The populations it does impact are underage drinkers and heavy drinkers. That is where the price elasticity comes into play, and that is where the drinking decreases. I also just want to clear up a couple of things. Alcoholism is a chronic disease. It is not a moral failing. Addiction is not a choice. People also worry about folks coming into Anchorage if we do create more treatment, but the truth of the matter is that people come into Anchorage because we have more options available in a lot of realms, and those people also pay for goods and services here. This vote does not mean that you personally are in favor of a tax. It means that we, the voters, get to decide, so I 100% support that. I also just want to say that taxes were reduced federally in December of 2017, which you may not notice because drink prices did not drop when those taxes reduced. I will close with this. We recently did a study, and this is for a statewide tax, so please take these numbers into account. But a very similar rate increase per drink at the state level would prevent 2 alcohol-related traffic fatalities, 2 homicides, 8 deaths from alcoholic liver disease, 1 death from liver cirrhosis, 1 death from alcohol abuse, 4 suicides, 2 deaths from alcohol dependence syndrome, 1 drowning, and 2 deaths from fall injuries each year, for a total reduction of 23 deaths a year, simply by raising the tax. You could put that money in a hole in the ground, and those lives would be saved.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Hall. There's one question, Mr. Weddleton.
I had a question on the federal tax. So you said the federal tax dropped 16%. So I mean, how much is the federal tax? How much was it, and how much?
Oh, that's a great question. And Ms. Brawley, after me, I believe will have more information on that. What I have, it says, in December 2017, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act passed by Congress significantly reduced federal alcohol excise tax rates. A recent Brookings Institution analysis found that this tax cut represents $4.2 billion annual reduction in revenue, so it's federally, which is about a 20% federal alcohol excise tax revenue. That's all the information I have at my fingertips right now, but I'd be happy to get more.
So it's not like 5% of the wholesale cost or anything like that? You don't know that? It's an excise tax, so it's like someone, maybe Duran, you might know. Okay, someone back there knows. Okay, good. Thank you.
Super.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hall. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. There are no further questions. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello again. My name is Anna Brawley, and I'm actually speaking from multiple perspectives today. I am an employee of Agnew-Beck Consulting. I helped write the Anchored Home Plan. I've worked with many agencies in this room on the issues that have been discussed already, and I also am working with Recover Alaska on a number of projects, including this one. However, I also personally support this tax, so I just want to get those things on the record. I urge unanimous support by the Assembly of this tax and allow the public to vote on this important policy issue. An alcohol tax is good public policy, supported by strong evidence of its effectiveness in reducing the social and economic costs of alcohol misuse. The strongest opponent of an alcohol tax is typically the alcohol industry, who has a direct financial interest in maximizing sales and consumption of their product. I don't say that to disparage that perspective. Businesses should speak to their interests and how these laws affect them and their business financially. However, it is equally important to speak to the public interest of these policies, which you've heard a lot of today from various perspectives. And it's important for me as a policy professional to provide elected officials with the evidence base that's available for these policies. Taxes in particular are a very controversial policy tool, but they are an important policy tool. So I'd like to provide a few facts. As Alaska's largest city, Anchorage bears the highest overall alcohol burden of any community in the state, but falls behind other Alaska cities in taxing this product. Even Juneau, that receives 1 million visitors each summer and whose economy heavily depends on seasonal tourism, collects 8% retail tax on alcohol. And certainly they have a thriving economy. Alcohol is already taxed at the state levels, but the rates are not as high as they seem. All states collect an excise tax on alcohol that is levied by volume or by gallon, but 45 of those states also collect a state sales tax, either general sales and or alcohol sales. And in addition, many places collect local taxes at the city or county level. So most U.S. consumers are actually accustomed to paying more on their drink for that tax, in particular because retail taxes on value tend to be higher per drink than an excise tax. So it is true that we have high excise tax rates, but that misses the entire picture of taxation that other states collect in revenue. Additionally, it is taxed at the federal level with a national excise tax. And Tiffany, my predecessor, shared some information on that. I was going to share probably the most egregious reduction in rates. A study in 2009 looking at historical tax rates on liquor found that in 1951, adjusted for $2009, so including inflation, the tax on a gallon of liquor, a proof gallon, so the equivalent alcohol content, was $81. In 2009 dollars. In 2016, this rate in 2016 dollars was $13.50 per gallon, per proof gallon. The new tax rate for the first 100,000 gallons of distilled liquor sold by large producers, small producers, importers is $2.70.
Thank you. There are no questions. Thank you for your testimony. Wonderful. And I apologize, the light doesn't seem to be working anymore, but the beeper still is, so I'm sorry that there won't be the warning light.
Good evening. My name is Sylvia Villamides. I'm the Executive Director of the Alaska Hospitality Retailers. We are not in agreement with this proposal as written. We have been told that this is not a tax on the liquor industry. It is a tax on the consumers, meaning the citizens of Anchorage, meaning me, you. Yesterday, which was really interesting to me as a citizen, I found out that the Constitution or the House Rule supersedes the municipal charter. After consulting with our legal, our attorneys, the Constitution or House Rule is a guide for municipalities and its citizens. In 1997, Anchorage citizens voted to amend the charter on any sales tax to become a supermajority of the voters, meaning a 60% plus one. This was the will of the people. In 2005, the bed tax came about. At that time, the Begich administration and the members of the Assembly agreed, and as a matter of fact, the language is written on the Anchorage Ordinance 2005-17, where it states, the proposed amendment leaves the fundamental policy approved by voters in 1997 governing levy of additional sales tax undisturbed and by no means to be construed as opening the door to additional sales taxes in other goods and commodities except otherwise allowed under this current charter, meaning it was not to be set as a precedent. This current proposal is troublesome. It amends the charter from 60 to 50% plus one, dishonoring the will of the people, the Anchorage voters. Page 2, Section C, the Assembly shall enact additional provisions and prescribe exceptions to the tax imposed by this ordinance, meaning paying for additional expenses. To us, it means paying for administrative fees. Our interpretation of this tax is that it will not be spent or expense for the services as stated on the actual proposal. And finally, the AM 721-2018, line 34, it reads, allows the Assembly to create exemptions from the tax by ordinance. Administration's Assembly members change. Since 2002, as we were told, the funding from the statewide liquor tax was going to go to prevention and treatment, which it has not. So what we're saying here, if you are going to vote for a tax, do so, but do it at the 60% as the will of the people. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, my name is Duran Powell, and I'm with Chilkoot Charlie's. I'm born and raised in Spenard, been there for 36 years. We've had this issue come before the voters repeatedly, and repeatedly it's been voted down. And on the state level, they increased the taxes significantly to the industry, and it was about 36 million a year, and it went to the state government. And I was sitting on the board of the Salvation Army Booth Home when that year, that 35 million went to the state, and they actually cut funding that year, and the Booth Home closed a couple years after that. So we have been lied to in the past that these monies are going to service treatment programs in the homeless, and with the efforts it's going to take in this coming election cycle and this ballot initiative, those efforts would be much better spent going to Juneau to get our share of that 35 million that was taken from us under the auspices of treating this program. Obviously, a letter to the governor isn't going to cut that. The 5% level, you've got 895 licensees in Anchorage that you're going to have to audit to see what portion of their sales are food and what portion of their sales are alcohol. Just to give you an example of the holes in this, if I combine a pizza and a pitcher of beer, I can value the pitcher at $1 and allocate $30 to the food. There's all sorts of retail holes that will come up. If we're going to tax alcohol, we have to tax the alcohol itself. There's about 5 wholesalers in town that you'd have to look at. But in order to raise the kind of money that you're looking at on the wholesale side, it would have to be about a 25% wholesale tax. Obviously, that's not going to sell. So obviously, they're going to try and put this on the ballot at 5%. But realistically, enforcement-wise, you've got huge issues with this. And Ms. Quinn Davidson, you're talking about give us some alternative venues for funding. I can come up with 3 as I'm standing here. Auction off 24-hour liquor licenses to 5 or 6 places in town, not just one so that it's overrun with customers, but charge the other licensees $100,000 to stay open 24 hours a day to service policemen, shift workers, nurses and doctors that work a 12 or 16-hour shift. There's demand for a cocktail at 6 in the morning because they've worked all night. In the past, we've had illegal bars cause problems because they get so busy, or they're an after-hours place that doesn't sell alcohol, but people drink in their cars. They have all sorts of problems. So you can't just do it at one location. You do it at 5 or 10. So there's $1 million. If you're looking for additional revenue also, people play video poker at home on their home computers. But in other states, we've seen huge amounts of money raised with video pokers in bars and restaurants. It's centralized with one computer. The government controls it. The licensee sees a share, and the government sees 70% of the profits. Obviously, it's not legal right now. You'd have to go to Juneau, put some work in, and get a local option passed for video poker and bars. So there's plenty of other options. I'm just standing here. I came up with 2. We can come up with another dozen. But targeting one industry to pay for society's problems, that simply isn't fair to us, especially after the money that's been taken from us in the past that has not addressed those problems.
Thank you, sir. Your time has expired.
Thanks.
I don't see anyone else in the queue. Thank you for your testimony. Oh, sorry, I started too early. Go ahead, sir.
All right. My name is Supanavong, 40 years resident of West Anchorage, Bernard. Thank you for the opportunity to share my view on homelessness. No one in my circle of family and friends not care for those in distress. We volunteer and donate to Covenant House, Catholic Charities, Brother Francis, Clare House, but we know these efforts are not enough. Many more live on sidewalks, in bushes, parks, and other public places. These homeless folks are cold, vulnerable, and live without dignity. Nowhere to wash, to clean up, no access to restrooms. Who among us can or should do more to help homelessness? Well, the American Prospect Research Project said, homelessness is a complex problem whose solutions require more than a roof and a bed. Public agencies enacted by Congress to address homelessness are National Alliance to End Homelessness, National Coalition for the Homelessness, HUD McKinley-Vento Homeless Assistance Grants, Section 8 rent subsidies, U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness. Their professional assessment on homelessness are housing affordability, mental health, economic policy on food stamps, Medicaid, unemployment benefits, education, veteran affairs, domestic violence, runaway youth, hard drug rehab, and criminalization. These are the infrastructure of homelessness. In my 20 years of working downtown Anchorage, I've never met a drunk homeless person. Rather, I can tell you they are angry or extremely angry, which basically means they could be dangerous to me. The CEO of Pathway to Housing said it back in 1990, we have not done well as a nation taking on poverty and implementing policies needed to address homelessness. So we end up taking care of homeless folks out of desperation. We will be taking care of homelessness forever if we don't take care of poverty. So now we have a tax proposal. So it is fair to ask, what is the overall strategy? How will homelessness be reduced? What are the standards? How are milestones assessed and enumerated? Have program assumptions been tested? So we're back on home base asking, the 5% is an addition to the sales. It's basically an increase in pricing. So we have this increase on a declining bar restaurant industry in today's recession economy. Is it enough to alleviate the quantitative degree of homelessness? As a community, are we on first base or second base with homeless programs? The food industry is entering its 4th or 5th year of a no-growth economy. Collectively, you are all dining out less and you are spending less. Just ask your friends in the restaurant business. The streets of downtown Anchorage are empty. Easy Park management knows empty parking meters are trending up. 5% is not going to help you. You need a lot more than 5%. You probably need 60 million, 100 million. You want to deal with homelessness. By doing this piecemeal, we'll have the same problem every year. So basically, you've got to go back to Congress, go back to the state, and come back to the city to really do something that's beneficial.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you for your testimony.
Yes. No questions?
No questions.
Well, I can hear you really well.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Hello, thank you. My name is Dana Wolukowitz. I am one of the owners of King Street Brewing Company. My partner and I recently made a $6.5 million investment in a new facility and project in South Anchorage. We did this despite of the high cost of doing business in Alaska and Anchorage. We crunched the numbers and found a way to make it work by aggressively managing our costs and obtaining substantial loans to make this long-term investment work. I'm disheartened by this proposal as it changes the foundation by which we made this investment. We expect reasonable and stable tax policies to be enacted by our representatives and our assembly members that support the community, including our business community. As many of you are aware, King Street Brewing Company operates a tap room at our brewery location. In some ways, we are similar to restaurants in that we serve beer for on-site consumption. Although 80% of our volume is sold via wholesale channels, half of our income comes from this tap room. This income goes to pay our mortgage, real estate property taxes, personal property taxes, federal and state excise taxes, as well as other normal business expenses. Essentially, we rely upon those taproom patrons to help pay our bills. I am afraid, like many of the restaurateurs in this room, that this tax is going to hurt patronage. I went to the Assembly work session on this proposed ordinance and was shocked to hear that the administration thinks that this won't affect alcohol sales. Inelastic is the word that they use. It is an academic term to characterize the macroeconomic phenomenon that alcohol sales in total may not change, But what they didn't tell you is that the craft beer and eating out at a restaurant is a luxury good, and that people on a microeconomic scale will look for cheaper substitute goods. They will eat out less and drink at home. Is it any surprise that the largest package store chain in Alaska supports this? The people will switch over to cheaper products. I can't produce cheap alcohol in Alaska. Nobody can. It's too expensive to operate up here. And I'm not sure you'd want me to start to change my business model and start producing cheap alcohol, even if I could. I've heard people say, hey, it's only 30 cents a beer. People need to realize that this is not just one tax. We pay federal excise tax, Alaska excise tax, annual liquor license fees, conditional use permit fees, real estate and personal property taxes. It all adds up. Some of you may remember that we recently applied for a winery license so that we might be able to produce a gluten-free alternative beverage. That was another $1,100 in license fees and charges. And then the municipal zoning folks told me that I'm going to have to come back to you guys and apply for another conditional use permit that's going to cost me another $1,800 on top of the $2,800 we already paid for our existing conditional use permit. This is death by 1,000 cuts, or perhaps poverty by 1,000 taxes. I've heard Mr. Traney, and now I've heard the mayor even saying this, but hey, they cut your federal excise taxes. That just went down, somehow implying that we now have all sorts of money to pay for this new tax. Well, this is a misleading half-truth.
Could you sum up in a couple sentences? Your time's expired.
Okay. It's a misleading half-truth. The federal excise tax, because I know that there's some members here that are questioning about that.
There are some questions here. Do you want to just end your testimony and go to questions?
Sure.
Okay. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dana, for your testimony and coming here tonight, and also your investment in Anchorage, and especially in South Anchorage. Could you talk a little bit more about the federal excise tax?
Sure.
I know this came up last year in the discussion about the proposed wholesale tax.
Yeah. Our federal excise tax went down from 2 cents a glass to 1 cent a glass this last year. This proposed tax at the retail level will be 20 to 30 times that federal excise tax. To give you an idea, on a barrel of beer, I now pay $3.50 per barrel. That's down from $7 per barrel. This tax at the retail level will be an equivalent of $83 per barrel. That's huge. This proposed tax will add $25,000 in costs just to our tap room patrons. Mr. Constant, I know that you said, well, this is a tax paid for by the consumers, but I just don't know how those patrons, once this tax is enacted, are going to come up with $25,000 more in money. They're just not going to come as often. Maybe they'll come once a week, rather than once a week, once a month. It adds up, and that's just in our tap room, and there's many restaurants around town that act very similar to us. I've heard the Assembly say they don't want a regressive tax. This will be a regressive tax.
Are you still answering Ms. LaFrance's question?
Actually, a follow-up question, the $25,000 cost to patrons, what's the calculation?
It's 5% of our taproom revenue.
Okay.
We only sell beer in our taproom.
Okay. I didn't know if you were fully operational at this point and thought that it may not, it may reduce the assumptions in your business case, or initial business case.
Mr. Weddleton, you were in the queue.
No, I was curious about that federal excise tax, and I got my answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance, do you have any other follow-up questions?
Was there another point you had wanted to make with that, Dana?
I just have about 30 seconds more, if I may. I feel this will be a regressive tax because it will definitely have an impact on our wait staff who get the change off of the money that is paid for the beer. It goes directly in the tip jar. If you have less, if the patrons are paying more for taxes, less goes in the tip jar. I've heard some Assembly members say, well, I'm putting this on the ballot for people to decide. As an Assembly member, you have a responsibility to put solutions out to the voters that are fair and reasonable, and not unfairly burden one industry group or another. Homelessness is a community issue. I understand that Mr. Wendleton has offered an amendment to this ordinance, and I highly suggest consideration of that amendment, as it at least is an attempt to make the burden manageable. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Distinguished members of the Assembly, Mr. Chairman, my name is Kevin Tubbs. I'm Executive Director of Cook Inlet Char. I represent a group of licensees in this area, a good number of in this room who are experiencing deja vu just like I am. Some of us remember that we were taxed at a rate, at the time, the highest alcohol rate in American history. We have put over $500 million, with a B, billion dollars into taxes into our state's coffers. And we have fewer beds in Anchorage today than when the tax was implemented on the same premise so many years back. We have no assurances that any of the money, if this tax was to go through, that any of the money wouldn't follow the same path. And we're concerned that this puts a foot on the throat of our licensees, particularly during a time when we are down. So we oppose this tax and any additional taxes, mainly because our history of paying it is great, but the use of those monies disappears. It has a tendency to go away and not go toward the cause. So we are active in the community, and we're concerned about the issues, and we see them, and we put $500 million out of our cash registers in a very short period of time, to about 13 million more this year. And the question is, when is it enough? Because our licensees feel like they're targeted to solve all these social problems, and we want to take a role. But at the $500 million that's already been misappropriated, we lack a degree of confidence that the money, if it was raised, would be put toward the right cause. So we oppose this, and we would like very much to see these issues addressed with the money that we have already put into the account. Thank you very kindly.
Thank you. No. Go ahead. Yeah, there are no questions. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Assembly members, William Harrington here, a 48-year Alaskan resident, and to my chagrin, a local property taxpayer. Putting the question to the general vote is democracy in action. Leaving the resolution of this long-reaching action to just 10 people, 12 people, whatever you are, who I do question how you grind your axes. I'm personally pessimistic about effective management and quantitative real results. I scratched out the A. But it will provide many paychecks and could be seen as a redistribution of wealth. I wonder if these people that are talking while I'm talking are paying any attention at all. I've noticed you've been doing that through other people that are here. Bye. See you later.
Sorry. So long, sir. Thank you for your testimony. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Bob Klein. I am CEO of Anchorage Distillery. We're a craft distillery here in town, just off Dowling. But I wanted to bring something up that has to do with my history with the alcohol beverage industry. I spent 28 years in retail. 14 of them was Oak & Keg, and I ran the Oak & Kegs before it was sold, cars sold it to Safeway, and then spent 14 years as part of the management team at Brown Jug. And I wanted to address the question of elasticity and who will pay for this tax. Now, I ran stores in Fairbanks, in Juneau, out in the valley, and in all of those, one of the things that happened was all of those places imposed or raised taxes on alcohol. And I want to tell you that in all those locations, we saw a decrease when that tax was imposed. And the reason is quite simple. There is a finite amount of disposable income in the universe for alcohol. Just because you guys decide to raise the prices by 5% doesn't mean the average person is going to come up with an extra 5%. Basically, what happens is they either buy less, as you heard suggested there, or they buy cheaper. But as far as what goes into the till, it's going to result in a reduction because basically this tax is going to reach into that till and pull out 5%. Most of the other points that I was going to raise have already been brought up, and I know it's late, so unless there are questions, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. There are no questions.
Hello, Jeff Landfield.
Go ahead, sir.
I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy Holidays. Long night. You're doing a great job.
Thank you, Mr. Landfield.
That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Landfield. All right.
My name is Darwin Bewer. I'm owner of Darwin's Theory, the bar downtown. I'm also chairman of the board for Cook Inlet Char. All of my testimony, practically all of my testimony has already been said as well, so not much. There's a couple points I do want to make, which first one, Doran from Chilcoots just brought up that this should be a tax through the wholesale rather than retail. Retail it gets too complicated. First, it's going to cost our mom and pop operations like mine is. I'm sole owner. It's going to take like accountants, software, maybe even new computers to figure this out if it's on the retail sale. Wholesale is all that can be done. It's a lot easier. That's the way it's been done in the past. The other thing I'd like to make that has not been brought up, that is all the servers, your bartenders, waiters, waitresses, are all being paid by just barely minimum wage. So they depend on tips, obviously, and what this tax is going to do is going to, as testimony has been shown, it's going to reduce their income. Are they going to go homeless? Probably not. But are they going to be stressed? Big time. And the stress of the community is already at its highest because of the state's situation, the earthquake, and this tax just makes it worse. So be aware that these minimum wage people are going to be hurt big time. So that's something that needs to be added that hasn't been brought up before. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. No questions. All right. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. I live in the Madison Valley. I follow the public process. The public process done appropriately. Decision made by the governing body is more like in public interest. First, I'd like to know one thing. Last week when you held a meeting on the subject, I'd like to compliment the administration during that presentation on Nebraska. It was very thorough, concise, and to the point. I've attended a lot of meetings over the years, and that was a very rare occasion for me to witness that. And I see Assembly members shaking their head yes, and I wanted to make the point that happened here, and I'm pleased to happen. I hope it would be more frequent, and it would make things more accomplished. And then I'll lead on that point and go on further. You're hearing this issue, and I do have a concern. And by the way, my remarks, I want to make a point, is not saying I'm for or against this issue by me complicating the administration, okay? But I am concerned about this proposal and why. I'm witnessing in this room with the testimony a situation of division instead of being united. Obviously, we have a homeless situation in our state, not just in Anchorage. And people want to deal with that issue and make it go away. It's not just in Anchorage. Obviously, we have an alcohol issue affecting families in this state, not just in Anchorage. But what I see in this proposal, and it's not supposed to be what we call, I don't see what we call a sense of fairness. We see here a certain industry, a certain companies doing business with alcohol, and they are appearing to face the brunt of remedying the situation that's facing not just Anchorage or the Valley, but our state. So in the sense of fairness, what should be is you should bring the community together, and they'll be more supportive. But they're not going to be supportive when you go against this situation. It's not fair. So one, I would recommend two things. Number one, on the meetings, you should have had this meeting on itself and nothing else with it, because you got another item, by the way, that's coming right after this on time, on how open these bars are and closed, and would have been a fairer debate and discussion by putting it together with nothing else on the agenda. Have it in a situation and a time, not now, but when, we're talking about alcohol, and what are people doing in parties and all that? Many are dealing with selling and dealing with alcohol. It's the holiday season. Is this the time to do it and have that discussion? But it is an issue in our community. Homelessness is an issue. So again, I would recommend you continue public hearing and you bring those two items together, not united, but in the same meeting, and have it as more closer to a town hall meeting and bring the community as a whole to discuss it, and the public will be more comfortable with the decision and more supportive. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your time has expired. What a vicious attack on Mr. Falsey. All right. Any other public testimony?
Vicious attack on Mr. Falsey.
All right. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening. Are you stating the public testimony for this ordinance? Yeah. Okay, because I don't have anything to say about this one. Okay. I just wanted to do the audience participation.
Okay, we're not there yet, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to testify on this item? All right, seeing none. Public testimony is closed.
Move to approve.
What is the will of the body?
2018-104.
Okay, so Mr. Constant moved the original ordinance, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Trainee, you're in the queue.
I'm going to hold my debate till we get into the debate portion of this thing.
I think we're in the debate portion, Mr. Trainee.
You got time?
I don't know if we have time. I would like to stop being the chair tonight, and I'd like you guys to let me go. And that might take like 10 minutes, so perhaps it makes sense to continue this to a special meeting on Thursday, for example.
I think that's fine, right after we pick the next Assembly member for Eagle River, yes, right after that.
That might work. Okay, but someone needs to make that motion.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so let me see. Let me talk to the clerk for a second.
Barry.
We do it and get it done.
Okay, so here's what we need to do. We have to, if we want to do the reorganization first, we have to change the order of the day, take up reorganization now, do reorganization, and then continue this meeting to another date, led by the next chair, whoever that person is. Is that something we want to do? Do you think we can do reorganization in 10 minutes? I think we can.
I think we can.
There's no speechifying in our version of reorganization. So, okay. Someone want to make that motion?
Move to change the order of the day to bring up the reorganization item on the agenda.
Did we move to post?
Item 15.
Second.
A. Okay. Moved and seconded. Any debate on that motion? Okay. Okay, so it's, but first, ask for unanimous consent. We've changed the order of the day. We now I need a motion to reorganize.
I'd move we reorganize the Assembly's leadership, starting with the vice chairmanship.
You start with the chairman first.
He asked to start with the vice chairman first. That's what he asked. And under code, you can do it either way.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Croft and Ms. Quinn Davidson. So we now have before us a vice chair, and I believe you run this from this point forward. Is that right, Madam Clerk? You asked for nominations and the like? Yes. Okay.
At this time, you may nominate a vice chair just by getting into the queue and making your nomination.
Do I acknowledge them or do you? I can't see them. Mr. France.
Ms. LaFrance?
I nominate Mr. Rivera.
Okay. Do you need a second?
Clerk? No. It's not.
Okay, so Mr. Rivera's been nominated. Peterson's in the queue.
Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I nominate Christopher Constant.
That's it. Those are all.
Is that all the nominations? Okay, so for vice chair, you have nominations for Assemblymember Rivera and Assemblymember Constant, and we'll pass out the ballots.
Ira.
Clean up my shit.
Assemblymember Rivera is your new vice chair.
Okay.
I'll take nominations for chair.
Anyone in the queue?
Ms. Glenn Davidson.
Glenn Davidson.
Mr. Croft?
Mr. Constant is also in the queue.
Mr. Trainee.
Any other nominations?
There is no one else in the queue.
Your nominations for chair are Assemblymember Croft and Assemblymember Trainee.
Madam Clerk, could you wait just a moment? We are missing someone.
He went to go get a big hammer.
You went to go get a big hammer? Oh.
Here he comes. I'm going to pass out.
Okay. Unfortunately, this surprise has been spoiled. Doesn't matter what I think. I'm out of here in 30 seconds. But yeah, I think that's the thinking.
Assemblymember Croft is your new chair.
So that's it.
Right, you can switch.
That's a real hand.
Apt.
Madam Clerk, we're short on time. The motion is to continue the current meeting until a time certain? Yes. Can I get a motion to continue the current meeting till Thursday at 6 p.m. after our scheduled meetings for the Eagle River replacement?
So moved. Second. Is it the meeting or the item?
We're continuing the entire meeting, so we have a couple of different things. This vote, and there'll just be a continuance on one other matter, I believe.
It's Q. 14Q.
Which is the alcohol times.
Right. So is there a second on that? It was motion to continue?
I was the second.
Great. I show there's a motion on the floor to continue this meeting till Thursday at 6 p.m. Who's moving? Ma'am, you were waiting for audience participation?
She's got about 2 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I move we take up audience participation now.
You've waited so long. Why don't you come up? And we've got a very brief amount of time, but if you could be as limited as possible. And then we'll do that motion right after that. Just give us your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Lynette Marino Hands, and I've been a resident here for 49 years, driven a taxi cab. I see some new faces, and I see some old faces. Excuse me. And I'd like to say I also know there will be a changing of the guards, but I welcome the new incoming people when they arrive. I have driven a taxi cab, and I participated in the latest bid auctions down at the municipality building on December 7th. They had to reschedule it because the earthquake happened the morning of the bidding on November 30th. So they extended it to December 7th. And I had bid on the new non-transferable permits, which was 21 of them. And there was, I believe, 7 wheelchair permits. All 21 was awarded. But the wheelchair permits, there was only 2 that were awarded. The other person that bid was disqualified. I have a complaint with that process because as being a cab driver, Title 11 says that the new transferable permit owners must be owner-operator, and the transportation inspector, Eric Muser, has not followed Title 11. He has allowed the owner-operators to be gone more than 6 months out of the year. It's a requirement that they are there to operate that vehicle to legally have that new permit, that non-transferable permit. And so I had witnessed this. I would have witnessed some of the permit owners, the new non-transferable permit owners that won their permits last time coming at the airport. Right before November 30th, they arrived to make a pretense that they were here operating. I would like the TI to check up on this and see also under Taylor's leasing who is following this requirement under Title 11 and who is not. That's my complaint. Also, because there was only 2 awarded that day, nobody else bid on them, and the one disqualified. That means that there's 5 more wheelchair permits that was still out there, but the TI has not ruled whether or not he's going to proceed with another auction. I would like to see that happen, because as a cab driver, I drive regular cabs, but there is a need, more of a need for the wheelchair permits. Please, could you address this? And I know that there are transportation meetings. I will attend the next one to also voice my concern. Thank you very much.
Thank
Merry
you for
Christmas.
waiting for so long. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion to continue the meeting? Mr. Weddleton, are you in the queue?
Sorry, I don't know how that got in there.
Get a motion to continue until Thursday?
I move we continue until Thursday.
Second.
Any objection? I move we're continued until Thursday.